Welcome to Sewing Parts Online, the family-owned business that has been providing quality sewing machines since 2008. Our mission is to help you bring your creative visions to life, and we believe that starts with having the right sewing machine. Quilting, embroidery, serging, crafting, Sewing Parts Online has got you covered. You supply the creativity, we supply the sewing machines. Welcome to SewCreative Live, Christmas in July. My name is Trisha and I'm going to be the hostess for this event. If you are new here, you're probably wondering what in the world is SewCreative Live? Well, SewCreative Live is a virtual sewing event. We have invited over 30 educators. We have some amazing guests coming on. They're going to be showing some machine demonstrations. We're going to have sewing tutorials, product demonstrations. And if you've joined us before, you know that we love to do giveaways. We are super excited about that. Before we chat about giveaways, I just want to have Brian pop on so he can introduce himself. If you've been here before, you know Brian, but if not, he's going to say good morning and he runs everything behind the scenes.
Good morning, everybody.
So Brian, we love doing giveaways, right?
We do. It's the best part.
It's the best part. Although I love the free education, so there's that too. But do you want to tell everybody how the giveaways work?
Yes, but as always, I have to take my headphones off so I can actually talk. So if you've been a part of SewCreative Live before, you know how the giveaways work. But if you haven't, here's a quick little rundown. So we do a giveaway every segment. The giveaway is sewing related. So it's a sewing machine, a Sewing Parts Online gift card, some Aurifil thread. There's some pretty amazing prizes. Thank you, by the way, to everybody who donated prizes to this event. It's amazing. But basically the way it works is we have a set of surprise summer words that are going to pop up during the segment in the top left-hand corner of your screen. And this one is just an example, but this is what it's going to look like. When you see it, run over to the comments, put it in the comment, and you are entered into the giveaway. I will run the giveaway tool at the very end of the segment.
Yes, and as Brian had mentioned, we do this for every single segment. So we are giving away over $30,000 worth of prizes. And again, thank you to everybody that donated. It makes this so much fun. So we are all looking forward to the education portion of it and giving away some really good stuff. So we have an extra surprise, right, Brian? We
do. We have a second set of giveaways this time around.
This is going to be fun. This is brand new. So go ahead, Brian, tell everybody about it.
So there is now a second way that you can win a prize during SewCreative Live. So we talked about the surprise word. That one's a pretty simple one. But every day we are also going to do a large prize at the end of the day. That's separate from the grand prize at the end of the day. So I'll tell you what the prizes for today are in just a sec. But basically, anybody who orders from Sewing Parts Online during SewCreative Live using the special event discount gets entered into a separate giveaway, and we will pull those at the end of the day. The cutoff for ordering is 3 o'clock, so you must order today by 3 o'clock in order to enter today's giveaway. However, if you don't see anything that you like today, you don't get your order in right away, you will be rolled over into the next day's giveaway. So if you place your order at 4 o'clock today, you'll be entered to win tomorrow's prize. There's one more caveat, which I think is the most exciting part, right? So on day 5, we are giving away a Juki TL 2000 QI, which if you don't know about that machine, that's one of Trisha and my favorite machine.
Love it.
We have it here in the studio. Trisha has one at home. And then I'm planning on saving up to get myself one. I think they're really amazing machines, one of the best quilting machines out there. In fact, I believe Juki is coming on to talk about those machines sometime this week.
Yep.
So that's the prize for orders for day 5. If you order anything throughout the entire event, so day 1, day 2, day 3, doesn't matter, you are entered to win the Juki TL 2000 QI. And that's separate from the Triumph that we're giving away, the 16X, the Cutie frames, all that stuff. So
yeah, that's totally separate than the ones that we do after every single segment. So as you could tell, we absolutely love doing giveaways. So it is pretty exciting. I do want to touch on how you're going to be claiming your prize. I'm just going to pop this up really quick. When you do get selected for your prize during the regular segments, just go to our link tree. It'll be the link tree /Sewing Parts Online. Just click claim your prize, fill out that form and submit. So just a heads up, this is our first 5-day event. So it's going to take us a little bit to get everything shipped out. So once you claim it, it'll take approximately 2 weeks or so to receive your prize. So thank you for your patience, and I hope you enjoy all your goodies. Next, we wanted to go over a little bit about our viewers. So we love our viewers. I just want to say thank you so much for everybody that's been joining us in the past and everybody that's new that's joining now. But we kind of want to know who's joined us before. So if you want to throw it in the comments, just let us know. Have you joined any of our SewCreative Live events, or are you brand new? And while we're looking at those, if we want to just say hi to a few people this morning, Brian, you want to pop some people up? Tammy's been awesome on Facebook. She's been waiting for this event and she's been posting stuff. So thank you so much, Tammy. It's great to see you here. Sandra, welcome. Been waiting for this. Janae from Oklahoma, welcome. Good morning. Norma, thank you so much for joining us. Awesome. Paula Becker, I love all these familiar names. Southern Indiana. We've got Trinidad. Corrine, welcome. Donna Gafford. Hello, Donna. Donna's a regular. Thank you, Donna. Rebecca's also a regular. Thank you for always joining us. Sir Robin the Chicken, I now know his name. I appreciate you posting on our Facebook. We love that. He joins us for the social circle all the time too. So it's so awesome seeing you guys on different, avenues, whether it's a SewCreative Live event or a social circle event. We're super, super pumped to have you. So thank you so much.
I just want to pop on really quickly because I don't see her in the comments yet, but I know she's watching for a fact. I just have to say hello to my friend, Deb Porter.
Hello, Deb.
Who we hung out recently. And I don't know if some of you saw on the Facebook group that Deb and I made bowl cozies together, which was really exciting because I sew more than I've ever sewn lately, but I still can't complete a project. Like, I don't know what it is. I just can't get to the finish line. I choose the most complicated projects, which is part of the problem. So it was so nice to be able to sit down and do a project in 2 hours and just get it done. It boosted my confidence a little bit. So
that is exactly why I love the social circle. So you guys, if you haven't joined us for the social circle, it's really awesome. We do a weekly live at 11:30 a.m. on Wednesdays, that's Central Standard Time. And as Brian said, it's so great to be able to complete a project, right? So this is a project that lasts anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, just depending on the project. But we post everything prior to the event on our Facebook group. So you're able to gather the supplies and then sew along with me. So it's really awesome. We can do it together. We'll be sewing together, and then you have a completed project. The fun thing is unfortunately, Courtney Govero is not going to be able to join us today. She was actually going to be the second segment and her internet did not work. So what we're going to do is actually show you a replay of the social circle, and we'll make a little Corky Wallet so you get an idea of what the social circle is. But I do want to ask you if you could please like, share, comment, and that will help us just get the word out. Unfortunately, we had a technical difficulty with our main Facebook page, so it's not streaming there, but it is streaming on our Facebook group and Sewing Parts Online, as well as YouTube. So I hope that you guys can enjoy the show. So I think we're just about ready to get started, aren't we?
I think we are. There was one thing we were supposed to do, which was show the schedule. Did you want to show that really quick?
I do want to show the schedule, and actually I do want to show what some of the prizes are. I see Sam in the background. Sam, I'll be right with you. All right, so let's go ahead and show some of the giveaways that we're going to be doing so everybody kind of gets a taste of what's to come. So do you want me to go ahead and click through them, Brian?
Go for it.
All right. So we've got a cutie. We all love the tabletop quilting frame. That's amazing. We are actually going to be giving away 2 of these today. So this is going to be the final prize, the big prize for today, as well as that side giveaway. So if you place an order before 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, you will also be in for the side giveaway for a cutie. We also are going to be doing some design and quilt software. This stuff is amazing. You can test out the look of your quilt prior to even doing anything. You know what your quilt's going to look like, how it's set up. You can play with colors. It's great. We're going to be giving away a couple of Sew Steady tables. We love these acrylic tables. This one, I'm backing up to the free motion quilting one. I'm not really familiar with this particular one, so I'm very excited for Stacy from Sew Steady to come on and tell us a little bit about that. But of course, we've got the standard tables. The 18 by 24 is probably the most popular one, but we have different sizes available. Suspension system. The great thing about the suspension system is you'll hear later on in the day that with the purchase of any Sew Steady table, you're going to be able to purchase the 2-piece suspension system for just $10. So it's a really fantastic deal. We are also going to be giving away a Bandicoot. I'm not sure which final prize it is, if it's day 2 or 3, but we're going to be giving a Bandicoot away. I love Arrow furniture, so that is going to be a fun one to give away. Fantastic cabinet. You're able to have that flatbed sewing, or you can do free arm if maybe you're doing garment sewing, but you've got the flat. If you're doing more like quilting, you can set it within the cabinet for storage. Wonderful, wonderful cabinet. And this one, oh my goodness. I just have to say thank you, Grace. This is phenomenal. They donated the 16X and the Evolution hoop frame. This is an incredible giveaway. I wish I knew the value of it. Do we know offhand, Brian?
Not right away, but we can get it. We'll talk about.
We'll check back on it
giveaways in a little bit, because I can see some questions in the comments about the second giveaways. So we'll talk about that in a few.
Yeah, we'll try to clarify throughout the event. As I said, this is something that's new, so we'll try to let you know periodically if you're kind of going question marks or floating above your head, wondering what the heck's going on. All right, so we're going to have some fantastic giveaways, and then we just want to check the schedule for today so you kind of know what's going on and what's coming up. So Brian, do you mind pulling that schedule up for me?
Yeah.
I've got it here too, actually. First up is going to be our friend Sam from Janome. He's going to be showing us a couple of awesome embroidery machines. So we're going to have one that's a multi-needle, and then I believe we're also going to be seeing the MC400E. Along with that, next we were supposed to have Courtney, as I said, but we're just rolling with the punches. We're going to show you a replay of the Corky Wallet from the Social Circle, so you can still have a sew along. You can always check back and do that project with us. Next up after that will be Jessica Drain with Sew Tites. She is amazing. She actually just joined us for an episode of our Sew Inspired podcast. She's awesome. She's going to be doing both a sew along, showing you how to do the Hold Tight Folio, but she's also going to be introducing a pretty phenomenal product that they just launched. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that. Our good friend Richard Tharp from Baby Lock Educator, he is going to be coming on and showing us the Baby Lock Accomplish, fantastic straight stitch machine. He's also going to be showing the Meridian. That's an embroidery only machine. Wonderful, wonderful options. Then, as I had mentioned, Stacy Louie, she's going to be coming on to show us the Wish 2.0 table and some of the Sew Steady accessories. All sorts of goodies available. We have a newcomer later in the day, Sarah Black. She's awesome. Her handle on TikTok is Choose Made. She worked in the industrial sewing machine industry, so she has efficiency tips on just efficiency. Like, she is amazing. And also she is going to be sewing a tote bag that you'd be able to that then follow along after the event. So we have a return guest, Sheila Christensen with Sheila Christensen Quilts. She joined us for our very first SewCreative Live. So I'm super excited to have her back. She'll be talking about her patterns, her books, her ruler, and she's also going to be doing a quilting demo. So that one's going to be pretty awesome. And then of course, at the end of the day, we like to wrap everything up and do our final giveaway. So at that time, we will do that second giveaway, and then we will do the final giveaway for day one. Each day we do have a big prize, and then don't forget that our grand finale is going to be the Baby Lock Triumph. So we love giving away that particular item, that beautiful, beautiful machine on the 5th day, and we're going to have a whole lot of fun doing all those giveaways. So I think that pretty much recaps. What do you think, Brian?
I think you covered it all.
Woohoo! All right. So why don't we go ahead and bring Sam up and say good morning, and we'll get started. Good morning, Sam.
How's it going?
I'm doing very well. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I can't believe it's already July.
I know, it's insane. We've got some Christmas in July. We've got all sorts of fun stuff going on over here.
Yes, I know that. So I'm here today. We're going to talk about your Christmas in July specials. I've got two machines in front of me. The first one we're going to talk about is this MB4 right here. This is a semi-industrial 4-needle embroidery only machine. So come closer and I'll let you know all about this machine. To start
Wonderful.
off, we call this an MB4 because it is a 4-needle machine, meaning you have the ability to stitch out 4 different colors before you need to change your needles again. So let me go over
Sam,
this machine for you. First thing, when you look at it, people think, oh, this is a big machine. It's big and scary. It's
Sam, I am so sorry to interrupt you, Sam, but there was no picture. So if you want to just pop off and pop back on, we can give it another try. It just takes a moment. Once we get that reset, we'll go back to it. So we can go ahead and chit chat a little bit about what else is on the schedule for later in the week while we're waiting on Sam. Brian, do you want to pop up the schedule for day 2 and day 3, day 4, day 5? Can you believe we're doing 5 days? This is so fun. 5 whole days. All right, so day 2, we'll have Richard Tharp back. He's going to be doing the ballad. Oh, the ballad is an awesome machine. It is a great option if you are a quilter or a crafter or a garment sewer. You have so many options with that machine. I'm pretty pumped to see a demo on that. We had used it here in the studio for a little while, but I want to see some of the other little goodies that maybe I don't even know about yet. We have another newcomer, Dee. We met her at QuiltCon. She is amazing. She is Pixel Quilts. So she makes quilts out of these teeny little pieces, and she takes a picture and essentially turns it into a quilt. It's really awesome. And she'll show how to do that and different techniques and tips on it. We also are going to have Stephanie Hackney with Bonds Fibers. That's pretty awesome. So have you ever wondered what in the world you need for batting options? We have so many different types of batting, whether or not it's like a poly or a cotton or a wool. You're like, I have no idea when to use it or what to use it for. She's going to answer all those questions. She's going to do a whole Q&A. So it looks like Sam's just about ready to pop back on. So Brian will give me the go ahead when we're ready to go. But until then, I'll just keep showing what we're doing. We also have Bernie and Shelly coming on. This one's going to be primarily for Shelly. It's going to be about her book, The Easy Precision Piecing. If you joined us in June, we had featured Bernie's book, which is The You and Your Sewing Machine. And we had a bunch of people get this book because it's amazing. Well, Shelly is also an amazing author and has so many different tips and tricks on precision piecing. And she's going to go over some goodies about her book and do some demos too. So
T, I think Sam might be ready to come
Are we
back up.
good? You just have to cut me off because I could keep on talking. So, all right, let's bring Sam back up. Good morning, Sam. Welcome back.
Good morning. Sorry, we have technical difficulties this morning.
We understand how
going live. You just never can expect when something's going to go wrong. So we're going to start again.
Sounds good.
Okay. So this is, like I was saying, this is our MB4, our semi-industrial embroidery machine. We have 4 needles on this machine. The needles still stitch one at a time, but what we need to do is we're able to thread 4 needles and not have to change the thread color until we need a different color other than the first 4. So let's come closer and look at this machine. On the top here, you notice we have a nice spool stand. The spool stand will hold in the front, hold 4 colors. There's more spindles in the back to hold 4 more additional combs of thread. So what happens is when it's time for a thread change, you simply cut the threads and you're able to tie the thread off to the next 4 spool ready to go and pull it through the machine. It's just that simple. On the machine itself, the threading path, everything on here, there are actually diagrams embedded onto the machine. There's like, I don't know if you guys can see it up on camera, but on every one, there's an arrow showing you number 1 to 4. So this will be needle number 1, will be the green. We're threading needle number 1. It comes straight down, and you can see on the front of the machine itself, there are lines showing you where the thread should go. So when you go through the first insertion through the tension disc, you have a single hole right here. So we know the thread comes through here, comes around the back. On the bottom, there's like a U with an arrow pointing up. So the thread comes back up to the second hole, come up through here, over to the take up lever, from the right to the left, come back down to the next hole, and it comes through notch number 1. So all your threading path is already on the machine, ready to go for you. From there, it goes down to your first needle right here. So here you can see needle number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. So those are 4 needles. This is a Japanese-made machine, so that's why the numbering system go from right to left instead of left to right, which we are normally accustomed to. This machine itself, you have 2 sets of tension discs on the machine. You have a set of disc in the back, also another set in the front. The tension disc itself also have numbers to tell you where the default setting is. So if you need to adjust your tension, you know where to go. Also up here on the top, we have a tension disc lever adjustment. And what this does is when you push it back, it opens up all the tension discs, allow you easily thread the machine. If your tension disc lever is pushed open, the machine won't let you start sewing. So there's some safeguard built in, so you can't accidentally screw up. Now, another thing I love about this machine, if you notice, we have a very narrow arm, as I call it, right here in the front. Like most traditional machines, you have either a flatbed or you have a wider arm. Like some of the Janomes, we have a combo machine, but our free arm is much wider than this one. This one's very narrow, and it'll be very easy to get anything you have small through here. The machine also comes standard with 3 hoops. This being your smallest hoop, which is like a 2x2 hoop. Then you get the second hoop, which is this one right here. And this is a 120 by 110, which is a 5 by 4.3 hoop. And the largest hoop that comes with the MB4 is the 240 by 200 hoop, which is 500 millimeters by, it's a not 5 by 7. I believe this is a 8 by 10 or something close to it like that, okay? So there's 3 hoops that come with the machine. Another thing on the side of this machine, which makes ours different than your industrial machine, is there is a built-in side winder on the side of the machine. Most of your industrial machine, there's not a side winder. And on the thread itself, on the thread stand on the top, if you look up here, I have a spool of white thread up here. That would be your bobbin thread. It actually gets threaded up here to the machine. There's also guides on the side of the machine telling you how to put it. It goes over here from the side to my tension disc right here on the side. And you just simply wind the bobbin around the thread, around the bobbin, and you just push start, and it'll start the winding process. When it's full, it will automatically stop. You can wind a bobbin while you are embroidering. This machine uses a extra large bobbin like this. So you can embroider further along as you go. And there's also a cutter built into the side of the machine. Now, these hoops, I just want to show you, this is a very easy assembly system. Once you have your project hoop, you simply put it in the machine, slide it in, and push it forward. And now it's snapped into position. Now you're ready to embroider. To remove the hoop, we simply just push up, take your thumbs, hold it on the side of the frame, push up on the hoop, and we can easily detach. Now, let's take a look at the screen on the machine itself. The machine has about 75 built-in designs, and it also has a built-in screensaver. On the screen right here, a lot of people get confused looking at the screen. If you already have a Janome, you're probably pretty much familiar with how the Janome works. In our main menu right here, I have my designs over here. On the left-hand side, I have 2 page turning keys. These little sheets of paper with the arrow going to the left or pointing to the right is how I would page over to find my other designs, like so. I just simply page over. There's some quilting designs here. And on the very top, it tells me what hoop to use for these particular designs. So you can see it's like 75 built-in design, but if you're getting a machine like this, more than likely you're not going to use the built-in design. You have your own design that you want to use. Okay, so I'm going to scroll back over to the first page, and let's pick a design. To pick a design, I simply select a design that I want, like this one of a soccer ball and a t-shirt and all that. It tells me on the ready to sew screen right here, it says it's ready to sew. It tells me what hoop to use for this particular design. This is telling me the M2 hoop, which means I would need to use this particular hoop right here. This is the M2 hoop, and on the side of the hoop, it does says MB hoop, and it says M2 hoop right here on the side. So this way I know this is the M2 hoop. Okay, so if you look over here, we have two sets of numbers. This word looks a little bit different than your home machine. On the right hand side, this is the stitch order and the color order that it's going to stitch from. This on the left hand side is 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the needle that the machine will be stitching from. So after the fourth color, as you notice, this one machine has 9. This design has another 9 color changes on it. So after it's stitched from the fourth needle, has a red on here, meaning it's going to stop automatically to let me re-thread my machine for the next 4 colors. That's why it's red right here. Now you might be wondering, well, how do I change it? How do I, let's say if I only want to use the 4 colors and I want to take this and not have it stop, how do I reassign the needles so that I can continue stitching? Well, that's quite simple. Right here we have arrow over, we just touch the circle, and right here you have a spool of thread to the needle. I simply touch that, and it brings up my 1, 2, 3, 4. These are my 4 needle combination. Here's the red to the blue. This is where it would actually stop after 4th color change. So if I don't want it to stop, I want this to repeat. Again, what I would do is right now, you notice, see this purple line right here showing color number 1 and on needle number 1. These arrows on the right, I can scroll down and change the color. So now this is showing black, and it's going to stop after do number 4. So I wanted to continue on. So what I can do is touch this, and it just turned to blue, which means after I stitch the 4th color, it's going to continue to stitch my 5th color. Well, the 5th color is pale sky in here, but let's say I don't want to do pale sky. I wanted to stitch from silver gray, from needle number 2 right here. The 2nd color is on needle number 2. So I want to change this pale sky to needle number 2. First of all, what I need to do is come down to where that is highlighted, and so it's going to stitch from needle number 1. Needle number 1 is my green thread. Well, I don't want a pale sky. I don't want a pale sky. I want a silver gray. Well, silver gray on my machine, you can see it's from needle number 4. And how I know it's needle number 4, also right here in front of the machine, it says number 4. So I know to needle number 4. So instead of having stitched from needle 1, I come over here and look at needle number 4, select needle number 4, and there it is, the stitching from needle number 4. Now the next color, I can scroll down to the next one and change it to another color if I want to. Or I could leave it alone. I can keep going down and keep changing it. So if you notice, another thing on the screen, every time I change to a next color, on the top right here, it shows you what part of the design is being stitched out. So I know if I want to use that color or not. So let's see, I'll show you this one. Next one's supposed to be red. So if I go down here, you can see now it has changed to red. So I'm going to move up, and you can see how simple it is to use. I know the pale sky gray is kind of hard to see, but there's the black. And you can see every time I change the color, it would do that. So let's say I want to change the color stop somewhere else. Let's say after I done my couple of changes, I do need to change my thread. So I want it to stop after I stitch this color. So all I simply have to do is touch this button right here, next to the red needle. Now the thread number 3 is turned red. That means after I finish after I finish stitching this color, the machine will stop, will let me tie off my thread and change color. That's how simple it is to use. Once I'm done with my color changes, I simply touch this arrow right here, and it takes me back to my ready to sew screen. So on my ready to sew screen is stitching from needle number 1. I've got needle number 1 ready to go. It's that simple. Now, another thing we can do is we can edit this design. To edit my design, I simply have to go to the main menu right here. In my main menu, as those of you who have other Janomes before, if you look right here, our flower button, that's where all our built-in designs are. This A to Z, that is my monogramming or my font section. And the third one is my edit screen. So I just touch the arrow and I have my design in the middle of my edit screen. In my edit screen, the first button right here is, that's a little hoop right here. So if I touch this button, I have 4 choices right here. M means all the M hoops that comes with the machine. When I select it, it lets me change to any of the M2 hoop is the one that's selected. I can change it to the M1 or the M3 hoop. So if I want to change it to the M3, I select the M3. As you can see, the design gets a lot closer now, so you can see what the M3 hoop looks like. Okay. Now there's our other specialty hoops you can other hoops you can get. We don't carry this next one. T stands for Tajima hoops. There are certain hoops from Tajima that you can get for this particular machine. Now the T1 from Tajima, our design is too big, so this hoop is grayed out. But Tajima makes a T2 hoop, and it's a circle hoop that this machine will fit in. So if you like that, using a Tajima hoop, you can select that. Let's go back. Select 2 again, and you can see how Tajima has different size hoop. This is a little bit bigger circle. And number 4, it's another even bigger circle. So you have plenty of choices. You're not just stuck with these hoops. And they have some, go this to the next page, and I want to show you this one. This one's long and skinny. So if you need to do something kind of like a tie or something like a design that's long and skinny, you have an option to use this Tajima hoop. I'm just showing you the hoop because I want to show you all the different options are available for this machine. Now, underneath, that's the Tajima hoop. DS hoop, this is something, stands for sock hoops, okay? The sock hoops and the specialty hoops, okay? H1, if I select this is the hat hoop, okay? H1 is a hat hoop. This is what the hat hoop looks like, okay? This hoop has brackets on either side, just like all of our other hoops has brackets on it. What you would do is you would take a ball cap, open up these 2 screws, so you loosen up this lever up here. You would put a sticky back stabilizer. As you can see, we've been using this hoop quite a bit here, embroidering here in the office. And you take your ball cap and you just flatten out the bill, slide it into the center of the opening right here, and right here in the hoop itself, there are lines showing you where the center of this line is for the hoop. You simply tighten it, just so that way the hat won't move. As you can see, this is very tight now. This is not going to move. And what you do is you have sticky back stabilizer back here. We flatten out the hat and press it onto our sticky back stabilizer. And then you would just go ahead and put it in the machine. That's backwards. Do like this. And I'm ready to embroider on the hat. Okay? Now that's the hat hoop. The other hoops up here, Under S, our specialty hoop, S1 and S2. What those are, if you look up here on this board, this is a sock hoop or wristband set. Okay, these are sock hoop, and those are the hooping plates right here for sock hoop number 2 and sock hoop number 1. And what these hooping plates are used for is for hooping socks. Let me show you how that is done. I have here's the board, the hooping board that comes with it. You have a set of them that comes with it. You have a set for adults and a set for children. I'm using the children one. So what you would do is, this is your hooping plates. Your hoops comes apart like this. You would put your bottom ring on here. Then you would take your socks that you want to embroider on. Now I found these little children's socks. Aren't they just cutest thing? And you can take it, slide it onto your socks hooping board, and you can see your socks is evenly stretched. Now, if I was actually going to embroider on this, I would make sure I have a piece of stabilizer underneath there, okay? I'm just showing you this, so we're not going to embroider on it. So the proper way, you will need stabilizer. Then you're taking this and you just push it down. Once you have that on there, you simply lift this up, and my bottom ring is caught onto here, okay? So now I have my socks hooped. Now what I'm going to do is, it also comes with the very silver piece you're seeing up there. That is the holder for it. Well, this arm on the machine simply slides off, and I can put this one on for doing my socks. So what I would do is simply slide this on. Okay, it seems like this has to go on here. I've got to take these screws out. Okay, these screws comes out like so, and you have 2 little pegs on the bottom that fits right on to the holder on the machine, and you screw these back on like so. There's only one way you can put it in, because there's only one way that'll fit on this on the bracket that's built into the machine. Okay, so we simply do this. I have this on now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, take the socks, slide it through the narrow opening right here. You guys see that? I have the bottom of the sock underneath the arm. I'm sliding it forward, and I'm able to latch this straight on to the machine. So now I will be able to just embroider a small design right here onto the child's socks. And that's how the sock holder works. So when you're done, while this is embroidering, you have 2 of the holder, the hoops right there, so you hoop your next socks while you're getting it ready. And then when you're done, you simply just pull it forward, and this comes out. And as you can see, that was the bottom that went through the arm, and you're able to embroider on the socks. Now, this, not only for socks, you have one for children, one for adult socks. You can also do gloves. Like in the wintertime, you have some leather gloves. You can embroider your initial on the top of the gloves by hooping them in this hooping system, and do that. Anything stretchy, like a headband, stuff like that, you can embroider stuff like that with the sock hoop kit. Okay, this is an optional kit. You can see the box right there, and this is for wristband also. So if you're doing stuff for athletic people, sometimes they have sweatbands, headbands, wristbands, anything that's stretchy, that you want something small, you can embroider on it. And it gives you the perfect stretch, so you're not overstretching your design. So when you sew them back in, you don't know what the design would look like because you overstretched it. So that's just a little bit about the sock hoop. Now, the next thing I want to show you on here, okay, I'm Go back. It's the J hoops right here. The J hoops are some more specialty hoops that we have. I'll go to the next page, and you can see there's quite a few of them. Up here on the back, these are my J hoops right here. As you can see, some of them have the same size, but what these are made for is like doing pockets and stuff. Because on the pocket, on this one, if you slide it into a shirt, it'd be hard to try and get the screw. So they have one where the screw's towards the top. So where you insert your pocket or your garment, you can use this screw right here. And they have another one like here's where the screws are inside. So it makes it easier for getting into those tight knit places. And you have all different hoop size for doing different bags and things like that. Also with the sock hoop, these are also with these J hoops, they're sewed individually. And it also comes with a bracket that you would need to purchase the bracket because everything is sold independently. And the bracket will allow you to attach those hoops. And let me show you how that's done. This is my bracket for the J hoops. I simply take this, and again, it loads in directly into the holder of the machine like so. I'm going to tighten this up. And I want to show you this. Now, you don't have to know how to sew to do embroidery. People think that, in order for them to get a machine like this, they have to know how to sew. No, there's lots of stuff you can get that's already ready-made. They're blanks like this. This is a backpack. Okay, I'm just showing you. This is a backpack. I purchased it. I didn't make it. And on this backpack in the front, there's a zipper pocket right here. So on a normal household machine, you wouldn't be able to embroider on this. I mean, you could. You'll be embroidering through the back area too. But we want to keep this pocket open. So what you do with this hoop is you simply hoop it, slide the hoop part underneath the arm. To put this in, we simply push and it snaps into position. As you can see on the bottom, there's the back of my backpack. So I'm not embroidering the back right here. I'm just embroidering on the flap for the backpack. And to remove it, I simply push in, pull up, and I've got it removed. And again, you see, I'm embroidering right here. I'm not embroidering through the back of the backpack. With some of these other hoops, like this is a purchased pair of shorts, okay? You can hoop like one side of the short because sometimes these hoops are too big. This one is small enough. This one is small enough, but it's too small. This allows you to do a little bigger design. So for that, you simply do the same thing. Put it in here, slide it in, push it in like that. Make sure the arm, as you can see, the leg hole is underneath the machine, and you can simply pull this back and embroider the design on there. So that's what these hoops are made for. They're made for things like this, that you get a narrow arm that you can slide through and do your machine embroidery. This makes this machine, it's wonderful for you to start your own business, where there is a business or you're doing a craft show. This is perfect for that, doing stuff like this. This is something that you get, like I found this in my local store. It was on clearance for $6. And when you embroider it, you just turned a pair of $6 child's short into a $25 pair of shorts. Okay? And this is, by the way, it's a 12-month. Okay, it's 12M. So this is a small pair of shorts. So that way you guys have an idea of how something is. Just to show you another hoop up here, this one is the J5 hoop. This is actually a baby hat. Okay, so this is a cute little thing for a newborn, or for the newborn, you can embroider the baby's name on it and give it away as a gift. I know this is upside down, so all you do is rotate your design when you have it in the hoop. And I'll show you how to do that. Okay, going back to this. Okay. So let's say I'm done with this. I'm going back. I'm going to leave it at the M hoop. Change it back to envelope number 2. Now, envelope number 2, in here, back to the menu over here, you have 2 squares. This is my sizing key. This means a big box going to a little box, meaning I'm going to resize the design. Right there, big to small, meaning I can size the design. I'm sorry. This, if the arrow's pointing up, meaning it goes from small to large, enlarging key. This one's a big going to small, means I'm going to shrink it down. Down here on the bottom says 100%. So if I want to shrink this design down, I simply come here, touch the circle, and you can see it went down to 80%. Now in the machine, you can enlarge or shrink the design down by 20%. And now I'm going to push the enlargement key. I can enlarge it up to 20%. Okay? Enlarging or shrinking it down 20%, you haven't done too much to the design to make it too obscure. On the machine, it does not generate stitches when you make it larger or remove stitches when you're making it smaller. All it's doing is stretching those stitches up or down. Okay? As you can see, my design's 120% where I enlarged it. Right here, the circle, this is a rotation key. When I select that, it asking me if I want to do rotation 1 degree at a time to the right, 1 degree at a time to the left, 90 degrees at a time to the right, or 90 degrees at a time to the left. Just by simply touching the buttons, you can see the design rotating. Okay, it's that simple to use. If I want to stitch something this way, I just hit OK to save it, and I'm back to my ready to sew screen. Okay. So let me go back to my main menu and show you some more stuff on the edit screen. Some other stuff we have here, I can save a design into my file folder. On the side, the RCS unit right here, we do have a USB port, which allows you to bring in designs from an outside source. Okay. Go to the next page. We have a copy and paste key, the 2 sheets of paper. So if I touch this button, I have just copied this design. You can't see it right here because it copies directly on top. So if I take my fingers and move it, you can see I just duplicated this design. Okay. This next key here, this is my mirror imaging key. I can mirror image it from left to right or upside down. Okay. This is my vertical mirror image. So if I touch this, you see how this one just on the bottom right here, just mirrored image. Now, if I want to mirror image this one, I don't know if you guys, the camera can pick it up. This one has a green box around it. So now I'm editing this one. So I can mirror image horizontal. Okay. This ABC is an arcing key. It lets me bring in my letters and arc it. Unfortunately, we can't arc a design. One more thing I'll show you on here is the rainbow. The rainbow let me change the design color that's in the design itself. So let's say the soccer ball is showing up. This part is white, so I want to change it to a different color. Let's say I want to make it whatever this color is, salmon color. So I just changed the first color. So if I want to change the next color, I just come down. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay, that's right here in the next one. The arrow. This is silver gray. Let's change that to black. Okay, now that part is black. Now if I don't want to do anything for the next one, I can just skip to the next part just by pushing this. Oops, wrong thing. That I can give it a name. X to get out. Okay, just by pushing the button, it'll take you back to the different areas of the design. I'm going backwards, and I'm going forwards. So as you can see, just by touching a button, I'm scrolling through different areas. So once I'm done, always hit OK to save it. And you can see I changed that one little area on this design as compared to this one. Okay, so those are some of the simple things we can do with this machine. Also in this touchscreen right here, I have an auto centering feature right here, which if I want to make sure my designs in the center of the hoop. I just touch that and it automatically goes to the center of the hoop. Okay, I have to hit OK first to get out here and ready to sew. Okay, that's the center feature. This is my hoop going in reverse, going towards me, moving the hoop towards me, moving back. I can start and stop winding a bobbin right here from the front of the screen. To start the machine, I hand push the start stop button here, and I also have a button in the very front of the machine. I also have a scissor key right here. If at the end of a design, if I need to trim the thread, I can just cut the scissors key. I have a scissor key on the unit here. And why you would need this is in case I ran out of thread or something like that. My bobbin thread will be out, but my top thread will still be attached. So I would just hit the scissor key and it would cut the top thread for me. Now, another thing nice about this screen is on here, I have it on the machine right now, but on the side, there's a screw that allows me to take this off the holder, and there are stands on the back. So if I'm doing this, I can actually put it on my table and use it while I'm embroidering. So I don't have to stand up while I'm doing all this editing and stuff like that. So this is a very nice, easy machine. The nice thing about this machine is it's portable. By portable, I mean it weighs around 45 pounds or less. I have it on the cabinet right here, but many a times we have gone to shows and had this on the wooden top folding table. And we had these machines just sitting on that table, embroidering on it. So it's not that heavy. It's lightweight enough where one person can go and carry this machine. So it's perfect for taking to craft fair, shows, and things like that. Another thing I want to show you is this. If you are taking this to a craft fair or show, there are a couple of built-in fonts. You have your Gothic, your Script, your Chatham, and there are also some Cyrillic alphabets built in there. I didn't stitch out the Cyrillic alphabets because I know most of the people watching this wouldn't use Cyrillic alphabet. And the font comes in large, medium, and small. This is the actual size from the machine. I did not enlarge or shrink them down. These are built in as is. These is your 2-letter monogramming, your 3-letter monogramming. You have a couple of brackets available for you to put in between the 2 or your 3-letter monogrammings for this machine. So you can see that if you want to take this to a show, all you have to do is get some towels and embroider on them. You can make some easy money that way, or to a craft fair, or little things like that, or a church event, stuff like that. One more thing I want to talk about this machine, and we'll move to the next thing that I think is very important, and this is this. This is what we call a support table for the machine. What this support table does is you would actually simply slide it on the machine and sits here. Granted, you won't have the free arm with this slide on, but what happens is if you are using a regular hoop and you have it going pretty fast, let me take this bracket off and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Let's say I'm using this hoop right here, okay, the M1 hoop. Well, first I have the bracket that's on first. And again, it's very easy to attach. These screws are on the bracket itself. You simply take it, slide it into the slot, and screw it tight. Now, if you're actually going to embroider on this, you will need to use a screwdriver to tighten it with, okay? I'm just finger tightening it here. Now, what my point is this. If you are using a large hoop like this, when you're embroidering, especially something heavy, a jacket, something like this, when you're embroidering, this hoop like this will flap a little bit, okay, because of all this empty space right here. Now, to support that heavy, you just simply take this table, and it slides on here, and what happens is this keeps your table supported. It's no longer bouncing. So you can set it at the 860 stitches a minute mode, and it won't sit, it won't vibrate or bounce. So this makes a very nice extension table that you can take off or put back in the middle of embroidery if you need to. Okay, and again, this is an extension table. It is a optional accessory. Okay, this is called the MP4 support table, is what we call it. Okay, so let's move on to the next machine we have to talk about. And this machine is the Memory Craft 400E. 400E stands for embroidery only. Just like the other machine we talked about, since we're on embroidery only, when you turn on the machine, your home screen, you have this. The flower icon, when you touch the flower icon, it brings up all your designs that's built into the machine. This machine has 160 designs built in. You have embroidery speeds of 400 up to 860 stitches a minute. There's 3 hoops that comes with this machine. You get the square 14 hoop, the RE20, which is a 5x7, and the square 20 hoop. The square 20 hoop is a 7x9 by 7x9, which basically it's an 8x8 hoop. And your 8x8 designs will fit into this hoop. Usually when you find something that says 8x8, it's not exactly 8x8. It's 7.9 by 7.9, okay? So you have 3 hoops that comes with the designs. And on this machine here, to scroll through your design, you simply touch the arrow to see all your different patterns are built in. You do have a USB port on the side for your USB, so you can bring in designs from the outside. This machine will read the JEF file or the DST file. Both machines will read JEF or DST. DST is a most widely found commercial embroidery format. Okay, so if you're buying a design online or you have design on a CD or USB stick and it comes with all formats, more than likely you will have the option of selecting a USB design. Now, once you have a design picked up, you simply select the design. As a message said, okay, keep your hands clear, push OK, and basically I'm ready to sew. So what you would do then is hoop your fabric into the hoop. The way these hoops are done, you have a little lever right here. As you can see, there's a metal bar on the side. When you push the lever, it opens up. So what you would do is you take this, put it up against the machine, push back on the lever like so, and slide in. And you're ready. Now my hoop is in the machine. I'm ready to embroider. Okay? Well, one step I have to do is lower the foot. Okay? Hit the start stop button. I'm ready to embroider. And there's all there is to this machine. It is a top loading machine. Okay? And we have what's called an easy set bobbin right here. Right here on the side, this is an easy set bobbin plate. You have a single hole right here and a single hole for machine embroidery. And what's so lovely about this easy set bobbin is when you open up the plate and take the bobbin out, you drop it in, put it over to the side, like so. Hold the bobbin to keep it from turning. Pull the extra bobbin thread over and cut the thread and simply replace the cover and you're ready to go. So it's just that simple. The other nice thing about this machine is it has a built-in needle threader. So to thread the needle, what you do is you lower the foot. You always lower the foot before you thread the machine. That way it closes up the tension disc and it holds the thread in place. So I'm going to unthread the needle right here, as you can see. And the next thing you want to do is you want to make sure the needles is in the right position for needle threading. So how you do that is on the machine, you have a key here. You simply press the key. You see on the very top corner right here, it says OK. That means my needle is in the right position. I'm ready to thread. So what I do is right here on the side, you press down. It's a one-handed needle threader. It comes down, bring the needle over from the left to the right, over the little notch to hold it in place. Try and do this sideways, not block the camera. And you bring it over to the front and push it, and there's my loop right here. You see? Like that, and I'm threaded. So once I'm done, raise the foot back up, and I'm ready to embroider. Now, if my needle is in the wrong position, right now I have the okay. If I turn it, you see how it goes away? That means my needle's not in the right position. So that means I won't be able to thread my needle. So you just have to make sure that every time you do that, you see the okay to thread the needle. Touch that to unlock, and I have my design again. Now on this hoop, on the Ready to Sew screen, I have a lot of different buttons on this machine. If I want to see the part that's being stitched out first, right here on the bottom, it shows this brown colors being stitched out. So if I want to see what color is being stitched out, I simply touch the flower key, and it shows me the part of the design that's being stitched out. So if I'm going to the next part, I simply touch this next one. I just jump to the whole color. And this is color number 2, 3, and 4. So I can skip the entire color if I want to, just by touching the button. See that? Now back to my first color. So I can skip by color doing that way. Also in here, I have some tracing function. Like if I want to see where this design is going to stitch in my hoop, and I want to go around and check it, what I do is I touch this, and then what the hoop will do is move around the perimeter of my design so I can see, is this where I want it? If not, I can take it to the edit screen. The other thing I can do is I can move the hoop to a certain corner and move it by touching this, as you can see. I can trace around the perimeter of the design by touching this key, hitting start. Guess I better put my foot down. Nope, never mind. See, you can't make a mistake because the machine will always tell you what to do. So that's tracing around again. The next thing up here on the screen. Now this won't work because I won't have any fabric in here. But what this is a basting function. When you select this, the little arrow with little dashes on it, what you would do is bring up your bobbin thread, make sure the bobbin thread's on top, hit the start stop button. It will actually put a basting stitch around the outside perimeter of your design. The second one is a double basting stitch. It puts 2 basting stitch around the perimeter of your design inside your hoop. And what this is great for those of you who wants to embroider on towel, for your toppers and stuff. After you put your topper down, you can select that, which is this. And you can see where it said press the start stop button. There's a picture diagram showing there's my design. This basting stitch will go around the design. So that way I can base my topper down. Or if something that you can't hoop, like velvet or something like that, you can hoop your stabilizer and baste it onto the stabilizer itself and do your embroidery. So I'll exit out of here. The next one up here, let's say I have this design ready to go, but I need to jog it into center position. Right here, because you're limited on the screen, I can select this. I get my jog arrows where I can jog my hoops. So if I push this, you see how the hoops go back and forth? I can jog it within my hoop. That's what those are for. Okay, this right here, the little color tiles, shows you all the color in the design and the order is going to be stitched out so you can pull your threads, get it ready. This right here, the little wedge with the plus and minus, this is where you would adjust your top tension right here. Okay, 2.6 is the default. This is where you adjust your tension. This one right here is you can adjust your trim length if you want to, but sometimes if you make your trim length too short, other than the standard, what will happen, it will come out of your needle. So usually what I do is I leave it alone, okay? And then this is my hoop forward icon. So if I want to touch that and I want to bring the hoop forward, or I can move the hoop off to one corner by touching this. See how the hoop goes directly to one corner. So what's so nice about this is if I'm doing something like applique in the hoop, instead of taking the whole hoop out of the machine, I can just move it to one corner and lay my fabric back in. So after I do that, I can just hit start and then it moves back to the home position, okay? So that's my hoop forward function. Now, go back to the home key. The ABC, this is my font, okay? You have a couple of fonts available on this machine too. You have Gothic, Script, Chatham, and some Cyrillic font. And these, just like the MB4, these are your font. There's your Gothic, your Chatham, okay, and your Script font right here. Those are your three fonts. Like I said, I did not stitch out the Cyrillic. And if I go to the next page, those are your 2 and 3 letter monogramming, okay? If I select 3 letter monogramming, touch that, those are my brackets down here. And on this chart, you can see these are my brackets right here, okay? The square, the little crest symbols, they're all right here on the bottom of my letterings. So to do your lettering, it's real simple. I do A, B, C without a bracket. Okay, if you want a bracket, you need to do it first. Okay. Okay, let's go on to the next thing. And then I just X out to get out of here. I'm done with that. And let's go back to the home key. The home key again is my main menu. Here's my edit screen. And again, here's all the hoops that's available for this machine. This 1, 2, 3 hoop, that's the one that comes with it. This is a quilting hoop. That's an optional hoop for this machine. And another optional hoop is like a 3.9 by 1.6 inch hoop for doing like smaller letterings and stuff like that. And there's a hat hoop available for this machine also. And what it uses is, it uses this hoop right here. And what you would do is you take out the inside ring, the hat hoop goes into here, and you just do it the same way as like I showed you on the MB4. It's a small, it would just don't have the bracket, it would fit into here. You would put the hat in here and do the same way, and you're able to embroider on your hats, okay? So you do have some flexibility on this machine also, okay? And again, you have your copy and paste key, same. You got a trash can. If you say, oh, I made a mistake, I don't want this, you simply touch the trash can to get rid of it. Your sizing key, just like I showed you earlier. Here's my resizing key. I hit plus or minus to get the design bigger or smaller, 20% up or down. This is 120 up. I can shrink it down 20%. Okay, I just shrink it down 93. If I'm happy with that, I just hit OK, and it's saved into my screen. Scroll over. I have my rotation key, and I can rotate it by 1 degree or 45 degree, either direction. Okay, hit OK to save it. If I don't want to save it, I just hit X to go out. Nothing is saved. Here's my mirror imaging keys. Okay, your horizontal and your vertical mirror right here. Okay, and again, that's some of the things, and then here. And then here's where you save a file into the file folder. Your color wheel is where you can change the colors, the different parts of the design. Like this brown, instead of changing brown, I want a pink. I can do that. Touch that to go to the next color. I'm sorry, not next color, up here. The next color. Let's change that to blue. Okay, next color. Change it to black. And also down here, I have an option of getting different shades. See how turning lighter or darker? And these are for visual only, okay? Just remember, this is for visual. So you do have lots of options in this machine. Go on to the next one. And it's this very last part. If I don't want to do anything, I just leave it alone, hit OK. And there's my birdhouse has been changed. So it's just that simple. Okay. So let's see. Now if I'm ready to sew, I hit OK. And again, I get this message, hit OK. And the hoop just moved into position. It tells me to put the square 14 hoop in and the 5x5" hoop. I have a bigger hoop, but you can use a smaller hoop. And that's just some of it. Now, what I want to show you is this. Since it's Christmas in July, there is some really cool stuff you can do with this machine. If you haven't thought about it, a lot of people love this. You can embroider on toilet paper. That seems to be one of the biggest trend right here. Don't you love this? You can make these things and give it to people for house warming gifts, hostess gifts. You know, they're not really going to use it. Take some shrink wrap and wrap it. Here's another one. You know, right now, instead of cold, it's so hot outside. But in the wintertime, it may be really cold. So here's another saying. You can find these online. It doesn't have to be Christmas. Anything that fit into a square, you can do it. Another thing you can do is, says, you know, it's in July, you probably want to start making your Christmas present. This is a coaster, all done in the hoop. As you can see, even the backing is done in the hoop. It's all done with this 7.9 by 7.9. So this is an 8x8 design. So you have plenty of room for doing your larger design. This is all done in the hoop. And this actually is a free download from a website called Creative Kiwi. And the Creative is spelled with a K. So this is one of the designs from that website. It's a free download. She has plenty of designs that you can download and put into our machines or multiple sizes. So it's another great way to get started for Christmas. Now, another thing you can do is this. You can make money with this machine too. This is a placemat. I'm showing you. See, this placemat. This is like a kind of a screen, like a polyester screen placemat. I got this in my local dollar store. Okay, forgive me for the colors. They didn't have much to choose from. Okay, this is summer. I know it's not winter yet, but you can go to your local dollar store and get some really inexpensive stuff like this placemat and turn it to a $30 placemat. And this is how he did it. This is actually a snowman coaster from Creative Kiwi again. This was a free design done in the 8x8 hoop. Instead of making it just like making it a coaster, what I did was put this on top of my water-soluble stabilizer and stuck it down, and then stitched out the whole design just like you would making a coaster. And then you even have backing fabric in the back for it. And then I have some batting in between here, like she, tells you to do. Now you just turn a, placemat that's $1.25 into a $30 placemat. Now, if you went someplace and you found something like this quality you had done, you probably get a set of 4 for like $80, if not more, from somewhere like Pottery Barn, Macy's, Saks Fifth Avenue, places like that. So this makes a quick and easy way to make some money for the holiday. And besides that, if you start now, just think of all the money that you can be making at Christmas. It'll more than pay for this machine. I'm sure they have great pricing on it on either machine. Now, both machines can do the same thing. And this machine is what we consider a home machine because it's only a embroidery only. You have 3 hoops with it. If you want a spool stand, there is an optional spool stand that you can get. It bolts to the back of the machine, and it has 5 placement for it. And although you have to change the thread every time, you can at least get your thread set up on here. Get them lined up. So after you go through and just, after one color change, you can just put it in there and do the other color change. Now, the other thing I want to point out is this. I don't know if you guys can see this on camera or not. This red Merry Christmas. This is actually metallic thread stitched out on this machine. So, and if you can tell, I did not have any thread breakage on this machine at all. So, like I said, on this machine, our machines are great. You can use any type of thread you want. It is not picky with threads. I stitched this out going 600 stitches a minute. I just used a size 14 needle. I didn't even have to use a large, a special metallic needle or anything like that. If you're using thread, it may break sometimes. Slow down the machine. Most of the time when I have thread breakage on my Janome, is usually the metallic thread gets twisted around the spool holder up here or somewhere, and then the thread gets caught and break. Other than that, I don't have much thread breakage issues with my machine. And here in the office, we have every brand of embroidery thread you can think of. We try all different types of thread. I don't have any issues with it, and I've used all different types of embroidery thread with no issues whatsoever. You can get pre-wounds for the machine, or you can wind it yourself. This machine does have a winder up here, and I think these are what I call an upgraded bobbin winder, because it has a wheel or plate on the bottom when you put your bobbin in. So when you wind the bobbin, after you wind it, you can cut your thread tail off down here on the side. The ones that don't have the wheels, you would actually have to take your thread, pull it through the center of the bobbin and hold it on top and wind it wounds. So this makes it nice and easy. You can see on the machine it does have threading path right here on top, like an arrow telling you that you would thread it with a direction showing you how to thread it. Comes down, back up, over behind the take up lever. Right here's a picture of it right here, and then straight down behind the bar and through the needle that I showed you earlier. So this is a pretty straightforward, simple, easy machine to use. Now, anybody have any questions about anything?
We do have several questions, Sam. The first one, Elaine is actually asking, back on the MB4S, do you have to use stabilizer?
Yes. With any embroidery design, you need to use some kind of stabilizer with it. I didn't put the stabilizer on there because I wasn't going to embroider on it. I was just showing you the hooping, how it holds up and hoops.
Perfect. Paula is wondering, should you open the tension discs when you tie off thread to change it?
Yes. You would need to open up the tie when you're changing it. Open it up, because if it's closed and you're pulling it through, it may cause the thread to come undone, just like you would on the serger. So always open the tension lever up.
Perfect. Does the MB4S and the MB7 have a similar interface?
Yes, they're both the same. The only difference is the 7, you have 7 needles, and the MB4 has 4 needles. It's the same interface, same hoop, same everything.
Perfect. Well, I think that answers all of our questions. Those are both wonderful machines. Do you want to stick around while we do our giveaway?
Sure.
Awesome. Well, I just want to say thank you to Janome. They donated this wonderful Janome 1522 PG machine. It is a great mechanical machine. I wrote down a few key things that I absolutely loved about it. It has a one-step buttonhole. It has a free arm, so if you're sewing in the round, awesome. It also has a presser foot adjuster. That's incredible for a mechanical machine. I loved that little detail. And you have the options for dropping your feed dogs with a simple lever. So thank you, Janome, for donating that machine for the giveaway. So let's go ahead and see who won that wonderful machine. Who's going to be our first winner? We're doing our drum roll. We keep saying that we need to get a drum roll sound effect. J. Bean, congratulations. All right.
On your new machine.
Well, thank you again for a wonderful demonstration, Sam. We'll go over some awesome pricing for these great machines, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Okay, we'll see you Friday.
All right,
thanks,
sounds
Sam.
good. See ya. Bye-bye. We love having Sam, and as he said, he's going to be joining us again on Friday. So let's talk a little bit about these wonderful machines on some pricing. So I'm going to pull up my overlays here. The first one, we have that MB4S, beautiful machine. That was just awesome that you can do hats and socks. You could use it for a business, a craft fair. Look at the MSRP on that. It's $7,999, and we are doing an amazing price of $4,999 on that machine. As he had mentioned, You could do so much with it. I mean, both machines are great options, but depending on if you're wanting to do more of a business or if you're doing something a little bit more casual, you've got different options. You've got the beautiful Janome MC400E. That is an embroidery only machine. So personally, I like the option that you can set up individual stations where you've got your sewing machine in one section, your embroidery machine all ready to go. You've got an MSRP on that of $2,499 and a sale price of $1,399. Obviously, financing is available, so you are welcome to give our customer service a call and they can help you out. We have special event pricing. I know if you've joined us before, there is pricing that we cannot display online, so you can always give our customer service a call and they can show you what that beautiful pricing is. We also had a question regarding that table for the Janome that Sam had shown. It's not a featured item, but you're welcome to give our customer service a call and they'd be happy to check into it, see if there is a sale that they can offer on that particular item. So I just wanted to cover that. Also, before we head into the next segment, let's talk about claiming our prize. So when you get selected, which congratulations, you just go ahead and go to our link tree, which is linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form and submit it. You can also go to our event page, which is sewingpartsonline/SewCreative Live. There's a little giveaway section. The form is right there as well. You can go ahead and fill it out. As I mentioned before, once you fill out your form, it's going to take us a couple of weeks to get all of the giveaways sent out. We were so excited to get started this morning that we forgot to do our initial giveaway. We always like to start it off with a fun giveaway. So let's backtrack a little bit and we're going to give away this little handy bundle. So I am a huge fan of this little resource here. It's the Schmetz ABC Pocket Guide. It has so much wonderful information about needles. Also, you get a little luggage tag that has the color code chart that explains everything about the Schmetz needles and our thread kit. So I know Brian has a little love for this thread kit. Brian, you want to pop on and tell a little bit about it?
I do, yeah. So we worked with Aurifil to develop our own SewCreative Live thread kit, and it came out in like June, right?
Yep.
So we mostly got it so that we could give away a bunch, but it is available to purchase if you want to purchase it and support us, because it's really cool that we made our first product.
Yeah, and it has our logo on it. We love it, and it's like, as Brian said, excuse me, I can talk. It's Aurifil thread. It has both 40 weight and 50 weight, so you can test it, and it's in our Sewing Parts Online colors. So you've got red, black, and white. So some basics that you can use, and you'll have some fantastic thread. So let's see who the winner of this wonderful little bundle is.
So I'm going to run this giveaway, and then afterward, we're going to talk about the order giveaways again, because there are some questions that people want clarification
Sounds
for.
good. We can definitely do that. All right. So this is the next giveaway. Woohoo! Who's it going to be? Oh, I see some familiar names.
Paula Becker!
Paula!
Yay!
Congratulations, Paula. That's awesome. She's a friend of ours, so we see her on all of our socials. So congratulations. We appreciate that, Paula.
Okay, I'm going to pop back on. Make sure y'all can hear me. Okay. So I want to clarify the order giveaways. So we're doing a separate giveaway. Anybody that orders a special event item is entered into these giveaways each day at the end of the day. Today, the prize is a cutie frame. We're giving away some furniture, a couple of sewing machines. So it's just a separate giveaway because we had so many prizes. We were like, we don't even know what to do with all this stuff. So let's just do a second. Why not? Why not do a whole new giveaway? You do have to call in and place your order, because the way that you're going to enter in that giveaway is there's a coupon code that whatever customer service rep you're working with has. And that's basically how we pull all the names at 3 o'clock for everybody that ordered for the day. It's all the orders that used that coupon code. So you do have to call in. There is no order minimum. It doesn't matter if you buy thread or if you buy fabric or you buy a sewing machine. We don't care. As long as you called in, got that code, placed the order, you are entered into those separate giveaways.
Perfect. Thank you for explaining that.
Cool.
Wonderful. And I'm just going to cover too. So for the next 5 days, so let's just take a quick peek at what those side giveaways are. So today, day 1 is going to be the cutie frame. Awesome. Day 2, we're going to be giving away an Aero hydraulic chair. Love these. You can lift up the top. There's storage underneath, holds up to 300 pounds, super comfortable, has heavy duty casters, great, great chair. The third day we are doing a luminous light. Look at that. Great. And then day 4, we're doing another Aero hydraulic chair because we just love them. So thank you, Aero, for donating those. We all know and love those chairs. And then day 5, as Brian had mentioned before, regardless of the day that you placed your order, you will get entered in for day 5. So that's going to be the Juki TL2000 QI straight stitch quilting machine. So many wonderful giveaways for that side giveaway. And again, just remember that we're going to be continuing giving giveaways every single segment. And then we are going to do our big giveaway for the day each day as well. So speaking of giveaways, Brian, our next one, what do we have coming up for our next segment on that giveaway?
I believe it is a Grace Quilters combo.
Awesome. Yeah, so the Grace Quilters combo has a ruler and it has the mini grips in there, the little true grips, there we go, words. It has a variety of goodies that come with that particular kit. So we were supposed to have Courtney Govro, which I'm sad her internet was not working, so we have to do an alternative. So we were previously talking about our weekly live, which is our social circle. Our social circle is really fun because we do a beginner to intermediate project that lasts anywhere from about an hour to 2 hours, depending on the project. But we post everything to our Facebook group prior to the event or prior to the weekly live so that you can gather your supplies and you can sew along with me. So just a little quick thing. We did a little piped pillowcase. So you sewed that with me. We also did this oven mitt, a lot of fun. I really liked that one. We did a couple of those. So good gift ideas as well. We did a little mushroom block that we then turned into a pot holder. So great pairing. You could make a couple of these, have some gift ideas. And then last week we did this cute little muggy rug, which I'm actually using today. Very sweet. And then we also did a Corky wallet. So that is what we're going to show today. Because we were going to do a sew along with Courtney, we decided that we'll show a replay of our social circle and show you how to make the little Corky wallet. So then you can always join us on our weekly Wednesdays at 11:30 Central Standard Time for our social circle. So if we want to go ahead and get that pulled up, Brian, and we can get started, and I will be in the background. If anybody has any questions, maybe we'll pop on periodically and answer those. Couldn't even get everything in there. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Well, why don't we go ahead and get on with our little project here. So why don't we start with what you're going to be needing. The pattern calls for just the cork fabric, and then also, actually it just says the cork fabric. So I used the natural cork fabric. This one is by Eversewn, but anyone will work. This is a polyurethane backed cork, and you get a lot with it. So you could make a whole lot of wallets with this. And I think we put that link on our Facebook group. So if you're wanting to do this project later, you're more than welcome to grab one of the patterns and the cork and make your own and follow along with this tutorial. For the pattern, we're going to be cutting out 2 outside pieces, me and my little sticky notes, right? We've got 2 outside pieces that are going to be 5 inches by 8 1/4. I'm going to set these this way. They're easy to grab. Then we've got an inside pocket. We're just going to be cutting one of those. That is 3 3/4 by 2 1/2. I don't know why I'm taking that off. There we go. And then we've got an outside pocket, which is one of these. We're going to do 3 1/4 by 5, and these are inches. And then we have a small little facing that is 5 inches by 1/2 inch. There are a few tools that will make your life easier. They're not necessarily like mandatory. You could make this wallet without it, but I did find that they really helped me. So this one, I did use a basting tape. This is a water soluble basting tape. It's a very narrow one because the seam allowance here is very narrow, so you don't want sticky stuff on the inside of your wallet. But this is, I believe, 1/4 inch thick, and I'd already opened it. There we go. We have that on our website as well. If you don't have any basting tape, you have a junk drawer, right? Painter's tape. This worked great, and I actually used it in combination in certain areas, and I'll show you that when we get started. You're going to want a marking tool, and any marking tool will work. I'm going to try to use either the white and the blue just so it shows up as we go through the tutorial, but you just need a marking tool. A needle. So for this particular one, I did use a universal needle and I made it through just fine. However, in my handy dandy Schmetz ABC pocket guide for cork material, it says to use the Microtex. So I did swap out my needle for the Microtex, there we go, size 14. And we'll see how that goes for this time around. And really, we only have a couple more things. Just a little ruler. This one I used for cutting out the bigger pieces. Any ruler will do. This one is 12 inches by 6.5 inches. It's a great size just to use for many projects. And then I have my handy dandy little Omni Grid ruler. This one is 1 by 6, and this one does come in really handy. You don't have to have a mat and a rotary cutter. However, it does make all of the lines much more straight and just gives you better results. But you could do it with scissors if you didn't have this available. So I think that covers about what we need, other than my little handy dandy everyday tools, my bent tweezers, and my little snips. This machine may look a little bit different than what you're used to seeing, right? We usually have that TL series with the Juki. Today I'm going to be sewing on a Baby Lock. This is the Baby Lock Bloom. It's a combination sewing and embroidery machine. It's a fantastic little machine. I hadn't been sewing on it in a while, so I decided today's the day to sew on this little Baby Lock. So I hope that you enjoy watching it, and it also has some additional settings that are nice to use. So the wallet does say to use a triple stitch. So if you're unfamiliar with the triple stitch, it's a great reinforcement stitch. If you, Brian, would you mind swapping to the sewing machine camera? I'll see if we can show this.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know there is a question from a little while back if you want to answer it really quickly.
Will we have a kit? A kit for what?
For the Corky Wallet.
For the Corky Wallet. No, we don't have any kits, but we will have links posted to the materials that you'll need to make this particular project. Sorry, Norma. Little spacey. Okay, so if we bring this up, let me give it just a second to clear. Get it clear. Usually has a little delay, but you can kind of see it even with it being blurry. This top row of stitches is just a single stitch, where this row here is a triple stitch. So that's going to be thicker, it's more reinforced, and when you're starting, it automatically does a back stitch for you, so you don't even have to worry about doing a back stitch. That is the other reason why I swapped over to the Baby Lock Bloom, because this machine has that option to select a triple stitch, whereas the other machine that I was using, that is a straight stitch machine, and it just has the single stitch. I did make one of these at home using the faux leather. If you were tuning into our previous show, I had mentioned that don't do it with faux leather. It's not intended to be used that way. I did make it through, but yeah. Anyway, my Juki did make it through all the layers, but it was a little rough. So I want to use the Baby Lock, and it did a great job getting through all the layers of the cork. So I will show you here. You can see that there's a little bit of thickness in certain areas, but on the most part, everything's really nice and neat. And does that look clear on your end, Brian?
The picture is a little pixelated, but I think it's the best we're going to get.
All right. Well, I hope that works throughout the show. So, all right. Well, now that we have those all set up, we're going to get started. Let me just put this here. I'm going to go with the directions. Okay, we're going to grab our 2 pieces of the outside fabric. So that's the first step here. Move that. And let's see, do we want the other camera? Yeah, I think, Brian, if you want to go ahead and put that on just so they could see what I'm doing here, I'm going to put the outsides wrong sides together. So you're going to see the pretty sides on both sides, just like that. We're going to take our Wonder Clips and we're going to clip around the outside here. So the Wonder Clips do come in really handy. If you didn't have them, it may make it a little bit difficult. It doesn't mention it in the pattern, and I apologize that I didn't have those listed prior to the show. I just grabbed what the materials were on the pattern, so these are handy dandy. One thing to note about cork fabric, once you puncture the fabric with your needle, it doesn't self-heal. So say you made a mistake, you're going to want to, you just want to make sure that you're doing it right the first time. Also, if you're using a longer stitch length, it's going to be further apart. If your stitches are too close together, it can perforate the fabric and it actually tears more easily. So I'm going to bump up my stitch length for this project up to a 3. So we won't have that issue. Okay, so now that that's set, I will move forward with the next step. We're going to grab the little piece, it's called the inside pocket. That one is the 3 3/4 by the 2 1/2. And we're going to use that next. We're going to grab our little ruler here. If I can pick it up. There we go. Going to grab our ruler and we're going to measure up from the bottom 2 1/2 inches. I'm going to mark it in a couple of places. I'm going to scooch that just a smidge. 2 1/2. Okay. Now that that is done, we're going to switch our stitch to that triple stitch. So just take a peek at my needle. When I switch on this machine to the triple stitch, which is going to be 0.5, my needle goes to the left. Now this is really nice for me because the foot that I'm using today has a little mark in the center and gives me approximately an 1/8 inch little seam allowance. So I'm going to pop this off here so you can see what I'll be following. Right here is where my needle is going to come down on the left, and I'm going to be following this guide here. You could also use a non-stick foot. That works well with this type of material. And you can also use an edge stitch foot where you would be able to have a perfect edge stitch. So there's a couple of different feet that you could use to give you really good results for this, but I'm just going to stick with my regular general purpose foot and use that marking as my guide. Another thing that I would recommend when you first start using this particular material, I would just take a peek at your machine, figure out your setting, and then grab a piece of scrap cork and go ahead and give it just a little test run. Make sure you don't need to change your needle or change your thread, and that way you won't have any headache later. I'm just using a cotton thread today, and as I mentioned, I am using the Microtex needle in the size 14. So, Brian, if there are any questions, just let me know and I will try to answer them. My eyes are on the machine.
We do have something that I want to point out.
What's
if
that?
You want to check that one.
I just want to say thanks to all the information videos. It has improved my sewing game. Corrine, that's awesome. Thank you. We appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad they're helping. That makes me really happy. By any chance, did you know that By Annie has 1/8 basting tape? Ooh, I don't think I did know that there was an 1/8 inch. That actually would be really handy for this project as well. Thank you for that. I'll double check and see if we can get an 1/8 inch. We might have it already. I've used this Singer option before, and it's a water soluble one. Not that I do need to get this wet, but it's one that I've used and I really liked it. It was stickier than a different brand that I had used in the past. So, okay. Now that we have all of our settings done, we've got our foot ready, everything's in place. I'm going to take my 2 pieces of the outside fabric. Again, they're wrong sides together, and I've marked up 2.5 inches. I'm going to find the center of my inside here. I'm going to find the center. There we go. 3 3/4. There we go. Let me make sure I'm getting that correct. Okay. And we're gonna pop that on there. I think I even got that wrong. We're just gonna eyeball it. We're gonna make sure it's centered. We're gonna line it up with that mark that we did. Now, it's a little hard to see on the cork since it's cork on cork, but we're going to center that and line the bottom of the inside pocket up with the mark that we made. Now, this is where the basting tape comes in really handy. I'm going to line the back of this piece on the left side, the bottom, and on the right side, leaving the top open. So let's grab a couple pieces here. You don't need a lot. It's just enough to keep it from scooching around on you. And actually, I'm just going to go ahead and do the bottom instead, and then I'm going to use the painter's tape to hold it in place as well. If you've never used basting tape, you have a sticky side when you take it off the roll, and you can place it down, and then you just kind of press it, gets it good and adhered, and then you can just take that off. It's a little sticker, and then we can place it where it needs to go. So it works very, very well. So we'll press that a little bit, and then we're going to get a little bit of our painter's tape, and you just need just a small piece. Please tell me everybody has a roll of this in their junk drawer, right? Did you have that drawer that carries everything, has every pen that you can imagine, and flashlights and painter's tape, all that stuff? Okay, so now we're going to sew all the way on this side, the bottom, and the left side. So I'm going to start on this side, and again, my needle is in left position, and I am going to line up the edge of my pocket with that little center mark. And with it being the triple stitch, I don't have to reverse stitch because it's built into the stitch itself. So I'm going to drop my needle. I'm going to rotate my hand wheel towards me because we never want to rotate our hand wheel backwards. And then we're going to sew all the way down and then pivot when we get close. And I'm going to put a little mark here so you can see where I'm pivoting.
Excuse me.
We'll go from there. You okay, Brian?
Yeah. I'm having a coughing attack over here.
Those darn allergies, right? All right. I see a few people saying that they have multiple drawers like that. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So let's go ahead and start stitching here. Now the triple stitch does take a little bit longer just because it has to go back and forth several times. The other thing I noticed when I was sewing the first wallet, it tends to shift a little bit. But I'm already noticing in this very short amount of time that this Microtex needle is doing better than the universal needle. Before I was kind of having to guide the fabric, and now the machine's doing all the work. So we are looking good. So just little changes can make such a difference. It would be kind of fun to have a contrasting color cork because the two same colors on there, it's a little difficult to see as you're sewing here. Normally I'd be getting my face right up there, but I don't want to be in the way of the camera, so it might be a little bit wonky, but you can get a really nice edge. This is where an edge stitch foot would come in really handy. You would be able to line up the guide right against the inside pocket and then move your needle over a little bit and you get a nice straight stitch. That one kind of, let's get that one out of the way, huh? There we go. Do that. There we are. And I used a contrasting thread, so this time I think we can see it a little bit better. I know in the past I've used the wrong color thread and it's kind of hard to see. So you can see that the fabric tends to shift just a little bit, but we can make it work. Okay, so there we go. We'll go ahead and cut that thread. See how nice it didn't shift around on us? And we can take this off now. There we go. And this edge, or the edge stitch foot, would prevent me from doing that. We get nice and even. Does anybody have a favorite presser foot that you absolutely love? I'm a big fan of the edge stitch foot. Okay, so now we've got that first step done. Let's see what we have to do next. Okay, set that one aside. We're going to take our outside pocket. We're going to scooch that up there for just a moment. We're going to take our outside pocket, which is the 3 1/4 by 5 inch. And we're also going to take our facing, which is the 5 inch by 1/2 inch. We're going to sew these together as well. So this, fumble fingers, there we go. So this is where we're going to use the basting tape to attach it. It's going to be right side of fabric, and the facing is going to be the right side of fabric too. So we're just going to place that on, and then we are going to sew along each side of the facing. So let's grab our basting tape. One little row is sufficient. You can just pop that on. I also love basting tape for installing zippers, so it's really nice to have in your sewing arsenal. Oh, I see Only Real Fan says the blind hem foot. That is a great foot. The blind hem foot's really nice too, because you can actually use it as sort of an edge stitch foot if you didn't have an edge stitch foot. As long as you're able to move your needle and it bypasses that little hump in the guide, you can use it for many applications. I love when you can use a presser foot for multiple reasons. It's always great. All right, so now that's staying in place for us. We are going to do the stitching right along the side. So let's take a look. Drop that down and follow that little guide on this foot. Many feet have that little guide. If you don't, there might be something that we have available that would help you with this application. It still scooches just a little bit, even though I did change the needle. I think using a non-stick foot would be a great application, because the non-stick foot is great if you have kind of a tough fabric like a vinyl or faux leather. So I have a feeling it would work really well with the cork also. I'll have to try that next time around. So we've got one side, now we'll just do the other. And then we'll trim it up. What else is everybody working on? Do we have some works in progress? I was really hoping to quilt my quilt, but I've not done that yet. I haven't been behind my machine much lately, unfortunately. Life's been busy.
Deb and I might be making, what are they called? What are the pot holders? Not pot holders. Bowl cozy.
Oh yeah, we're doing the bowl cozy for one of the social circles. You'll both have to follow along.
We might do them this Friday, because Deb makes those all the time, so she knows how to make them. She's going to teach me how to make them.
That's awesome. Deb, I expect pictures. All right, let's trim this up. There we go. So now we've done the outside pocket and the facing. We can bring our other piece back. And this time around, we're going to do a few different markings. So we can get rid of our wonder clips. Got several that we have to do here. So the first one that we're going to do is measure from the bottom up 2 inches. And get my handy dandy little ruler. And we'll mark it a couple of places. And I really like how quick and easy these come together. They're really fun. The next one that I want to make is a zipped wallet. Those are fun too. Okay, so we've got that. And now I'm going to switch to a pen so you can see where I'm marking. But we're going to, on the bottom, we're going to go from the corner up 1.5 inches and mark both of those up 1.5 inches. And then at the top, we're going to mark down 1.5 inches. So now we need the music. Do, 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 do. Mark all of these. But this little ruler, I absolutely love this thing. So handy. I use it a lot more than I thought I would originally. Okay. One more. And then we also need to find the centers of each end. So these are 5 inches. So we're going to do 2.5 inches. I don't know why I keep flipping that. There we go. There we go. So 2.5 inches. And usually I'm a little bit more careful with my marks, but I want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. So we're doing 2.5. Okay. So now what we're going to be doing is marking from here to here and here to here. You can mark it if you feel more comfortable, but I'm just going to line it up with my ruler and use my rotary cutter to cut it. If you didn't have a rotary cutter, then you can go ahead and draw the line and then carefully cut it with your scissors. You're going to do that for both sides, so we'll flip it over and then cut right here and cut right here. And that'll give us that little envelope V style, right? So we're just going to take our little baby ruler again and line it up from center point to that side mark. Do the same thing, rotate here. Get that done. So who's tuned into every single social circle? I'm excited. I know we've got a few people. We've got a few. Thanks, Brian. We appreciate you.
I produce it, so I better turn it into every episode.
You weren't here last week.
But I tuned in last week from my phone.
That is true. I thought I had you there for a second. That's kind of fun that you got to watch.
Yeah, I sat there in the waiting room at school and watched it, and it was thoroughly entertaining because I waited for like an hour and a half to see my counselor.
Aw, I'm very glad that you enjoyed it, Brian. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is actually put some basting tape in here because I found that this is super helpful when doing this next part. So let's check this one. So now that we've done that, we've trimmed the edges. This looks a little bit confusing at first, but we are going to mark 1 inch from this point coming this way and 1 inch from this point coming this way. And then I put a little dot 1/8 of an inch in, and that's where my needle's going to start. So all we're doing is making a little V. We're sewing a little V. So let's mark that again. We'll do 1 inch up, and then we will get our basting tape and hold that down for us. Measuring 1 inch. Roll up those sleeves, right? Actually, I'm going to use the painter's tape instead. I think that'll work really well. I tried the basting tape before. This will just kind of, whoops, hold this in place. And I don't even think I need it on both sides, but we're going to. It's amazing what just a little bit of holding does. Makes it so, you just get a lot better results if it's not shifting around on you. Okay, so let's go ahead and start at that 1 inch mark and drop our needle. Let's scooch that. Get my mark in there, and we're going to pivot 1/8 inch away, right there at the point. So let's sew down. Yeah, the first time I didn't do that and it shifted a little bit. So already, I think I need 1 more stitch. There we go. And then let's sew up to that point. Okay, we don't have to backstitch, so we can just cut our thread. That's what we should have so far. Now we can remove our tape. And let's see here. Is anybody sewing along with me today? We just watching and going to do it later?
I think I'm definitely going to do it.
It's cute. My husband finally had to replace his wallet after many, many years of using the same wallet. It fell apart. I'm like, maybe I can convince him to use this.
It would be fun to see if you could embroider them first.
Ooh, that could be a challenge. That would be fun. That would be a case where we could use some sticky back, place it on there, maybe do our name or something. Could be a fun little key fob.
Yeah.
Who has ideas? What should we make? All right.
For everybody in the comments saying that they're going to watch it later and they're going to do it, we would love to see your wallets on our private community page on Facebook.
Yes, please. And I am interested on different colors of cork too, because there's a lot of different ones available. It could be really fun to kind of mix it up with a different color inside pocket, or, you know, I don't know.
Somebody in the comments said that they found rainbow paisley cork yesterday.
Ooh, that sounds very pretty. Yeah, pictures, guys, definitely pictures. Okay, so now we have that little piece sewn. Let me just make sure that I'm getting this correct. Yes. Okay. We're going to take this main piece, make sure that your pocket, the open part, is facing up, and then we're going to grab this other piece that we put together. We're going to turn this so the right side goes down, and we're going to match it up to this line, the top of this. We're not sewing this at this point. All we're doing is matching it up on that line, and we're going to take a couple of clips and hold it in place. Right there. Okay, so we should be at this point now. We're going to do a little flip. And this is when we are going to sew here. We're going to come from this little point up until the spot that we started previously, and do the exact same thing on the other side. Now this time I am going to use the basting tape because that will be really, really helpful. And I love that there is an 1/8 inch option. So I'm going to have to check that out. You know what? I'll line that back up. I'm going to do this instead. I think that'll be easier. Work smarter, not harder, right? Little piece, get right to the edge so there won't be any sticky stuff on the inside. I'll have just a little bit, but okay. So we'll do that again. Remove this. Can you see how this is super helpful? And then once again, we'll line that up with the little line we made before. Give it a nice little press. And then put our wonder clips back on. There, that's going to make it really easy. It's not going to shift on us. So let's start on this side and sew down the side. I like this triple stitch. It's nice and prominent. If you had do you like a contrasting color, or do you like using something in a similar color? What's your preference, Brian?
It depends, honestly, on what the background color is. So like when I was at the museum yesterday, I was noticing that I really liked when there was a navy blue background on the quilt and the quilter used red thread. Oh, so it was like super contrasting. Nice, but then there's times where I don't like it. So I think it just depends on what the vibe or the feeling of the quilt or the project that I'm working on is. And I make that decision based on that.
I am really excited for Shelly Tobish's segment on SewCreative Live, where she's going to be talking about how to choose fabric and everything.
Yes.
I think there's a real talent to it. So super excited for her segment. You guys will have to make sure that you tune in. All right, once again, I'm going to line up where I started before, get that little guide on my foot lined up with the edge of this main piece, and we'll go to town. See how quick this is coming together? It's such a fun little quick project.
You know, a lot of people are asking about, since I mentioned embroidering it, people are asking how well do you think it would work? I don't think we know the answer to that yet, but it seems like we're going to have to do some research, try it out, see if we can monogram our wallets and embroider them, and then report back, just let everybody know.
Honestly, I think it's going to be quite easy, because if you get to this point, I'll show you here when we start folding it, but if you get to this point, you're only on one layer, and or two layers, but we've embroidered on that webbing, which is really, really thick, and it comes out beautiful. So I think it's a nice challenge for us. It's going to be cool.
And if it fails miserably, that's
we'll let you know. Then we know, right? But I think it would be really cool. All right. So now we are going to just be folding it and putting it together. So normally you would just fold it like this, right? And then we're going to flip this down. This is another spot that I found that the basting tape is super helpful, because notice if I fold this and then when I fold this down, you get this little overlap, right? Or little edge showing, which personally, I'm not a fan of. I like it where it comes together and it's nice and even, right? So before I flip it here and fold everything up, I am going to use my basting tape to hold these two pieces together. And then when we sew, it'll look nice and even and beautiful. So and the other way could be a design element, right? It's not the end of the world, but this is just a personal preference. And since I have the basting tape, I am going to use it. But we have the bowl cozies on our list of projects to do, right, Brian? Because I really want to make those too.
I believe we do. And if we don't currently have it confirmed, we're definitely going to do it when we do our next round of social circles. But do you want to talk about that for a second?
Yes. So we are going to take a small break from the social circle only because we do have SewCreative Live coming up. So as we had mentioned, SewCreative Live is July 10th through the 14th. So we only have next week to continue to get ready. And so we won't be doing next week. The following week, we will be doing SewCreative Live. So make sure you tune into that. And that will be a whole lot of fun. The following week, I would absolutely love to pop on, but I know that I lose my voice. So this is going to be our longest event. It's 5 days. And so there is a very good chance that I won't have my voice by the time we're done. So if I do, we'll pop on, we'll let you know, we'll post everywhere that we are doing it. But as of right now, it would be the week after that. And then I think we are having Trisha Camacho possibly, which if you've watched any of our SewCreative Live, she's joined us, and she also did our first episode of the Sew Inspired podcast. So she's a whole lot of fun. And hopefully you can pop on and learn from her because she's amazing.
Yeah, so tentatively, we're taking a 2-week break after this episode, possibly a 3-week break. Just depends on how we're feeling after SewCreative Live. And then we will for sure be back on July 26th, I believe. I emailed her this morning to make sure. Yeah, July 26th, we're making a costume glove tentatively because she's a costume and pattern designer. So we're going to have her come on and do like a fashion glove.
Very cool. That's going to be perfect too for getting, ready for Halloween and everything. I know it's a little ways away, but it creeps up on you really, really quickly. So great plan. So hopefully we can all tune into that. Okay, so now I've got that basting tape on there. It's not shifting around. We're going to do the little fold. So it looks kind of funky, right? We've got this little point here that has that small opening that's sewn on the side. And then you've got your inside pocket here and then the big pocket here. So we're just going to flip this up, fold it right on that line. Get it nice and tight on there. Match it up to the edges. And then do a little fold to test it out. Fold.
Where they will wrap. I believe that they wrap themselves in like saran wrap to protect their skin. And then they wrap their entire body in duct tape.
Oh my goodness.
Like create like a mummy costume almost. Not their whole body, but like, their trunk. And then they cut it and they use that as like a dress form almost to make their costumes on so that it fits exactly to their body. It's wild.
Well, that is actually really funny because there's several videos where you can make your own mannequin. So that's essentially what you're talking about, right? Yeah, because you can wrap yourself and then do duct tape over and over, and then you cut it in the back, and then you stuff it, and then you can mount it on like a pole and make your own mannequin so it's exactly to your size. So yeah, I like that. That'd be a lot of work and a lot of heat. A lot of heat. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to sew all the way around here. So if you weren't using the triple stitch, you're going to want to make sure that you back stitch here where you'll be opening it and it'll have a lot of strain. Just make sure that you put an extra stitch there. So we're going to start on the edge. And depending on your machine, it may be a little bit tough for it to go through multiple layers because at this point we are doing 4 layers of cork. 5 layers of cork. There we go. But with your needle change and everything, you should be just fine. But just know you might have to give it just a little bit of a push to get that started. Oh yeah, that needle does fine. Cool. So again, this is a Microtex needle, size 14. That definitely is doing better than the universal needle did. Maybe I'll start doing that from now on, using different needles. That way we have some really good feedback on whether or not it works better. Does anybody have a favorite brand of needles? I am definitely a Schmetz girl. I love Schmetz needles. I also like the Classe. I don't even know if I say that right, Classe.
I just like Rhonda from Schmetz, so
she's amazing. She's also joined us for SewCreative Live several times, and she's different types of needles, what type of fabric to use with certain types of needles. It's a really good resource. Oh, Chris says you uses Oregon needles most. Awesome. That's a great brand too. We carry a lot of Oregon needles. I just have really good results. It was a wonderful episode of the social circle. So I have my little wallet right here. We finished it off. We were watching it also, and I was thinking, the Janome machines that we had just seen would be really cute to have a little monogram item right on there. We also had somebody say this would be awesome for like gift cards. Make your own little gift card holder, make it more personal, since oftentimes people are like, gift cards are so impersonal. I thought that was a great idea. So hopefully you can join us for the social circle. Let's go ahead and do our giveaway. We have this amazing cutters collection here, the Quilters Cutters collection. It comes with the 45 millimeter comfort cutter, and that's the ergonomic rotary cutter. And then you also have the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, and also the True Grip, so your ruler's not going to slide around on you. And it also has this handy dandy case, so you can carry it all around. So why don't we go ahead and see who our winner is. I'm getting a drum roll. We're putting that on Alex. Alex, you're our drum roll every time. Louder, louder. All right. Naomi R., congratulations. You are the winner of this wonderful set. I'm going to set this over here. So just quickly again about the social circle, we do that every Wednesday at 11:30 Central Standard Time. And as we had mentioned in that video, the next one that we're going to be doing is July 26th, and that's with Trisha Camacho. She joined us for So Inspired as well. So that was pretty cool. Our So Inspired is our new podcast, which is pretty awesome. The one that's coming up next, Jessica, she joined us along with her sister Jamie, and they were actually on our most recent episode, so we can chat about that as well. But I think they are ready to pop up, so let's go ahead and say hello to Jessica with So Tite.
Hello.
Hello. How are you today, Jessica?
Good. How are you? You can hear us okay
Good.
and everything?
It looks wonderful. I see you have
Okay.
a special guest with you today.
Yeah, this is my mom. Her name is Amy. Oh, and
Hi,
I
Mom.
just noticed the ring light is like, should I adjust this here?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sure.
I couldn't see that when I was in the thing.
Looks good.
This is disclaimer, kind of the first time we've ever done really something like this. So
Well, it'll
we'll see
be
how it goes.
wonderful.
Yeah, so my mom, I am Jessica of So Tites, as you know, and for people watching, if they're not familiar with So Tites are magnetic sewing pins. People use them for lots of different, we originally used them for bag making, that's when we created them, but they're just a way to pin when you can't. If you don't want to put a pinhole through something you're sewing, or you can't use a clip, then that's when you use So Tites. And, but my sister is the one who came up with the idea. And I'm not really the sewing half I'm the marketing and the design half of business. And our mother is a sewist. So she is here for moral support because we're going to see how this goes for me. So yeah, that's why she's here. So she's going to kind of be also teaching, having teaching moments in this process along with me. But yeah, so thank you for having us on. And what we are doing today is we're going to make what we call the Hold Tite Folio. It was a pattern done by Lily Ellis Stitchery, Nicole of Lily Ellis Stitchery. She's on Instagram. And so it's a little holder for So Tites. So it has, a lot of people use So Tites for English paper piecing. They relieve your hand cramping and your thread catching when you use it with your pieces. But they stick to everything because they're magnetic. So this kind of helps you hold your pins and your needles and then your So Tites nice and stored and organized when you're going to take your EPP on the go. So this is Christmas in July, right? That's the theme of this. So I did make stockings this last year. And so I got out some Jolly Darlings fabric, and we're going to cut out everything and then make this project. That's what, so I need to actually square up this fabric. And
Perfect.
I don't have a second camera because this is the first time we've done something like this, and that just made me a little nervous.
You'll do great. I'll be in the background. If you need me, just ask questions. Mom, Jessica, if you need anything, just let me know. I will pop on if we have any questions for you, okay?
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I'm going to square up this. So also, I guess I need to talk about part of the reason we're on the episode today too is to promote our newest product, which is for pre-order right now, and it is on the Sewing Parts Online website. It is a magnetic cutting system. So it's a non-slip system. And it is a mat, a ruler, and some extra magnets. So I'll actually describe that a little bit first here. So it's here's the mat. It's double-sided. It's dark gray on this side, and then it's light gray on this side. So you can choose the side that works best for you, like depending on what you're cutting, the fabric, the color of the fabric you're cutting, or if you're kind of a social media person, you're wanting to put some photos or videos together, you can choose the side that looks best with your fabric for your photos and videos. And it is 20 by 24, so you can put a full fat quarter on it and still see all the way around the edges, which is really nice. People are giving us a lot of good feedback on that. It has whole numbers on one axis and then half-inch numbering on the other axis. So you just turn it around depending on what you're cutting. And then we also do have a true left-handed, like we're doing there's a right-handed system and there's a left-handed system. So it is a true left-handed system. Both the mat and the ruler have numberings mirrored or like reversed. So it reads the correct way for a left-handed person. So if you are going to place an order, that definitely make sure you're ordering the correct one. And then the ruler is a 6.5 by 24 inch ruler. So it has same thing, whole inch numberings along one axis. They're in black letters with turquoise imprint, and then the half-inch numbering are in turquoise boxes with black imprint.
Embedded with.
And then it does have embedded magnets in it, as you can see. So what it does is that the mat it has metal interior, so it magnetizes to it. So it is easy to, and it has beveled edges too. So it's easy to shift around when you need to move it, like when you're aligning your project. However, it does hold it down while you're cutting, so it's non-slip. You do still have to put a little bit of pressure on it. It's like not something that you wouldn't be able to put any pressure on, but it is much less than people are used to. So we were at H&H Americas a few weeks ago, and people were demoing it out, and they like just couldn't believe how lightly they had to hold down on the ruler to cut without slipping. And so it does actually cut multiple layers. We've had people ask us, and I haven't actually tested out quite yet, how many layers it will do without needing these extra magnets, which we're calling boosters. So these are just little turquoise cylindrical magnets. It comes with 12. The system comes with 12 of them. I only have five prototypes here, so that's all we have right here. But they are designed so that when you are cutting something thicker, like foams or multiple layers of batting or something like that, that the ruler maybe isn't quite strong enough and it starts to be kind of as slippery as a normal ruler, then you add these to the ruler, and it strengthens its hold. So you can even see, like, I can tip this up and it doesn't move. And then they're also the magnets are great for these extra magnets, and you can use any other Tite magnets as well, are great for holding down like acrylic templates or paper garment patterns and things on your mat as well, to cut out like fussy cutting and things like that. So the system is available for pre-order right now, and it's expected to ship in September. We are currently and still on track for that. We don't have a specific ship date yet because there's still as everyone knows now that COVID has happened, there are a lot of variables when it comes to manufacturing and shipping and all of that. But it should be hopefully to us in September and then out to customers by October as it gets through the various distribution channels. And then I am wearing something that's actually already for sale. If anybody is wondering about this, this is one of our newer products. We launched it last fall, but it's a little pin and snips holder. So it's a wearable magnetic pin and snips holder. It's kind of nice because it just keeps your snips or your pins or needles handy right there. It's wearable, it's magnetic, so it's not to be used by anybody with a pacemaker. However, it's great for everyone else. People are that product is really starting to pick up steam. People are liking it a lot. So with that, we'll start on our project. So I'm just going to square up here my fabric. Oops, I didn't do a very good job of that, but that's right. See, I'm new. I'm not the best.
You're doing
Jessica, you'll do awesome.
And then, okay, so we need to cut, for anyone following along, if they're going along, I believe that that you were able to purchase the hardware kit it has and the pattern off of the website. If you haven't yet, it is on Sewing Parts Online. So the pattern comes with pre-cut metal interior that goes into the folio. There you have sanded edges so that doesn't cut your fabric. So it's kind of handy. And I am just going to then, I want this to be fussy cut. Of course, even though I'm new, I want to make it hard on myself. Is this what we decided? Right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, right here. Okay, so it's 5 3/4 by 6 1/2. So I'm going to 6 1/2. I'm putting the kind of the center of what I'm cutting in between. I want the it's the Jolly Darlings little octopuses, and so I'm putting it in between here, or in between the faces, so that each face will show on one side of the. And then one thing we've discovered, even though this mat is nice because it's big enough you can do quite a few projects, but it's small enough you can tote it around.
I'm just so excited that it's large enough to accommodate a fat quarter. That's like such a big deal.
Yeah, even though I'm not the biggest sewing half of our business, I've always kind of wondered why mats weren't made that way. But I think it's just because they originated from paper, and so.
Well, it was very thoughtful. I love that addition.
Okay, I need to double check something on this actually. Okay, so since the beveled edge is, it actually adds a little bit. So I do since I cut it with the full part of the ruler. Wait. Right, Mom? I need your moral support right now.
This is the 6.
6 1/2.
6
There we
and a
go.
half.
I have to cut off an extra 1/8 of an inch here because I used the beveled edge.
Oh.
I love Bridget's comment. She just said she came in here with a budget and now this comes on. So, yep, Bridget, I understand.
It is an investment, but we do have a money back guarantee, or we support that even if you buy it.
5 3/4 this way.
5 3/4. Did I mess it up?
So right now it's square.
Oh, I made it 6 1/2. See, this is why the mother is here. I'm gonna let her finish because I'm getting flustered because this is live.
Okay, so
Great. Just think of it as you're sewing in your living room together.
Well, this is my mom's this is her sewing studio.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
So you want it oriented like this, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to cut off a little bit on this side.
Oh yeah, 5 okay, yeah. See? Oh, good thing she's here.
I was thinking I don't think it's the right size.
Can you hear her also? You can hear her because we're sharing
an
earbud.
Yeah, I can hear her. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So 5 3/4, correct?
Okay, got it, yes.
Quite nice because, yeah, things don't slip with the.
Yeah, our mom was one of our testers.
Yes.
She's very much enjoying it.
Okay.
I noticed that when you were rotating the mat, it still wasn't moving around on you. So that's pretty cool that you can move the mat and still have good results.
Yeah, so very good, especially for the fussy cutting crowd.
Mhm.
We get a question a lot, are we going to sell? Everything's coming as a system right now initially because it is a patented system. Like this patent is on the system itself. And so that's how we're launching the product. We will eventually come out with separate mats, rulers, extra boosters, different kinds of boosters. People are actually excited about using this also for blocking, for knitted projects or crocheted projects, for using these to block. But that's down the road. Right now it's a set. And then we are hoping to do like rotating mats and everything like that as well.
So do you want this to orient?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I need to square this up, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I really am excited about the boosters for the cutting out your pattern, because I always have such an issue cutting out my pattern. So if you can pop that on your mat and use a rotary cutter and
Right.
put those boosters on, I love that. That's going to be handy.
Yeah, and then actually if people are kind of like wondering like what sizes we're going to come out next, they want to pop in the comments or send an email to you guys or whatnot for feedback on like what sizes they want most. Oops,
Oh, that's awesome.
did I do that right?
Yeah, and people are welcome to throw comments right now if you have some suggestions too. We can throw them in.
I'm not the best cutter. I always wobble. Okay. And actually, the print is kind of off. So
You could straighten it with the print if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to straighten with the print.
Mm-hmm.
So Jessica, I was telling everybody before that you had joined us for our So Inspired podcast. We enjoyed that so much. It just released last week.
Fun. Yeah,
was
thanks
really
for having us.
Oh, you're very welcome. It was great talking to you and Jamie. And yeah, if you want to tell a little bit about your story, we heard about you too, Mom. You were well spoken of.
Yeah. I don't know if I can tell my story while I'm doing this.
We'll let Mom take over the cutting, and you can tell a little bit about your SewCreative story.
Hopefully people are getting a lot of comical relief off of this.
You're doing great.
Yeah, so our story is that, well, our parents were the seed of starting this whole business. So I think it was in late 2017. They had gone to Alaska with some friends, and they met these people who were making a ton of money online with silicone wedding bands. And since I am a marketer and a graphic designer, and I know how to do most of those things, although, things like lives are new to me, they came home and said, we want to start an online business, and because we want to make a bunch of money.
We want them to make a bunch of money.
And so, and you know how to do that. And so what do we need to do? And so it was just like, oh, okay, well, what do we do? And so I came up with a bunch of different ideas and landed on the quilting and sewing industry because Mom, that's, something that she loves to do. And then my sister, Jamie, who lives in Calgary, we live in Montana, and she lives in Calgary, Alberta, really loves to sew also and quilt. And so I said, and she had at the time been dreaming about owning a quilt shop. She does own a quilt shop now, but it was just a dream at the time. And so I said, let's do something with her, and let's do something related to quilting and sewing industry. So we did actually a fabric subscription box at first, and it was just a modern fabric subscription box. And we did that, and the first couple of months we actually also did kits. So it wasn't just fabric, like one box was fabric, but another box was like you could buy a bag kit. And so Jamie was making a sample for one of the bags or one of the boxes, and she was putting a leather handle on the bag, and she didn't want to use pins because she didn't want to leave a permanent hole in there, and then she couldn't use clips because it was away from an edge. And so maybe it was the engineer in her, I have no idea how she had the idea, but she decided to use magnets to hold it together. And then she just so happened to tell me the idea, and I, being the marketer, half of us was like, that has to be a problem other people have. And but we were working on that business, so it sat there. The idea sat there for about a year, and then we were getting ready to go to QuiltCon 2018 in Pasadena. And in January of that year, we were. We need to do. I can pause the story.
I was just going to interject that. I mean, I'm going to cut the batting.
So the batting we're going to do also 5 3/4 by 6.5. And so I said, we were trying to think of something to get people to come into the booth so that they would actually talk to us. You know how you always kind of need something to entice people to come in. And so I said, well, how about we test out this idea of these magnets and see what people think. And so we quickly came up with the name, which is still the name, and made up some business cards, had some black ugly prototypes made up, stuck them on business cards while we were driving down to Pasadena. And I think we took between 1,000 and 1,500 samples down with us. And we ran out in a day and a half because people were bringing their friends back to the booth and saying, you've got to see this. And, telling us they'd use soup cans all their sewing career to put things together in that case. And so we were like, I think we're onto something. So we went home, put up a website, had our first production run made, sent samples in our box, and then to industry friends that we had met sort of on the way, because we had been to a couple quilt markets and things at that point, or maybe just one. Anyhow, then 6 months later, distributors started calling us. So we really realized it was a good idea. And then we just kind of continued to get more ideas and uses, stronger, smaller, for different kinds of sewing, because they're used now not only for bag making, people use them for machine embroidery instead of basting or using spray adhesives and things like that for floating their projects in their hoop.
And now I'm cutting the.
Now she's cutting the Helen.
Yes.
Which is the same size, and so they're used for bag making, English paper piecing, machine embroidery. Cosplay is really starting to take off, both for just reusable closing mechanisms as well as for helping assemble. Our Magnum right here, this model is a long arm quilt, a quick load method for long arm quilting machines. And so it's an alternative to straight pins or, anything else out there that's, zippers, snappers, that kind of stuff. Which is really taking the kind of long arm quilting world by storm. We have even professionals and everything changing to those. And so, we've just kind of incrementally added different products, and now we're expanding into, as you can see, other quilting and sewing notions. And so far, they're all magnetic.
They're fantastic. I love that you had mentioned that the first ones that you had at the quilt show were just ugly and black or whatever. That is not the case anymore. You caught our eye when we went to the last quilt show. We were like, they're so cute.
Yeah.
They're so awesome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very cute. Brian's over there saying, I love the Tula Pink ones. We have those on our site as well. They're all so adorable.
Yeah. Well, and if you still have stock of Tula Pink, then your customers need to buy them because they are discontinued and they are no longer going to be. We have no more. Yeah. So now she's getting ready to cut the felt, which is 5 by 5.5. And so the felt is just the part. It actually kind of helps the sew tights not stick to each other on the reverse, but also so that you can put your other pins and needles in there. Oh, I'm so glad she's here because I was getting real flustered.
And I'm happy.
You're doing a great job, ladies. We're just having a conversation. That's all.
Yeah.
Love it.
I've been moving for the last week personally, so it's a little bit like, oh, I committed to this on Monday of the week after moving. I don't know what I was thinking.
It's all going to work out.
Yeah.
Jessica, do you have any of the pins handy that you can show while your mom is cutting?
Yeah. Of Tites?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so this is, I can just show actually this. This is a prototype of a product that's coming. So it's a little, Tites stick to everything. So it's not publicly available yet, so sneak peek, but hopefully by the fall this will be selling. But it's a little stand that's kind of like a pin cushion for Tites. Our original model here, it's really bright in that light, is this turquoise one. This is still our most, and what you do with Tites too is you just slide them apart, like we say, like a deck of cards. Because if you try to pull them like this, it does not work. They're just really strong magnets and they're hard to get apart. So this is our still used for the most purposes. People use it for bag making, for one layer of like quilting cotton, a thinner stabilizer, and then like a cork or a vinyl. When you get thicker bag making projects, then that's where our HD comes into play. And so that's this dark blue one. And it's our strongest model. They all have magnets like in the back there, you can see. And then the metal part is where, you know, it slides along your machine. People, we always, if it's not in the comments already, we always get the question whether or not they're safe for your computerized sewing machine, which they are. We just tell people not to store the Tites on your machine, like up where the motherboard is. You're running through your machine, but it's not for a very long time. There's not a lot of residual magnetic strength, you know, from the magnets. And so it's away from it. It's perfectly safe. We have at this point, probably hundreds of thousands of people using them without an issue. So, then we have talked with all the manufacturers also.
And now I'm cutting the binding, and since we were just using a fat quarter here, it's not quite 27 inches, which it needs to be 1 1/4 by 27. So I'm gonna have to cut 2 strips. But if you weren't using a fat quarter, you'd have plenty of fabric to do it in 1 strip.
And then this is our dot. We call it a dot because it's a dot. It's 1 magnet on the back, and it's actually a really strong magnet, but it just functions a little bit differently because it's not multiple magnets. Multiple magnets make things more like stable, but this one actually is like an example of wool, for wool applique or hand wool applique, and so it holds things, but you can still kind of shift it if you want to while you're working along your project. And then we also have what we call the mini, which is our purple one. This is a really, really popular model for English paper piecing because it's smaller, for like smaller hexies. It fits them. I actually have some smaller hexies I can show.
Jessica, just to clarify, are they all like color coded? Like you don't get them in multiple colors. It's the tealish color, the dark blue, the purple. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, they are all like, each product has its own color, which does somewhat correspond to the strength of the product, but you kind of have to know it. So we do say for English paper piecing, the original, the mini, and the dot are like our most popular. I'm not sure if you guys have it up yet on your site, but you can get it up. We just recently launched like a new hand mix, so it's 1 of each, so people can try them out, because this one people really, really love. Like they either love this one or they really love the dot. Like that's their favorite. It's just what you kind of like in your hand and the way it feels, and how it functions with the papers and the fabric. And then the kind of neat thing too is this one has 2 magnets. So when you get those bigger paper piece pieces and you're getting ready to sew them together, you can straddle the seam with multiple sew tights so that you can flat back stitch along that seam easier than you would be able to otherwise.
So now we're ready to start putting the project together. So I'm going to fuse the pellon to the wrong side of the inner of the lining of the folio. So I'll do that real quick.
So then, and people are also using, I do have a few demos actually, because I wasn't sure if we were going to have time for that or not. People also use sew tights for like basting small machine quilted projects. So you just put that back on there, and then it's kind of a worn demo, but then you can put it along where you're machine quilting around. And then this binding, people use it for hand binding too, especially these ones that have two magnets like the mini, and you slide it down and while you stitch. I guess for sure the question responds to one question about the color is the only difference, the only product that is the same size as another one is the light bar. This is the exact same size as the mini, which is the purple one, but it is a lighter strength magnet. So we did it yellow because it's lighter. One of the kind of really neat things about Sew Tights that we didn't anticipate, and really is becoming kind of all of our products, is they've enabled people to hand sew again, especially people who thought that their hands were too arthritic or other issues that they just had a lot of mobility challenges. They didn't think they could hand sew anymore, are now able to again with Sew Tights because it makes it easier for them and it doesn't fatigue them as much. However, like I said, the magnets are so strong that even sliding them apart for people who have very severe mobility challenges, they're still too much. So we made a few different versions of what we call our light collection, which are lighter strength magnets.
So now I'm putting the pieces together. So I have my your outer fabric, which is the jolly.
Here, let's show.
Okay.
So we're putting all the kind of the little sandwich together. So the outer fabric, the batting, and then the fused interior. And then she's using Sew Tights, of course, to hold it all together. And so then, yes, so we have the light collection. We have, this one, the light bar, like I said, is the only product that's the same size and shape as another product. It's just a lighter strength one. And then this diamond is actually done by Libs Elliott. It's her design that we worked with her on, and it's one magnet. So it's an alternative to the dot. It's just lighter strength also. And then we have a shooting star one too. That's kind of a light gray, but oh yeah. That one's light gray. Oops, kind of a white, very neutral color.
Very cool.
So now, do you want to put this up on the?
So we're gonna sew now. We're gonna move the mat off of here and bring the machine up. That's what we thought would work best, so we can still kind of see what we're doing here, or you can.
I have to ask, what model machine do you have?
Oh, I have an old machine. It's a 1080. I don't even know. It's a Bernina. Yeah. I don't know if they even have these anymore.
Well, I do know that when I was in customer service, we got a lot of calls for parts for the 1080 because people still use them, and we offer a lot of the presser feet for those machines. So I know it must have been a very popular Bernina machine.
It's a good one, yes.
Yeah, our dad
awesome.
got it for her for Christmas when we were little.
Yeah, and I just,
wonderful.
You get used to your machine, so I don't ever want to change.
I understand.
The machine I have, because I don't do a lot of sewing, is even older. My mom got it for me at a like an estate sale. It's like a 1970s Bernina, but it works really well. It's like a workhorse.
Yeah, I remember getting my first machine. My mom and dad got it for Christmas, and they got it at a used store. And it was an old Singer, and it had one of those big hard cases on it. And I swear that thing was so heavy. It worked great, but I had to lug it to a little class. And oh my goodness, I had such a time carrying that thing around.
Yeah, mine is really heavy. I just moved it. Yeah, this last week. I'm lugging it up the stairs. So she is doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yes. We're gonna bind it, so that's why we can have our right sides out. So we're gonna bind it just like a quilt.
And everyone can hear that. Everyone can hear her.
Yep, she said she's going to bind it like a quilt.
Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure. I don't know how AirPods, if there's a mic in each AirPod or not.
Yeah, it's a little bit quiet. If I have to repeat it, that's no big deal either.
Okay. So how, let's see, does anyone have any other questions for us or for me?
Let me take a peek at the questions over here. See if we have anything. What stitch length are you using?
What stitch length are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing about a 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah, I like mine just a little bit larger than what the machine. Whoops.
Oh, her earbuds.
Sorry.
Jessica, do you want to go ahead and tell everybody about the giveaway?
Yes. Can you remind me what it is?
You're going to do a bundle of some Tites products.
Oh yeah. So yes, we're gonna do. So we have a new product, and I did not bring the one with me. It's packed still. Is a I believe we're giving away a machine mix, which is a 12-pack machine mix. It's like kind of our 3 most popular models for machine sewing, which is the HD, our original, and then the Magnum, the yellow, long yellow one. And it has 12 of them in there, so 4 each, which is a great package for anyone who does anything from bag making to machine embroidery. That's a really good set. And then I believe we also said a hand mix. Did we say a hand mix also?
I think you were going to think about it, and then we were going to go with it.
Okay,
So
we'll just do it. Yeah, okay. And then also a 12-pack hand mix, which is our 3, like I mentioned before, our 3 most popular models for hand sewing, which is the original turquoise one, the purple mini, and then the kind of salmon colored dot. And that has 4 each of that too. So you really only need 1 while you're obviously like doing one little piece, but also Tites work really well for organizing your sewing. A lot of people use them to like put their pieces together and labeling when they what and figuring or ordering what they're going to do next. So yeah,
that sounds amazing. Thank you for that. Yeah, and Brian and I were just talking. I think if you're good with it, if we could do that as one giveaway, so
yeah,
somebody's a really lucky person, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Cool. Also, Bridget is asking, what rotary cutter is recommended for your mat?
You need to put the metal pieces in. Oh, we're gonna have to seam rip because we forgot to put the metal pieces in.
No problem at all. The seam ripper, we joke that it's unsewing, right? People have been saying, I like that. You can unsew.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, while she's doing that, Bridget's asking, what rotary cutter do you recommend with your mat?
You can use any rotary cutter. The main thing is that the blade is sharp. It is a very high quality mat. We are not about kind of our philosophy about product development is, we want to put the highest quality product out there that we can come up with. So it is a very high quality mat. The self-healing, we've done a lot of testing and cutting on, and it is very good. However, mats, it is just the nature of self-healing mats. It will eventually wear out. And so the way to best maintain your mat is to make sure you're always cutting with a sharp rotary cutter and, using new blades as soon as you need them. And then also not cutting on the same line at all times, rotating the mat or cutting in different areas, especially if you're somebody who, does cut maybe lots of 2.5-inch strips or something, just kind of move where you're doing that.
Those are great tips. The other thing I wanted to mention, we've talked about it before, but there's a product called Blade Savers that, you know, when your blades are done for, you know, they're still a little bit sharp. So you can put them in this blade saver and you can use it for chain piecing. And it's a great way to utilize your used blades. And you're also going to.
Oh, that's cool. So you have it,
Yeah.
like you put it in a device and you use it for like a thread cutter?
Yep. And it
Or what do you mean?
stands up and rotate it around. It's really sweet. We've got a couple of different ones. One will work with a 60 millimeter blade and one works with the 45. But it's always something that I bring up when people are talking about having to change out their blades, because you can get some more life out of that and then swap out for the really sharp ones for cutting out your fabric. So works out slick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to mention was your pattern is available for free on your website, correct?
Yes, it is. But like, you know, when they buy the whole Tite Folio kit off your site, it comes with the pattern, printed pattern.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just mentioned the kit. So we had put on our social media that you can get the pattern for free, but that's good to know. So
You can,
wonderful.
yeah, you can, but for the heart, and I mean, when we first actually came out with this, we were like, oh, people just, you can make your own little metal inserts, but it is kind of an undertaking to like get the metal and the right metal and cut it and all that. So that's why we started offering that. And then obviously for retailers and stuff, it just is nice to be able to get everything in one fell swoop.
Okay, so now I'm getting flustered.
So now she's getting flustered.
I ripped out the wrong side, so I have to rip again, and I'm sewing again. But now we're going to be on the right page here.
All right.
Okay. So now, before we put the metal in, I think we need to make those center. Don't we need to make the center?
Oh yeah, yep. Okay, so there are 5 little seam, or you know, little stitching that's becomes kind of like the where the thing folds.
Where did the ruler go?
Where's the ruler?
Oh,
Right
here
there.
it is. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So we're
You
going
guys are doing wonderful. Don't worry. I love it.
I mean, that's what's nice. That's actually what's fun about lives, right? People are like, oh, they're human. They're not robots.
Exactly. Exactly. We go with the flow. Roll with the
Yeah.
punches. Back here, we say everything is figure outable, right?
Right. Yeah. Marie Forleo, right? Okay. So she is doing.
marking the center of the folio, and I'm going to stitch down the center of it now. I think I'll start from this direction so I don't get a
Pucker.
pucker. Oh, that worked out pretty nice. I'm almost on the point of.
And if anyone wants, Nicole of Lily Ellis Tree, she is on Instagram. I don't know if she has other pages, but she's kind of got a great little
So now
account going.
we need to make 4 more stitches. So I'm going to
Jessica, I know that obviously Jamie's not joining, but can you tell a little bit about Jamie's show too? Because I know she said that she has some good stuff that you can follow as well.
Yeah. So Jamie did end up. So she's an oil and gas engineer by training, and by most of her career. During the end of COVID, well, still in the midst of COVID up in Canada, as far as lockdown goes and things, she did end up buying a quilt shop up there in Calgary. And so she and a gal named Leslie, who does her social media and is also a bag maker, do a live on Thursday mornings at 9:30 a.m. And their Instagram, they do it on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. It's very informal, not very sophisticated, and it's hilarious because they they talk about their lives and what's happened in the week and the chaos that has been happening in either of their lives, but then also talk about what's new and in their store and everything for the week. So people seem to really like it, and they have fun. So yeah, that's a fun thing to watch on Thursdays. And then obviously the recording gets reposted and is on there for the future for anybody who can't catch it live. And her handle is just Out of Hand Quilting on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Awesome. Yeah. And for those of you that are just joining, both Jessica and her sister Jamie joined us for the So Inspired podcast. And Alex and I had so much fun talking to them. You should totally check out the podcast because it was
very fun.
It was a good conversation. Lots of inspiring tidbits in there too. Alex and I said during the podcast, but we were like, you guys are awesome.
Oh my gosh. I think it was Alex said something like, oh, you're industry leaders. And I was like, oh, really? Well, thank you.
So now we're going to put the metal pieces into the pockets that we just made on either side of the center stitching. So this is going to be the outside. So now we'll stitch the top.
Closed.
Yeah, stitch it closed.
And then where are you guys at? I don't remember what state you're in, Trisha.
We're in Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee.
Yeah.
One of our
you're...
social media gals in Tennessee.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's neat that you can do virtual like that. Because you said you're Montana, right?
Yep. So just me in Montana, and then I have Ashley. She does our customer. If anybody ever needs a question or something answered, Ashley does our customer service and things like that. And then Jamie's in Canada. So a lot of times people think that we're a Canadian company or we ship out of Canada as well, but we ship everything out of Montana, like to just to retailers and things like that. And so yeah.
So what's the weather like in Montana right now?
Well, it was supposed to be like 90 today, but it's raining. So I don't know if it's like 85 and raining, but it was chillier than I thought it was going to be for the day. So yeah, we're getting into, it's been rainier this year than normal. Usually it's just scorching hot right now. Usually it's like 100 in early July.
I didn't realize that it got that hot there. I was thinking it was cooler.
Montana has the highest temperature extremes of the continental U.S. So we go from, in the winter at times minus 20 or 30. Well, 20. We hit 20 every year, usually in February, at least for a little bit, and then up in the hundreds in the summer. But it's only for a couple weeks at a time. It's not like all summer long. It's 100 degrees.
I'm originally from Minnesota. I understand that extreme change.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I'm ready for the binding, and I just had to stitch our binding together since it wasn't long enough. And then I'm just going to fold. This is not like a traditional binding where you fold it in half before you put it on the quilt. This pattern actually does it a little different. So we're leaving it open, and we'll fold it over after we sew it on. But I'm folding under a 1/4 inch for the edge, so it'll look finished. And then I'm going to sew on the binding, and the metal is a little bit smaller, so you can push it towards the center, so you're sure to miss the metal with your needle. It is that's just a safeguard, so I don't break a needle.
If you can't tell, my mom has taught a little bit of sewing and quilting, even though she's kind of winging it.
She's doing a wonderful job.
Yeah.
I did used to teach some quilting classes, beginning quilting years ago.
So what type of sewing do you like to do, Amy?
I like the piecing, traditional, mostly. I'm getting more into modern patterns. I like them because they're so quick and easy, a lot of them. I started out with the traditional, which I still love, but I'm kind of opening my horizons a little more since the girls are getting into.
Wonderful.
And then if I have any mending, she does that.
I get questions all the time where it's like, hey, can you hem my pants or can you fix this? And I'm like, I can make a bag. I can sew a shirt. But when it comes to mending, I was like, okay, well, we'll see how it looks.
Yeah.
I'll give it a try.
So we're going to miter the corners, and if you don't know how to miter,
Do you want to take it up there?
So you just
Yeah.
fold it like this, and
You usually can't see. You need to bring it up though.
I'm getting a glare, so I can't tell what you can see. But you just fold it like that, and the fold goes straight along the edge of your sandwich, and the other like this, and then you stop sewing a 1/4 of an inch short of the edge. I'll show you that. Oops, I didn't quite stop short enough, so I'll have to rip that out a little bit. Oh.
It's all right. She lost her earbud.
I can never keep my earbud in.
Yeah, So anyway, that's how you do it.
Do you think that people could see that enough? Maybe do it, maybe sew it and then show it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because then we can kind of show what it looks like once it's done.
I did get too close to the edge. It shows you on the instructions
Yeah, how
how
to do the binding.
miter. You can't really tell from what I'm doing here.
How are we doing on time? I think we're doing okay still. We got about.
We got about 10 minutes. We'll have a couple minutes to do the giveaway and everything and wrap it up. But I think you're doing good. Okay.
Okay, so you start right on the edge, and then I just backstitch a couple of times just to make sure it's secure.
And she's also double checking, moving that metal, making sure that it's not in the way of the needle. And then stopping about a 1/4 of an inch short on the next corner also.
And I backstitch there as well.
Jessica, do you mind showing the completed folio up close?
Yeah.
We had a question from Ronnie seeing if we could see it again.
Okay, so this is the back, when it's open, so you can see those stitches. This one, Nicole, actually the person who made the pattern made. So it's actually a little bit, the binding's a little bit worn, but, and then as you can see, it's holding the sew tights on the outside, and then it has this little, which we need to actually put in there. Oops. These are just for display, but so it has a little felt on the interior as well.
It was so cute.
It's very cute. She's doing such a good job. She didn't think she was going to have to do anything.
I'm happy to be this.
So, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome. I'm happy to be the sewist.
Jamie is definitely the person who would be suited to this, but she's, busy running her shop at the moment.
We're almost around. I have one more corner, and then
should have had her wear the snips she's using.
oh yeah.
Jessica, you said that the one that designed that was that Nicole with Lily Ella.
Lily Ella Stitchery. It's actually, I think.
You want to know something super funny? We found her on Instagram and she's going to be joining us for the podcast.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. She's super sweet. And
Yeah,
she actually she was like, I want to make this thing because I just love accessories. And we were like, okay, do it, you know? And then it's kind of become a popular little thing. It's a great little, people love it.
That's awesome. And actually, I totally got that wrong. Alex actually met her line dancing.
Yeah, that's like part of her career. Like she's a graphic designer, she does the sewing, and then yeah, she's like a teacher at like a club in Nashville, like dance teacher or something, isn't she?
Wow, it's a small world.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Okay, so now we're just going to fold over 1/4 inch to finish the edge before we fold over the binding. And I think I'll do a little bit of pressing with that just to help keep it in place.
I love quick sewing projects. This is a really fun project.
Yeah, yeah.
Comes together quickly.
Yeah.
So then you just fold it over and then you miter your corner just like you did on the other side. And we need our sew tights to hold this down. So then you'll just hand stitch the binding once you get it folded over.
Yeah, you can machine do it too, but we'll just.
And actually, since we're about to run out of time, I'm going to do the others. Well, I'll
Do that. Do you want to do the felt?
Yeah, I'm going to do the felt
Okay.
next. I'll go ahead and so here's our piece of felt, and you put it on the inside. Just center it on the inside. And then I'm just going to stitch it right down the center along that same
seam.
Center stitching that we did before. I should have marked it. It would have been easier.
What was that?
I was going to say, this would also be a great way to store partially used needles. Like if you have to swap out for, a sharp needle or something like that, you can pop it in there while you're using your other and then put it back in.
Yeah.
Have a nice designated spot instead of my pin cushion. And then I forget about it.
Okay. So all we have to do now is just hand sew the binding. Yeah, and it's all finished. And we won't have time to do that before the end, but
yeah. And then it's kind of Christmas themed with the little octopuses with the lights, the ruby stars.
Oh, cute. That is a wonderful
now
project.
We'll have another demo for our trade show booth.
Yes, perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to show the pricing and everything on the kit and the folio kit, as well as the full mat and everything. But if we want to go ahead and do the giveaway, that would be wonderful. Go ahead and pop that up. And again, you said, let me just make sure I'm saying the same thing here. You got the machine mix, the 12-pack, and the hand mix. So thank you so much for donating those.
Yeah.
Super cool. Diane Hutley, congratulations. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Jessica and Mom, Amy, for joining us. You guys did a wonderful job. Let's give everybody a high five round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks for having us, and hopefully everyone enjoyed it. And
it was wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. That was awesome. So that was their first live. I think they did an absolutely wonderful job, and they showed off some amazing products. So let's go ahead and pull up. I have a couple questions on pricing, so I wanted to show that as well. We've got the Hold Tite Folio hardware kit. So this is what they were making. That's that pre-cut metal for you. So that is on sale for the $19.99. You can grab yours on sewingpartsonline.com. Make your own. And you can get that pattern. It is in the kit with it, or you can get it on sewtites.com. And then their amazing Sew magnetic cutting system. It is also available for lefties. It's available for pre-order. It has an MSRP of $438.99 with a sale price of $374.99. And that has the mat, the magnetic ruler, and those awesome boosters. So super cool. I think my favorite part, though, I just have to say it again, is the fact that that mat can accommodate a fat quarter. I think that is so thoughtful. Love it. So coming up next, we have our friend Richard Tharp. He's a baby lock educator. He's going to show us a couple of amazing machines. Just so you guys are aware, the giveaway for this segment, we're going to be doing, I believe, a $100 gift card to Sewing Parts Online at the end. So make sure to keep an eye out for the surprise Christmas word. I said Christmas word, surprise summer word, the surprise word. It's Christmas in July, right? Awesome.
Do you want to talk about the separate giveaways really quickly?
Yep.
Okay.
So we've had a few questions about the separate giveaway. So anybody that places an order before before 3 o'clock by calling in and placing an order with one of our customer service reps, you will be entered into the side giveaway. That's what we're calling it. It will be for the cutie frame. So right now, how many people are in our giveaway?
One.
So right now, we've only had one person call in to place an order. And so that person's going to be winning the cutie if nobody else enters. So if you call in before 3 o'clock Central Standard Time and place an order with our customer service department, you will be entered into that giveaway for the cutie. Do you want to elaborate on how that works throughout the week, Brian?
Yes. So here, let me pull myself up. Okay, so we're doing a different prize every single day. Today is a cutie, and then there's also some sewing furniture, a sewing machine. So we're doing it every single day. If you place the order before 3 o'clock, you are entered to win the giveaway for that day. Except for day 5, we're giving away a Juki TL2000QI. If you place an order throughout the entire event up until 12 o'clock on day 5, you are entered into that final day giveaway. And we're still doing the Triumph and the 60X and all that stuff.
Yeah, we're doing all the goodies. And so, as I mentioned, so this next coming segment, it's going to be the $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. So that's the segment for this other one. But the side giveaway is the one that if you call our customer service and place an order during this event, you're going to be entered in. And today, that cutoff is 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. And the giveaway today is going to be the cutie frame. And we will do that at the end of the day. We're streaming until 4. So before we do the final giveaway for today, we'll do the side giveaway. So we just wanted to add a little extra fun and, say thank you for placing an order. So that's that. If you have any questions, we'll continuously keep you up to date on it. But as of right now, we have one person in there. So up next, we have Richard Tharp, our friend from Baby Lock. So let's pull Richard up. Hello,
Hi.
Richard.
Hi.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing great, Tricia. How are you and Brian today?
We are doing fabulous. Thank you for asking. And speaking of fabulous, I love your background. That is so pretty.
That is actually the easiest quilt top anyone can make. Is made from one jelly roll of fabric. It's a jelly roll quilt top.
I love it. That's a great idea. Jelly rolls are so fun.
Yes, they are, aren't they? And they're automatically color coordinated together. So you don't have to worry about which fabrics work together or any of that fun stuff.
I like that. Don't have to think about it.
I actually pieced that on the Accomplish.
Well, that's perfect. So you're going to be showing us the Accomplish today and the Meridian, and
Yes.
I will let you tell us all about it. If you need me, I will be in the background, and I'll be ready to come up when you're ready.
Okay, in between the two machines, I'm going to throw up an intermission screen. So about halfway through, something like that. So have a lot of stuff to share with everybody today. I'm so excited. So hello, everybody, and welcome, welcome, welcome. I am in my studio here in North Central Illinois. My little Yorkie dog is asleep beside me on his little dog couch, and we're going to get started. So the first thing I'm going to talk about today is the Baby Lock Accomplish. It is a workhorse of a machine. It's mechanical, which means there's no electronic circuit boards inside. And the great thing about it, it's also a semi-industrial machine. It will stitch straight stitches only, up to 1,500 stitches per minute. It can sew through leather, it can sew through vinyl, it can sew through multiple layers. You can actually sew through 16 layers of denim with this machine. It is super powerful. I'm a 4th generation quilt maker, and I use it to piece quilt tops with. You can also do free motion quilting on it. So we're going to get started. And what I'm going to talk about first is the machine itself, and then we're actually going to piece a quilt block on it. So I'm going to swap my camera. I'm going to move to another camera. Right there, and there is the Baby Lock Accomplish. It comes with a lot of goodies, everybody. So have a look at this. This is your stitch length. This is how you adjust the stitch length up to from 1 millimeter to a 7 millimeter stitch length. It has a thread cutting button. There are the scissors. Needle up, needle down. If you press it, a red light comes on, and now it will stop with the needle in the down position. This little dial right here, let me get a little closer. This little dial right here, it has 4 different settings for the feed dogs. So this top session, feed dogs would be not engaged. So for free motion quilting, that is what you would use. This red line here, it also has a pin that you can attach to the feed dogs for fabrics like heavy leather or vinyls, or even really thick velvet or plush fabrics. It'll really grip it and move it underneath the presser foot. And then this one is for a lightweight fabric. Think organza, think taffeta. It's just barely engaging the feed dogs. And then the bottom one here, this is normal setting. If you're going to piece a quilt top on it, this is what you would use. That's where I have it set. And it is so awesome, I have to tell you. It comes with a bunch of accessories. Let's move over this way a little bit. This is the seam guide I have attached. It's fully adjustable. It is the most awesome seam guide ever. Let me get in closer. There we go. So when you loosen this top screw, you can slide it over and back. Okay. You can also, once you get it over here, I'm going to lower the presser foot. I have this foot comes with it. It's the 1/4 inch piecing foot. So I could actually, and on the needle plate, there are actually grooves in it and markings for a 1/4 inch, 1/2, 5/8. So you can move that seam guide right to where you want it. And this, you can actually bring it towards you some or backwards some. For this, I would bring it out. Right there it is set in that 1/4 inch groove on the plate. So I would tighten that one and tighten this one. And now my seam guide is all set for a 1/4 inch seam. How awesome is that? It does have a side load bobbin. So here's the bobbin cover. You just lift up on that. That is the thread cutter for your bobbin. When you insert it, you lower it here. See that door? And then to pull it out, If you remember, if you have one like this, you know what I'm talking about. There is the bobbin right there. Now just put that back in. When you insert the bobbin, you pull out on the thread tail and you use that little thread cutter to trim it. And then it's the perfect height. You don't have to pull the bobbin thread up. It'll automatically sew perfectly. And that's all there is for inserting a bobbin. And yes, it does have a built-in bobbin winder, and it's right up here on top, right there. It has a tall thread stand. You're going to see some of the stuff in my studio. But there's the thread stand right there. And you can put a large cone of thread in this machine. If you do a lot of sewing, this is the way to buy your thread, everybody. This is a 3,000 yard cone of thread. It works perfectly through the machine. And it's all numbered on top on how to set up the thread to wind your bobbin. This knob right here, that is to adjust the presser foot pressure. I'm going to throw a lot of information at you. And Baby Lock has online helpful videos and fun stuff like that. So once you get this machine, there is always help for you on how to operate it if you have any questions. Also, you see these little holes right here? That's where you put a drop of oil in. That's one of the oiling ports on it. You do have to oil this machine. And up here on top are some more oiling ports here and here and here. It does have a light. Over here on this side, there is your thread cutter built into it. And right in behind, right back here where my hand's at, there's how you raise and lower the presser foot. Okay. Pretty cool. Also, it comes with an extension table. Over here is the extension table, and I have all the goodies laid out on it, but notice all I have to do to attach it, there's a little protrusion right here that will lock into this end. And right down here is a little metal clip, and that's how you attach it to the machine. Here we go. Now it's all attached. Check it out. Built-in, comes with the machine. And right over here is a cover for the machine. It is not a rigid cover. It is soft. It's padded. It's got some hard panels in it. And there's a cutout on top so you can carry it. There's the handle in case you want to take it to a class. Also, with the extension table attached, you do not have to remove it to change the bobbin. To change the bobbin, there's this door that opens up. And then you just access the doors on the machine to access the bobbin like we did before. Easy peasy like that. Isn't that awesome? I love that feature. What else comes with the machine, you might be wondering? Well, I'm going to show you everything. It comes with 2 screwdrivers. It comes with 5 bobbins. And these are not class 15 bobbins, everybody. It does take a specific bobbin size. It comes with a lint and cleaning brush tool. This is a general purpose foot right here. It comes with that. I have the 1/4 inch foot attached to the machine. And all you do to change out these feet, you loosen this screw right here, and that'll just drop off, and you'll slide that one back up on the shaft and then tighten it down like that. It comes with a hammer foot. It also comes with a narrower foot. And this one is spring loaded. So let's say you're going over some different thicknesses of fabric. Well, notice when I push up on the bottom of it, it's got a spring in it, so it can glide right over a real thick seam. Love this foot. It comes with a regular zipper foot that's adjustable. That's what the little green dial is for there. That's just a regular zipper foot. It also comes with an invisible zipper foot. It looks like this. It also comes with a locking foot that is made specifically for this machine. It is a heavy duty foot. It's all metal inside. And that also comes with it. And last but not least, here is a free motion quilting foot that comes with it. Isn't that awesome? So cool. It also comes with the spool cap if you're going to use like a regular spool of thread. It comes with that. It comes with this is a pin that is for the feed dogs, for that pin hook that I was talking about earlier. You would use this mainly for leather, or maybe you like to make bags or backpacks or messenger bags. You might be using this foot if you use multiple layers of thick fabric. And it comes with an assortment of different size needles. It uses HLX5 needles. So this is not a regular sewing machine needle. This is more of an industrial needle. Okay, so hence it can do, that's one reason it can do the 1,500 stitches per minute is because it uses an industrial needle. And then this little round disc here, this is what you use to actually change that pin for the feed dogs if you're going to use that. This all comes with it. So much fun. But wait, there's more. It comes with a printed instruction guide. Where'd my screen go? Hold on. There we go. It comes with a printed out, detailed instruction guide. Let me back this up a little bit. There we go. It comes with an instruction book. It also comes with 2 quick reference guides: how to wind the bobbin, how to use the upper threading, setting the thread tension, different recommendations here for needle sizes versus the type of cloth and the type of thread. Such useful information, everybody. And then this side is in French. Parlez-vous français? Oui. And it also comes with this one, this little guide here. This is all about how to wind a bobbin. Isn't that cool? All in color too. Look, check that out. How to wind your bobbins. And then here's how to change a needle and thread the needle. It does have a super easy needle threader. So check this out. Let's come back over here closer. I have it threaded, but I'm going to unthread it. I'm just going to pull out my thread. There we go. And I have red thread in here, so it's easier to see on camera. Then all I'm going to do to thread my needle, I'm going to push down the needle threader, and it'll swing. And the hole of the needle is sideways. It doesn't go straight through. And then I'm just going to take this and put it through the guides on that needle threader, right there like that. And then just pull it through and lift it up. And we'll try it again because I let go of it too soon. Here we go. And I'll do it again. It never fails when you're on camera. There we go. Okay. Now then, I'm going to do it one more time. I had the camera really close. I couldn't get my hand in there. I have big hands, everybody. Imagine that. Oops. There we go. Okay. There it went. I felt it that time. I had my presser foot down. That's what it was. Yeah, there we go. So there it's all nice and threaded. Trim it with that thread cutter on the side. And that's all there is to it. Now then, I'm going to check the screen for any questions. Also, there are other feet that you can purchase for this machine, and they are really there's really some interesting other feet, accessory feet for this machine. For instance, these are 3 optional feet that you can purchase right here. So notice this has a ridge. It's like an edge guide on the machine that you can butt fabric up against. These are used for top stitching. If you like to do top stitching, you would totally want these. So what it is, with this the smallest one on right here, this will stitch with the fabric butted along that edge guide 2 millimeters from the edge of the fabric perfectly. This one does 5 millimeters from the edge. And this is the bigger one. It does 8 millimeters from the edge. Yes, Cindy, it is only a straight stitch machine. So those are just some of the optional feet. There's not a lot of optional feet. And there's also this super narrow foot. Look how narrow that is. So if you were doing paper piecing, this might be a good option for you. This will do a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, is what that foot does. Pretty cool. Honestly, the feet that come with it, you'll use those 95% of the time, unless you're doing something extremely different and special. It also has, let me move all these goodies off to the side now. We've talked about those. Okay, there we go. Now, underneath, what's great about this extension table, you might be wondering, has anybody wondered about this? Storage underneath the Baby Lock extension tables, there is where you can store your knee lift. Isn't that cool? Yes, it does have a knee lift, everybody. So, if you've never used a knee lift, and you have a machine that has one, or if you get this machine, try out that knee lift. Once you get used to it, it's hard to not use one. They are so handy, especially if you're quilting, because you can raise and lower the presser foot with your knee instead of having to take your hand off and reach in behind the machine to lift up. So what we're going to do next, I have some fabric cut. I have the machine set for a 1/4 inch seam, and we're going to piece a quilt block. I have some 5-inch squares of fabric cut from boutiques, and I'm going to chain. What I'm going to show you is what's called chain piecing. I'm not going to cut my thread in between the pieces, so I just lined up the raw edges. I'm going to lower that foot, and I'm butting up the edge of my fabric with the edge of that seam guide. Hold on, let me move this camera over here just a little bit. There we go. Now you can see it better. And I'm going to just get my fabric under the needle. And I have it set for a 2 millimeter stitch length. And as you can see, it is nice and smooth. This is really an awesome, awesome machine. And what's great, if let's say maybe you have a machine that does embroidery and stitching, a combo machine. Well, it's great to also have a machine that you can sew with while your other machine is doing embroidery. I like to make embroidery quilt blocks. And this is, let's see how fast it is. Check that out. I was pressing a little harder on the presser foot. That'll kick in that higher speed motor. Nice and fast. You can go as slow or as fast as you want to, just by the amount of pressure you put down on that presser foot. I need 4 of these units, I think. Is that right? Wait a minute. Make sure I don't do too many here. 1, 2, 3. No, I just need 3. And I'm going to pull that out and cut it right there on the side. You grab my scissors. I'm just going to do some thread snippies. Okay. Oops. Then I'm going to add 1 more square to what I just did. There's 3 rows in a 9 patch, 3 squares to a row. Oops. Helps if you lower that presser foot. And we get 2 more squares sewed on. Just going to line up that corner, get it positioned. And the great thing about having that needle up and down button, it actually helps you keep everything in place. It actually gives you like a third hand, quite honestly. Love needle up and down. I also love the thread cutting. Okay, I'm going to press the thread cutting button. Check it out. Here we go. Right here. It just cut the thread. Pretty awesome. Then we'll just sew those 3 strips together and our quilt block will be done. Woohoo. Easy peasy. Now, I don't press in between. I will nest my seams. I'm just going to nest those seams right there. You could, if you want to pin, you could pin. I don't always do that. I find you don't really have to. I always stop right where the 2 seams match. And that just holds it in place while I'm winding up the next seam. Cut that thread. And then we'll add that other strip, and then our little quilt block will be complete. How about that? So much fun. Oh my gosh. I could sit here all day and piece these 9 patches. And a 9 patch, you might think, well, that's a simple block. You're right, it is. However, there is so much you can do with it, everybody. So much you can do with the simple 9 patch. And there it is. That quilt block is complete. Check it out. There it is. There's our little 9 patch made out of batiks. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All righty. Ooh, what does I just saw on the screen coconut and surfboard. What does that mean? I like coconut. I want some coconuts and a surfboard. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love the little graphic even better. That's so cute. Okay, everybody. Any questions about I have just scratched the surface as to what this machine can actually do. There is so many fun things. I do have a YouTube channel, everybody, with over 240 how-to sewing videos. And I'm live every Friday night at 6 p.m. on my YouTube channel, which is Richard Tharp Quilts. So Any questions?
I have one for you, Richard. I had to
Okay.
step away for just a second. You may have already touched on it, but is this machine able to be set up for free motion quilting?
Absolutely it is. And yes, it does come, check it out, with a free motion quilting foot. It is one of the 7 feet that comes with it. Free motion quilting. Absolutely.
Do you know if you have to adjust the tension when you set it up for free motion?
Normally you don't. If you do, you would just set the upper tension. You should never have to touch the lower tension on anything.
And then
No,
just a zero stitch length?
normally you don't have to. If I'm making a nice balanced stitch, what I just did here on the piecing, normally I would not have to touch the tension to swap over to free motion. It really depends on the weight of the thread that you're using. I hope that made sense.
It does. What's the max stitch length on that machine?
It is 7 millimeters. There's an adjustment right here on the front of the machine. It'll go from 1 to 7 millimeters on the stitch length.
Wow, that's awesome.
And then once again, this button with the red light on, that'll make the needle stop in the down position. If I touch it, it will then stop in the needle up position. And there is your thread cutting button right here to cut your thread. Also, if you need to sew in reverse, there's your reverse lever. While you're sewing, you can tap on that. If you want to tie off the end of a seam line, super easy. Easy peasy.
Can we back up to the needle up down position or that
Yes.
button? Could you explain to our viewers why it might be beneficial to have the ability to keep your needle in down position when it stops?
Oh, absolutely. 99% of the time, not 99, all of the time I have my needle in the down position regardless of what machine I am sewing on, simply because when the needle stops in the down position, and let's say you're doing a long seam, for instance, by having it stop and needle down, and then when you start back up, it's going to continue a nice straight line. If you stop with needle up, the fabric can shift just a hair and it'll throw that straight seam off. It also acts as a third hand. So over here, when I'm positioning fabric and it stops in the needle down, well, maybe I need to line up the corner down here, and that'll just keep it going in a nice straight line for having it finish that seam.
I'm just like you. I love my needle stop in the down position. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, yeah, there's actually 2 features I have to have on this. I have machines that don't have it, and I never use them. It has to have needle up and down. It also has to have a thread cutter built into it. Once you get used to that scissor button, it's hard to not be able to have. It's hard to sew without one once you get used to it.
I 100% agree with you.
Because I'm one of those, I probably have 50 pairs of scissors and thread snips. I'm lucky if I can find 2 of them at any given time. Okay.
All right. Well, you had mentioned that you need a moment to swap over machines. Would you like to set up the other machine while I go over some pricing on the Accomplish?
Yes. I will set up the machine, and I'm going to turn on a screen that says intermission. Right there. There we go.
All right, sounds good. Well, let me go over here and we will talk about the awesome pricing for the Baby Lock Accomplish. So we've got it showing here that the MSRP on this machine is $1,899. We have a sale price of $999. But if you are just joining us, just so you're aware, we cannot display the sale price that we're offering for our special event pricing. So you do have to call in to place the order, and you'll get an even better price than that awesome sale price displayed on the screen. As it shows, financing is available. So if you're needing to do that, that is an option. I wanted to also quickly go over our giveaways. We were talking about how to claim your prize. So let's just pop that up for a moment. If you have been selected to win a prize, all you do is go to our link tree, which is linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize and fill out that form and hit submit. You can also go to our event page, that's Sewing Parts Online /SewCreative Live. And then also, I just wanted to touch again on that side giveaway. We are doing giveaways every single segment. At the end of this segment, we're giving away a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. But our side giveaway is for anybody that calls in to place an order with our customer service before 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. We will be giving away a cutie today. So we're going to be doing that each day. Today we are doing the cutie. And then tomorrow, we are going to be doing the hydraulic arrow chair. This one is awesome. Absolutely love these chairs. We have a couple of them in here. They are a great addition to your sewing space. On the third day, we're doing the luminous light bar. Very cool. We always need more light, right? And because we love those arrow chairs, on day 4, we are going to do the arrow chair again. And then on day 5, we're doing the TL 2000 QI. So backing up, if you hadn't heard Brian before, anybody that places an order with our customer service is going to be entered in day 5 giveaway. That one, anybody that places an order. And just a reminder, no minimum. So if you're looking to get some thread or some notions, now's the time to do it, because you could get entered for the cutie, and you'd be entered in for day 5 for the Juki. And then also to keep an eye out for the surprise word, because we're going to be doing a $100 gift card to Sewing Parts Online at the end of this segment. So I hope that explains it a little bit. And this is new to us, so if I am not making any sense and you need clarification, please let me know. We'll try to explain it further. Periodically, we're going to be popping on and letting you know how many orders are currently in that side giveaway, so you kind of have an idea of what your chances are. So just make sure you stay tuned and you'll get a heads up here shortly. All right, let me check back and see if Mr. Richard is just about ready with his next demonstration. I'm excited about the next machine. Looks like he is. Look at him there. Moving things around. We're not quite ready yet, so let's just give him another moment, and then we'll be talking about the Meridian. I'm excited about the Meridian because that is another embroidery only machine, and I love the interface on those baby locks. They do such an awesome job at making it so user-friendly, just really, really user-friendly. So baby lock's great with that. Speaking of that, back to the Accomplish, the one thing that I really liked that Richard had shown was the quick reference material. Baby Lock is wonderful about including really helpful information, great quick reference material. Their instruction manuals are easy to read. Wonderful, wonderful. But I also noted here that with the Accomplish, you not only get an awesome event pricing, but you also get a free bonus bundle that's worth $153. And that includes the Sew Ed. The Baby Lock Sew Ed is great. It's for 60 days and you get additional like tutorials, training, and it has so much good information and projects. So it's a great resource for you to get in there and really know your machine right off the bat. It also comes with a 4-pack of needles, 50 L-style bobbins. So Richard had mentioned that it does take a specific bobbin that is an L-style. And it also has in that free bonus bundle the Westerly ruler foot and a ruler template. So that's a lot of fun and great addition to the already wonderful price. So we can check back with Richard and see if he's just about ready for that Meridian. I'm getting the thumbs up, so let's go ahead and let him take over on the Meridian. All right.
Okay, everybody, we are ready to go. Silly me, I grabbed the wrong embroidery unit when I was first getting everything staged before I went live, and it wouldn't recognize it. I've got three different Baby Lock embroidery machines, and 2 of them kind of look alike. So,
all right, well,
okay. Oh my God!
you gave me.
Oh, you're fine. So everybody, I want to introduce you to an awesome embroidery machine. It's the Meridian. Now you might be wondering, how big is the Meridian? The Meridian is the same size embroidery field as the Altair and the if you remember the Destiny, it does that 9.5 by 14 inch hoop is the largest hoop. And what that looks like, this machine comes with 2 hoops, okay? There's a lot of other hoops that will fit it, but it comes with 2 hoops. Here is your large 9.5 by 14 inch hoop. It is humongo. It is a huge hoop. 9.5 by 14. The most popular size hoop for any embroidery machine is this one. That's the 5 by 7 inch embroidery hoop. That is the most popular size hoop for embroidery itself. The larger hoop, I call this a quilting hoop because you can actually quilt on the Meridian just like you would with a computerized long arm, but only do it 1 hoop full at a time. This machine, it has IQ Designer in it, and I'm going to go through all of that feature here in just a moment. But what IQ Designer is, it's a built-in program where you can create and customize embroidery designs. You can bring your signature into this machine, take it into IQ Designer, and it will stitch. If you want to sign your quilt in thread, it will actually stitch out your signature. It is so awesome to do. Now, let's swap the other camera back, and we're going to get a good close-up view of this machine. Check it out. Here it is. There is the Meridian. Now, this is an embroidery only, so it does not come with a foot control. You don't need a foot control. It has a start and stop button. When you lower that presser foot and you have a hoop attached to it, this will turn green. To start it, you just press that start button. Has a super large touch screen, full color. And if I touch embroidery, here are all the built-in embroidery designs on this machine. There are over 494 built-in embroidery designs on the Meridian. That's a lot of embroidery, everybody. For instance, let's just check some of it out. Different Asian themes, some beautiful flowers, some geisha ladies, beautiful designs, paper lanterns, all kinds of fun stuff. Then we'll just go back. This is under exclusive. These designs are Baby Lock exclusive designs. They cannot be purchased in a store or online or anywhere else. They only come built into a machine. Here are Celebrate, there's Christmas, there's Easter, Halloween stuff, all kinds of fun stuff there. Under Explore, motorcycles, camping trailers, some ships, there's the surfboard, woohoo, surfboard everybody. And freehand, I love these. These are beautiful designs. I like to stitch these out and then take a fabric marker. It's like adult coloring on fabric. Wonderful, fun things to do. I love the giraffe. She's beautiful. We're going to set that. And look how beautiful it is on the screen. If you want to get a real large image of it, though, excuse me, I will touch that. And then the plus sign. And now you get a nice big image of what that stitch out would actually look like. Isn't it pretty? I love that one. I love giraffes. Let's go back to embroidery. And that was freehand. Then there's stuff for kids, all kinds of cute things. Look great on onesies, on baby blankets, baby quilts, all kinds of fun stuff. Under novelty, here you get hope and family and a book with a heart and just all kinds of fun stuff. Under stained glass, check it out. Here's some that'll stitch out to look like stained glass. And here are some you can stitch out and color in with your fabric markers or fabric paint. So much fun to do. Botanical, all kinds of flowers and stuff. There's even a garden gnome and garden tools. Emojis. I've made iron-on patches using these emoji designs. They're totally cool. If you like to fish or know somebody who likes to fish, lots of fun fishing lures and fish, nice printouts for towels or t-shirts, home accents, some beautiful filigree stuff. So much stuff. Needlecraft. I've stitched out the sewing machine before. It is awesome. So much. I mean, there's so much stuff on here, everybody. And that was just the needlecraft we did, the scroll stuff. Check out the beautiful. This is be great, or like on pillowcases. That's what that border was. Check out the bridal stuff. Isn't that beautiful? Let's go back one more, and then Western. Here's your horses, your Western theme embroidery designs. And as awesome as all of that is, there's more. Under this category, this is all red work. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? I'm going to bring this camera in a little bit closer. There we go. There's red work. I'll return back one. Under this one, here are some designs that have applique. Some of these are applique. And then some beautiful, beautiful seashells. Look at the Christmas wreath, everybody. Oh my gosh, isn't that cute? You could actually do this on organza and make ornaments out of it because it only measures 3 by 4. But you know what? You can make it bigger if you wanted to. Let me show you how to do that. Let's set it. I'm now in the embroidery edit screen. You know you're in embroidery edit when you see the embroidery icon down here and it says edit. But to make that bigger, here's your numbers right up here. I'm going to touch edit, then go to size. And then there's this setting and this setting. This is regular. I can make it 20% larger, or I can actually then make it 10% smaller. Let me go back onto that. Then next, and that's without adjusting stitch density. I can make it much larger, but sometimes when you take an embroidery design and you make it super large and do not adjust the density, it's very bare. The stitch density is not the same. By touching this little icon here with the zigzag line on it, this will automatically adjust the stitch density as you resize a design. So check it out. Let's see how big we can go. I'm just going to hold that button down until it stops getting larger. So there we went. That's as large as I can make it. It started out at 3 by 4. It is now almost 8 by 8 inches. It quadrupled the size of it. Isn't that pretty? That'd make a beautiful candle mat. Think of that. Stitch that out on fabric, and then you put a candle there in the center for the upcoming holidays. It is July, so woohoo, Christmas in July, everybody. Okay, so as awesome as that is, guess what? There is more. I'm going to go back to the home screen, pull up that. So that was under this icon right here. There's 3 screens of designs, but wait. Who likes to do monograms? Check this out. It has 21 different fonts in it. Check that out. 21 different fonts. And it's super easy to add a font, but there's more than 21. This is for regular lettering. Touch one, and then you just type it in however you would want to. I'm going to put my initials, RT. Set it. And then if I go to embroidery, it is now, that's how fast and easy it's ready to stitch out. That easy, that fast to do any type of monogramming. I'm going to return that. Go here. That just clear. When you touch the home button, it brings you to your home screen, and that clears everything. It doesn't erase anything out of the machine, but it just resets everything back to its original setting. There's also large fonts. There's 5 different large fonts. Check it out. There's that. I'm just going to do the last letter, T, right there. That is 4 inches by 4 inches. That's a large font. Think of towels. beautiful large alphabets to monogram towels with. Okay. Here we have 10 different types of frames that you can resize to whatever size you want. Then you could use that and put initials, monograms inside, whatever you would want to do. Let me go back. And down here, 3 categories. Yes, you can make embroidered buttonholes, everyone. Check it out. There are 15 different plain embroidery buttonhole designs. Here are the fancy buttonholes, how to embellish them with all kinds of coolness. And there's 15 different designs there as well. So, guess what though? There's more. Now, maybe you're feeling a little overwhelmed right now. So on these large baby lock machines, there's a built-in tutor with videos that show you how to do stuff. See up here at the top of this screen, this little question mark? When I tap on that, it'll bring up this screen. Okay, that's actually an owner's manual, but there's also videos. Basic, here's a video that'll show you how to wind a bobbin. I'm going to touch that. So you have built-in videos on how to do a lot of the functions on this machine. Shows you step by step by step. I'm going to close it. Show you some under embroidery, how to hoop, how to use some of the different settings and enlargements and IQ, a whole section on different steps to do in IQ, just regular settings. This machine is wireless, which means you can wirelessly connect it to your home computer and transfer embroidery designs without ever touching a USB stick. And then here's basic maintenance, how to clean the bobbin race area where you stick your bobbins in, how to take care of the screen, all that fun stuff. There's so much information here, everybody. You can sit here and spend hours watching videos, but there's more. Here, that one will tell you how to put the app. So to get an image of what's in your hoop onto this screen, notice these hoops have these color codes on them, these coatings right here. So if I have a hoop of fabric, I would take a picture of this hoop with my fabric in it with my mobile device. It would wirelessly send it to this machine, and then I can pull it up in IQ Designer to create an embroidery design or add a quilting design on top of a quilt sandwich. So much fun. Let's close that out. That icon right there, there's 8 pages of different fine-tuning settings you could do with this machine. And yes, back here, this area right here, this will show you the different size hoops that are available. 9.5 by 14, 8 by 12, 9.5 by 9. You can purchase any of these other size hoops that don't come with your machine. But I will have to tell you, one of my favorite accessory hoops is this one right here. This is the Baby Lock Magnetic 5x7 hoop. I love this hoop, everybody. If I were going to buy, excuse me, my allergies are in full force right now. If I was going to purchase a magnetic hoop, there are 2 sizes I would buy for this machine. This 5x7, and there's a 9.5 by 14 inch magnetic hoop as well, which is made by Dime. It's called the Monster Snap Hoop. That's what I use for quilting in the hoop, are those two hoops. Okay, so let's close that, and let's look at IQ Designer. Check this out. So here it is, and I'm just going to clear everything out. Hold on, IQ. There we go. Now, you can see this little circle and square icon right here. That's called the Stamp and Pattern button. I want you to check this out. Look at this. there are 3 pages of these shapes. Now I can use these shapes to create appliques. So there's 30 different designs here, and they can all be resized and rotated any way you want to. That second icon, there's more closed shapes that can be used. Look, if you want to make these really cute little gingerbread men, there's that shape, a teddy bear, duck, bear, bunny, hearts, stars, flowers, all kinds of fun things. And then here are some you could do applique with, but you can apply different stitches to this. For instance, let's pull up, let's see, this heart right here. So there's that heart shape. I'm going to click on OK. And notice it brought it into this. Let me do one thing here. Okay. And so next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch these 4 icons here are for line. See the line here? This right now would stitch out as a solid line. I'm going to change that. I'm going to pick candle wicking, and I'm going to select red, just because I like red, and click on OK. I'm going to touch this little bucket here, turn that on, and touch that line. It turned it from black to red. Now, when I click on next, here I can adjust my candle wicking, the size of the candle wicking, how close it is. And when I'm happy with my, I'm just going to leave it at its default, touch preview, and it'll show me what my candle wicking would look like. There's what the stitch out would be. Let me bring that camera closer. Check it out. A heart that's all done, outlined in candle wicking. Isn't that cool? But guess what? There's more you could do. Let's hit the return button down here, and that will just go backwards a screen. And I'm going to go to the previous screen. Then here is what's called region properties. We did this in line properties. I'm going to go to region property. It has, these are built-in line called decorative fills. I call them quilting designs, but they're technically called decorative fills. And there are 15 different decorative fills. I'm going to put one of these inside of that heart. I'm going to use this crackle. This is a beautiful one stitched out. Click on OK. And I'm going to just choose a different color so I can see the contrast. Now, I want to fill inside of my heart with that design. So I'm going to touch the region property fill bucket, touch the inside of it, and it filled my entire screen because that was not a closed shape. That's okay. I'm going to go back a screen. I'm going to clear it all out and click on OK. So that's one thing you have to watch for. You have to have a closed shape for it to hold one of the fill patterns in. So I'm going to go back and pick a different shape. Let's pick this heart and OK. And now we're going to fill the inside of that heart with that pattern. There it is. Now, when I hit next, isn't that cool? See how easy that was? Hit next, and then preview, and OK. Excuse me. Now I have my quilting, what I call my quilting design, and my candle wicking holding the quilting design in. How awesome is that? That is the power of IQ Designer. If I wanted to stitch that out, all I would do is hit set and OK. I'm now at embroidery edit. I could now resize it if I wanted to, or if I wanted to stitch it out, excuse me, hit embroidery, and it's now ready to stitch out in the hoop. It's that easy to use, everyone. Any questions? Coconut, coconut, coconut. Excuse me.
I was looking for questions too, Richard, and it's so funny how when this machine or a similar machine comes on, it's always like, wow, I want that. Wow. I'm like searching for the questions. It's such a spectacular machine. Can you just clarify for the IQ Intuition Positioning app, does that cost anything?
No, it doesn't. It's a free download. I have an iPhone. So you just go to your app store on your phone, whether you have Android or Apple. It's a free download right on your phone. Or you can also put it on a tablet if you want to. If you prefer to use a tablet instead of your telephone, you can use either one.
Okay. Does the Meridian take a regular needle, or do you have to use an embroidery needle?
Nope, it actually takes your same as your 130, 705 needles, but they do make needles with different points. So you might want to use one that actually says embroidery needles on it. If not, you can use one that says universal, but normally you would use one that actually says embroidery needle on it, but it's the same size as your regular sewing machine, 130, 705 needles. Now, one thing I want to touch base on real quick is about needles, because here in our little shop here in Illinois, we service machines. So here's the thing, everybody. If you're having any thread issues with your whatever embroidery machine you have, check the size of your needle. That's usually what causes it. So the general needle is size 75/11 needles. Put an 80/12 in it. And then if you have issues, you can go down a size or even go up to a size 90 embroidery needle. That will solve tension issues 99.9% of the time.
It's amazing how changing the needle can make such a difference in so many aspects of sewing.
Absolutely. And I tell you, I leave an 80/12 in my machines simply because then if I do need to go up or down a size, I have that option.
Thanks. For the IQ Designer, do you think that it's complicated, or do you think it's pretty user-friendly? As I was saying, when you were swapping over, the one thing that I absolutely love about Baby Lock, I find your interface so easy and user-friendly. So, and I know you guys have a ton of information, but I have heard people say, oh, is it overwhelming? I don't know. So
I don't think it's overwhelming. The user interface for embroidery on Baby Lock, I think, is the easiest of any other machine out. All machines are great. I love them all. I own them all. But I have to tell you, my go-to machine, if I'm going to do embroidery, is Baby Lock. Simply because of that large touch screen and the fact you can bring the image of whatever you have hooped onto that screen. And that's how you do precise positioning on a Baby Lock, is by moving the embroidery designs exactly inside that hoop. And you can preview it on your screen as to exactly where it will stitch out. And I will tell you that is a miraculous invention. It really is.
Speaking of miraculous inventions, am I correct in saying that the Meridian has the never miss needle threader?
Oh, yes. So we were talking earlier about I have to have needle up and down and a thread cutter. Now that I'm getting older and my eyesight is not good, I'm going to swap back to my other camera. This is a button you all must look for on a machine.
It is so worth seeing.
That button right there. What happens is when you put the thread in your thread path, you touch that button and it threads the needle for you. It's that, and it works every single time. It is awesome.
It's amazing. It really is. When we were at Baby Lock, I was like, this is so awesome. I had to make a TikTok on it because it works so slick. I was like, this thing is so awesome. And I mean, you guys have other needle threaders that work really well as well, but this one's just like top tier. I swear.
Yes,
it's awesome.
Absolutely. There's nothing like that push button needle threading, let me tell you.
Yeah.
And even if you're not getting old and Even if you're not like this, like you're younger, but maybe you like to sew to 3 or 4 in the morning. Been there, done that. The longer you're up sewing, the harder it is to thread that needle because you're getting tired. And not with this machine, it doesn't though.
Yeah. And also with swapping out colors with embroidery, it makes it so much easier and quicker to just, thread your machine quickly, thread that needle, and off you go. So
absolutely. But this is an awesome machine. Everybody, if you're on don't wait, get this machine. It is so awesome. Because personally, I have as many as four embroidery machines going at a time. Let's say you're doing like an Anita Good Design tile design, and the whole thing is over 1 million stitches. It goes 4 times the more machines you have working on it, the faster you can make something.
I like the way you think, Richard. All right. Well, do you want to stick around while we do the $100 Sewing Parts Online giveaway?
Absolutely, yes.
Awesome. Well, let's see who our winner is, Brian. You want to pull that up? It'll be like Christmas, right?
Yes. Coconut.
Right. I love that. Mariel, congratulations. You have won a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card.
Oh my gosh,
Well, thank
awesome.
you so much, Richard. We appreciate you joining as always. We are really excited. You're going to be joining us again to show us the ballad. So super excited about that. So we will see you later on in the week.
Thank you. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow.
I think so, probably.
Tomorrow. I'll be back. Come back and watch me. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll be drinking more coffee on that episode.
We need the coffee, huh?
Yes, we do.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Tricia, tomorrow I'm going to demo how to do paper piecing.
Oh, yes. That's awesome.
We'll be doing some paper piecing tomorrow, everybody.
I'm really excited about that, Richard. We've actually had quite a few people reach out to us to do a segment on that. And actually, Chris Marchini is going to be doing some during the week too. So very excited. Awesome. So
cool.
We will see you tomorrow.
Okie doke. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
See ya. That's so fun. I'm so excited about that. Yeah, we've had a lot more interest in English paper piecing and foundation paper piecing. So lots of really cool stuff coming up. So let's take a look at some pricing on those 2 amazing machines. So he had first shown us the Accomplished. That is the Baby Lock Accomplished straight stitch machine. Has an MSRP of $1,899. We've got a sale price going of $999. Just remember, we have special event pricing that we can't display. You do have to give us a call and we can get you an even better price than what's displayed. Then we have that beautiful Meridian he just showed us. It's an embroidery only machine. It has an MSRP of $7,999. Has a sale price of $6,599. And as I just mentioned, we can beat that price. Just give us a call and we can get you a better price. Speaking of it, giving us a call, I just want to clarify on the side giveaway that we were talking about. In order to get entered into the side giveaway, you do have to call in order to place that order. As long as you have an order placed by 3 o'clock today, you are going to be entered into the giveaway for the cutie. So an amazing opportunity to get in a giveaway for the cutie. Do we have an update of how many orders we currently have, you guys?
5.
We have 5. So you have a very good chance of winning a cutie. If you are hesitating to place an order, there's no minimum. You can get that order placed by 3 o'clock today and you'll be entered to get that cutie. So we are very excited to have a little video here from a friend of ours in the warehouse, Sarah. She is going to be showing you how to put together a foot control. So if you have a foot control that maybe needs to have your cord replaced, she's going to help you out. She's going to actually show a couple of different ways. She's going to do the plastic variable speed foot control and the metal single speed foot control. So Brian's going to get that pulled up here in just a moment and we'll play that for you. Do you need just a second, Brian?
Assemble a variable speed plastic foot control and a single speed metal foot control. All right, so we're going to start with the plastic variable speed foot control, and these are the tools that you'll need. You'll need a flathead screwdriver, some cutters, wire strippers, and you may need a box cutter or knife of some sort to split the cords with. First, you'll need your screwdriver, and we'll just stick it in the top right there and just kind of pop it loose, just so it comes off. And then you see the little back piece right here. When you put it back, you'll start with that first. So you'll take the cord that you need. So I have these little prongs here, and you'll kind of want to take a knife and split them right down the middle there, and just kind of pull them apart just a tad bit. You just kind of want to split them apart like this, to where you have enough to where you can hook it up and then still have some to put the grommet on whenever you attach it. And you want to cut the ends off though, right here. And then you take your wire strippers and just kind of eyeball it. And strip them out, get it apart there. And push with your thumb, and it'll just pull right off. And then you take the cord, and there's a little opening right here, a little port. You just put it in there, put your wires in here. I need a little bit more play there. Okay, see, it goes right in there. Give yourself a little bit of play with them cords. And then all of the foot controls, when you order them, they come with this little kit to put them together, assemble it with. So this is the wires that you need to connect the cord, and you'll plug it in to this little, what would you call this, a PC board? And this one will need to plug into it this way. So whenever you connect your cords, you want to make sure you're putting it on there to where it can connect properly. And then you just string your wires together like so. You'll take these, push it down so you can put those in there, and then just release it and it should grip it. You just attach it with these, and those should hold everything together for you. And you want to pull this cord back and take this one here, snap it in place, hold the PC board in the back before you push it, that way you don't knock it out of place. And pull this forward, and then you take your grommet. This is the grommet that we use to attach the cord to the foot control, that way the cord doesn't come out. And then we'll put it on like so, and we'll get the cord kind of flat in there. Press it on. And sometimes you need something to push it in there, sometimes it just pops right in like that. If you're having a hard time getting it in there, just use a pair of wire cutters, or you could even use these to pinch it with and just push it in. And
Like
then,
a pliers?
yeah, some pliers or something like that, just to squeeze it. Sometimes the cords, depending on which cord you get, are fatter, and you'll have to like really push it in there, jam it in there. Put the back on. You start at the back right here, that little right there, and then from right to left, and then it just pops right on. And there's your plastic foot control. Let's install a cord on a single speed metal foot control. You'll need a flathead screwdriver, a Phillips head screwdriver, and that's pretty much it. So you're gonna take your flathead and pop the bottom off. Woo! And then it comes with all of your pieces, your screws and your washers and stuff like that. You have a little tiny washer and a little tiny screw, and it's a Phillips head. I just go ahead and put those together, and very carefully screw it in there. Don't tighten it down completely, that way you can put your cord in there. The little prongs on the cord, you want to put them in between the screw and the washer. on your foot control when you install it. And I'm gonna put this other one in there. You might need to cut the cord a little bit before you put it through here, just that way you have room to move whenever you attach it to your foot control. I'll put it into this little hole right here, and then I like to do one at a time just to make sure I get them in there right. Get them put down pretty tight. And take the little prong, make sure you put it in between the washer and the screw before you tighten it down. Should be in there real good. Make sure it's good and tight. Okay, then I like to put the bottom on before I put the grommet in, just so it gives it something to hold on to. Makes it a little bit easier. You got little things right here on the side here. You just insert those first, if I can see, and then pop it in there, just like so. And right here is where you're going to put your grommet on your cord. This is one of the cases where you need something to kind of shove it in there. Just kind of wiggle it a little bit. And you're good.
We hope that somebody finds that video beneficial. I know when I was in customer service, we used to get a lot of questions about foot controls and how to change out that cord. So both the variable speed and the metal foot control. So hopefully it'll help somebody. Next up, we are supposed to be having Stacy Louie with Sew Steady. She's going to be talking about the Wish 2.0 table. She's not arrived yet, so we've got a couple of things planned. First, we're going to talk about the giveaway that's going to be at the end of the segment, and then I have a Wish table here, so I will show it to you. I might have to take a peek at my notes, so since I don't know all the details on it, but I can share that with you. And then we also have a video on how to make this apron, so we will share that as well. So why don't we talk about what the giveaway is going to be for the end of this segment. We're going to be doing a 2-piece suspension system. It is actually an accessory of Sew Steady's, and it essentially works like 2 little arms to hold up your quilt while you're working on it to alleviate pulling and stress on your needle area. It's really nice. It's giving you extra arms to prevent you from having to mess up here. And actually, it's a really cool option right now. With the purchase of any Sew Steady table, you can get those 2-piece suspension systems for just $10. So it's a really, really great deal. So as we're waiting for Stacy, I wanted to show you our Wish table. Now, this is the old Wish table. It's not the Wish 2.0, so it's slightly different, but you can get the idea of what it is. So there are 2 different Wish tables. There's 2 different sizes. The one that I have here is the 22.5 by the 25.5. That's probably your most common size for the Wish table, but you can also get what's called the Giant. That one is 24 inches by 32 inches. So Stacy had mentioned in the past when she's joined us that the Wish table kind of came to be because they listened to what everybody wanted and put it all together in this one specific table. And there's a few things that I absolutely love about this table. One, it's kind of hard to see here, but I'll try to lift it up. But you have a built-in ruler. So this is really handy to have right next to you if you're measuring something out. But I actually got a little ahead of myself. I want to explain what the table is, right? A Wish 2.0 table, there we go, is an acrylic table that is custom cut for your machine to give you a larger sewing surface. So let me move this for a moment. We're just going to pretend, so have your machine here, and you would just remove your accessory box on the front of your machine and it will expose the free arm, right? Well, the wish table here has a cut out right here where you would be able to slide this on and you would have this whole large sewing surface. This is really beneficial if you need a flat sewing surface, and who doesn't need a flat sewing surface, right? How often do you have things falling off the edge of your machine and it just ends up being annoying? This solves that issue for you. So you get that large sewing surface, and then you also, with the wish table, you get this nice beveled edge. So you don't have any sharp edges. Your fabric doesn't catch. It lays nicely on there and doesn't catch there. You also have this awesome compartment, and it's broken down. I've got a couple of goodies in here of mine. Just gonna set those aside. But you have it broken down into all these nice little compartment sizes. So you can have things that you use all the time, your little snips or different presser feet or maybe a ruler template, anything like that that you want easily accessible. It is an awesome table. One thing we do like to mention with any of the Sew Steady tables, they are custom cut, so they usually take about 2 to 4 weeks to arrive, but they're so worth it. So worth it. Another thing to mention about the Wish 2.0 table is it comes with the Circles and Straights tool as well as the polish kit. So if you've watched any of our stuff in the past or are familiar with their tables, you get a polish kit that makes this super slick. You're going to think that you don't need polish kit, right? It's going to be like super slick anyway. Now, yes, you could get away with it, but I will tell you, you want to use the polish kit. It makes everything glide so nicely, and there's no friction at all. It just moves through beautifully. And there's also other accessories available that you can use. It's called the Grid Glider, and it's actually a grid. It's a silicone template that lays down on here, and it also provides a very smooth surface. But that polishing kit works awesome. Previously, it was purchased separately, but now with the Wish 2.0 table, it comes with it. And then also the Circles and Straights tool is pretty darn cool. Brian, do you want to go ahead and pull up the Circles and Straights tool on our website, or do you need a second? Oh, he can't at the moment. He's got something going in the background, but it's really cool because you are able to make perfect circles, and it allows you to use the tool here, and then you're moving your fabric and it's sewing in a circular motion. So that also comes with the new Wish 2.0 table. This one, as I had mentioned, is the old version. So I have a different tool in order to make the circles, but the Circles and Straights tool is pretty awesome. That is the Wish 2.0 table. Do we have any questions about this table, or are we good?
Apron video pulled up.
We all ready? All right. Well, we're going to share the apron video while we're waiting on Sew Steady, and you'll see how to make this beautiful apron.
Are you scrolling through YouTube right now trying to find the perfect handmade gift idea for a friend? Well, scroll no more. I've got you. I'm going to show you how to make this adorable reversible apron. Hey everybody, Trisha here with Sewing Parts Online. So what are we making today? It's the crisscross apron pattern by Mary Malari. All you need is 2 1-yard cuts of fabric and coordinating thread. If you want to reinforce the pockets, you can grab some lightweight fusible interfacing. You'll also need an iron and a pressing mat or an ironing board and a marking pen. Before we get started, if you could please take a moment to hit that like button, I would greatly appreciate it. All right, cut out your pattern pieces and we'll get started. The pattern consists of 3 parts: the bands, and then you've got the pockets and the body. This pattern has great options for adjustment. You can make it a smaller medium or a large or extra large. Also, normally you would place the fold of the fabric right on the edge. However, you can make adjustments there too if needed. For a wider apron, just bring it in a little bit, and for a narrower apron, pull the pattern past the fabric fold. First things first, let's cut out our fabric. If you have a nice sharp rotary blade, then you can cut all 4 layers of fabric together, or you can just do it twice, whichever works for you. Before we set the body pieces aside, we want to mark the pocket placements and finish the bottom edges. For the pocket placement, I just poked several holes where the pattern indicated, and then used my pen to make the dots. And then I just connected the dots. I normally use an air erasable marker, that's my fave, but in this case, a water-soluble marking pen worked really well because the air erasable may disappear faster than we want. Now we just need to finish the bottoms. We need to do this on both apron pieces. On my first one, I did a zigzag stitch. On this one, I am going to use the serger. Perfect. If you have any questions throughout this process, please don't hesitate to ask. Just type your question in the comment below and I'll answer just as soon as I can. Next, let's prep our pockets. The pattern says that you can use a lightweight interfacing if you choose to reinforce the pockets. Just know that it's not mandatory, so if you're bummed that you don't have any, you still can make this project. If you do plan on excessively using the pockets, I would take the extra step to reinforce them. On the fusible interfacing, there's glue on one side. You can feel it where it has the little nubs. So you want that and the wrong side of your pocket together. And now press. I forgot to grab my pressing cloth, so I'm just going to use some scrap fabric. Finish the top edges of the pockets. Again, you can use your sewing machine or the serger. Next, turn the edge of the pockets in 1/4 inch and press. Again, you don't need anything here other than an iron and a pressing mat, but there are a couple of things that can make your life easier if you choose to use them. Starch, although not mandatory, honestly, I think it's a must. It really does help everything lay nicely. Also, I found that the seam-align glue was super handy. Since your fingers are getting really close to the iron and you're folding a narrow edge, the thermal thimbles can save you from getting burned. And the hem gauge, well, I just like it. After all the edges are folded the 1/4 inch, turn the top under 1 inch or so. Press and sew across the hem edge. Now those markings that we previously made come into play here. So we're going to position our pocket and pin it in place. And then we're going to sew 1/8 inch away from the edge of the pocket, excluding the top. We don't want to sew that down. There's one side, now we just have to do the exact same thing for the other. For the next step, I'm going to lay one of the body pieces right side up. Grab 2 of the crossbody bands. With right sides together, sew at 1/4 inch and then press the seam open. Repeat this on the other one as well. You should now have 2 pieces. Lay them right sides together. We're going to sew the edges together, leaving the band ends and the bottom edges open. Think of it this way. When you're looking at it, there are essentially 3 U's. Sew those. Then there are 2 sides. You need to sew those as well. So what's left open is going to be everything on the top and the bottom. I hope that helps. If you have a pair of pinking shears, go ahead and pink around all the edges. This falls in the same category as prepping the pockets. It takes a little bit of time. Otherwise, just trim them down a little bit. And then press the edges flat. Now comes the fun part. We get to turn it right side out. Kind of scoot your fingers up into the bands and pull them out. Let's press those edges nice and crisp. I find that the thermal thimbles are really helpful with rolling the fabric. Take your time and it will look really nice. On the 2 center bands, turn them in 1/4 inch and press. Now crisscross the bands and insert the side bands into the center bands, approximately 1/2 inch or so. At this point, I suggest trying it on. If you need to shorten it a little bit, you can simply insert more than 1/2 inch, and then you can pin it in place. When you have the right fit, connect the bands by top stitching. Just about done. Now we just need to scooch to the bottom of the apron, turn under 1/2 inch or so, and press. Pin that. This is another place that you can make an adjustment. If you're shorter and would like to shorten the apron, you can do more than 1/2 inch. All we have to do is top stitch 1/4 inch around the sides, bands, and the front. Pair it with some kitchen utensils or bowls and have a great birthday or shower gift. Or, my personal favorite, pair it with some fun sewing notions and your sewing friends will love you. I know I would. As promised, here's a link for that seam-align glue that I mentioned earlier. Make sure to check that out. All done. Seriously, how cute is this? Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. I hope that you will again. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody. Well, that was a fun project. I hope you guys all enjoyed it and that you grab an apron pattern and make your own. It's a whole lot of fun. We had somebody asking us what the treadle machine is off to the side in that demo. So it's worth mentioning, here at Sewing Parts Online, we actually offer a lot of parts for older vintage machines. In that video, that machine, I believe, is the Singer 66. In fact, I did a video on the bobbin winder, replacing some of the parts, just kind of revamping that machine. It was a lot of fun, but mainly just to tell you that you are able to get parts for older machines, vintage, and just other models in general. But we are still waiting for our next guest. So we were talking about that treadle machine. So why don't we go ahead and show the video on how to do the bobbin winder on a 66-1. Recently, I had the opportunity to clean a vintage Singer machine, a 66-1 red eye. Throughout the process, I was able to find some great information regarding disassembling, cleaning, and reassembling. However, one thing that I did have an issue finding information on was troubleshooting the bobbin winder after it was reinstalled. Because I saw a need, I figured I'd make a quick video on not only how to take it apart and reassembling it, but also making sure it works when you're all done. Hey everybody, Trisha here with Sewing Parts Online. So before we move over to the sewing machine, I just want to make a quick disclaimer. I'm not a technician. However, throughout the process, I did bring the machine down to our technician and he just kind of gave me the stamp of approval. Also, it's currently working. So there's that. Throughout this video, if you hear me say a term incorrectly, please comment below. I know there are a lot of people that work with these vintage machines like on a daily basis and have a lot of stored information. So if you want to share, it would be greatly appreciated. Let's get started. Looking down at the machine, there's a screw directly on the top. To remove the bobbin winder, simply unscrew that screw. Depending on the position of the bracket, you may also have to loosen the bracket screw. Either way, it's super easy to take it off. Make sure to take a bunch of pictures. That's a very helpful reference when you're putting it back together. Now we can start disassembling. This is the bobbin winder stop latch, and then there's a spring underneath, so be very careful when you take it off. The first part that I'm going to remove is the hinge screw. This is how I'm going to continue marking everything in case I have any questions. Got my little container. Next, we're going to work on the thread guide. So if we turn it this way, this is the thread guide. So now I'm going to turn this so I can get a better angle on removing this screw. There is a small spring under this thread guide. I had it pop off on me once, so you can tell I'm a little hesitant here. Here are the parts to the thread guide. Now we'll work on the cam section of the bobbin winder. I believe this is an eccentric or eccentric screw. Honestly, I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. If you know what it is, let me know in the comment section. The first time I tried to take it off, I kept going and nothing happened. Then I realized that there's a nut on the bottom. You can use a 9/32 wrench, or you can do what I'm doing and just use a pair of pliers. Hold the nut in place and release the screw. Take out the small cam screw. Then you can press that up. Remove the friction washer. Let's compare these screws. The smaller one, part number 180, is used with the thread guide. The stud screw, part number 50, is used with the whole cam setup. The reason it can be a little bit confusing is if you can see, both of them have this little shoulder here. And on the parts list, they just say screw and stud screw. If you are replacing the bobbin winder tire, you can remove that as well. You just simply pop it off. This is the hinge screw, which makes sense because it's on a hinge here. Let's remove the bobbin winder frame. There is a big spring behind this, so once again, be careful when you remove it. I'm just going to hold that down. I'm trying my best to keep my hands out of the way so you can see what I'm doing. This is the third screw in this unit that has that little shoulder on it. It's the largest of the three. That comes apart, and that's going to be your bobbin winder frame spring. At this point, we're not going to take it apart any further. We're going to leave it as is. This particular part is not on my list, but I'm going to just call this the bracket and the bracket screw. Before I take this off, note where the screw is. So you can see that there's space to be able to move. This is actually going to come into play when we troubleshoot positioning the bobbin winder after it's assembled. If you're liking this video, please take a second to hit that like button. Also, if you're interested in more content from us, hit the subscribe button as well. That way you'll get notified of any future video that we have. At this point, you can clean all of your parts and then we can reassemble. Now we just need to work backwards, so let's go ahead and start reassembling. We have the bracket screw and the bracket. For a brief moment, we're also going to use the hinge screw. That went with the bobbin winder frame spring. See that shoulder? This is going to help us position the bracket in the correct place. Now you can use it as a pivot point. The first time that I assembled this, I put it in the center. When I installed it on the machine, and then it was like this, and I pushed the bobbin winder unit down, it was too tight. The bobbin winder tire would just slip. So for my machine, I know that I just need to release this and bring it all the way up towards the top. You can see that all the way down to the bottom, it pushes closer, so that would make it tighter. Whereas if I'm going all the way to the top, I actually wasn't quite to the top, I was just about there. That's going to make it a little more loose. And I'll show you again once we have it all assembled. As I mentioned, this was just used as a holding spot. You can remove the hinge screw, and now it's perfectly placed. This is where we'll insert the bobbin winder frame spring. You've got the long end, and then you've got the little nub there, if you can see it. And there's a small hole in the frame. You just insert the spring. There's only one way that you can put this one in. Now, you want to take that little arm and bring it over to the notch. Here's where they get a little bit tricky because these springs can pop off, so just be careful. Let's see what the best way to hold this would be so you can see what I'm doing. Keep it there. So imagine like this. So this is the bobbin winder unit. It needs to be like this. And this little arm has to be in front of the bracket. So I'm going to try and let go of that, see if it holds. And then placing it on the bracket. And you can see that the little arm is in front of the bracket. And then you can grab your big hinge screw, get it started, and tighten the screw. Now to double check that you're on the right track, you should have some spring action there. I don't want to mess up my paint, so there we go. Next, let's work on assembling the cam area. Grab your worm wheel and place the cam on it. Take the tiny cam screw and screw that in. If needed, grab the stud screw and place it in the center. That way you know everything will be properly positioned when you go to attach it to the bobbin winder frame. I have them together and prepared. Now grab the nut and the friction washer. The friction washer has a slight concave to it. The concave goes towards the frame. And then place on your worm wheel. Followed by the stud screw. And it doesn't necessarily go in right away. You have to kind of wiggle it a little bit. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. You want the worm wheel teeth to fit within the worm, but you don't want them too tight or it'll chew up the teeth. All right, that looks good. And now we can flip it over and put the nut back on. So this is where we're at now. You can do this at the end or right now. Either is fine. Just pop on the bobbin winder tire. Just like that. Now we're going to work with the thread guide. So you're looking at it from the front. We're going to be installing it right here. And just to give you an idea of what we're trying to accomplish, this is going to be right here. Think of it this way, but I have to hold it this way while I install it, okay? There are 3 holes. You can use a different hole depending on the amount of spring back that you want. I'm just going to place it right here in the middle. Unlike before, I'm not going to bring it over to the notch just yet because this one seems a little bit harder to do, I think anyway. So what we are going to do is take your thread guide, place it on there. Okay, you'll see that it's not going to be positioned correctly right away. But what we're going to do is pull this over as best we can, keeping the spring engaged. Just get the screw started. Don't tighten it all the way. You need some movement. Because you didn't tighten the screw all the way, you can spin the thread guide into the correct position. It's in position. Now we can tighten it. Since my hand was definitely in the way there, I just want to explain. So before, this little thread guide arm that goes against the cam was over here. So you don't want to tighten your screw all the way down until you've got your spring positioned and your screw in there, and then you can bring the arm back down to the cam and then tighten it up. That way, as this moves, this will be able to go back and forth. So now we've got our spring and our bobbin winder stop latch. So for this, we're just going to place it in the middle. You can use a different hole depending on the amount of spring back you need. On the bobbin winder stop latch, there's only 1 hole, so you're good there. Just going to once again get it started. And this also is called a hinge screw, but it's the small one. Okay, so you just want to get it started. At this point, we're going to be bringing the latch back so it stays behind this little notch. As we bring it back, pull the frame down. There we go, just like that. So it's over that latch, this is pulled down, and now we can tighten that hinge screw. We're just about done. That it'll release and click into place. The next step, we'll just go put it back on the machine using our bobbin winder assembly screw. Note the bracket screw and the position of the bracket. The bobbin winder assembly screw can't get around the bracket, so we need to loosen the bracket screw just a smidge. Move that out of the way. Then the bobbin winder assembly screw can fit in. And see, then it won't be in the way. We can tighten it back up. So I'm just about to the top. So now it's tightened up and we just have to test it. A quick recap, this is the hand wheel. There's a smooth groove on there. When you engage the bobbin winder, this rubber tire makes contact with this hand wheel. When the hand wheel moves, the worm moves. And because the worm wheel has the teeth engaged into the worm, that moves as well. It'll keep rotating, and as that rotates, the thread guide arm follows the cam, which in turn allows the thread guide to move left and right and keep going back and forth to evenly wind the bobbin. There you have it. Everything's put back together and working great. If you're also wanting information on how to install a treadle belt, make sure to check out that video. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody.
I found that working on a vintage machine was incredibly therapeutic. It was completely new to me. It was very enjoyable. But as I had mentioned, we do have a video on treadle belt. So when I was in customer service, we had a lot of questions about treadle belts. So it goes over how to measure and how to install it on your treadle machine. So as you can see, we're still waiting on our guests. So we decided we're going to pull up another video. We have some really awesome fabric organizers available on our site. We have different sizes, and I just go over how to use them and how they're a great option to organize your sewing space. So here it is.
I want a beautiful, organized sewing space, right? But let's be real. How often does our fabric turn out looking like this? Unless we take time to organize it, it's always going to be a wrinkly mess when we go to use it. Stick with me and I'll show you how to fix this. Hey everybody, Trisha here with Sewing Parts Online. So today I'm going to talk about these fabric organizers. They are going to solve all your fabric organizing problems. I might get a little overzealous, but seriously, they're fantastic. These mini bolts help turn your sewing space into your own little showroom. They're also incredibly functional, storing your fabric in such a way that you can easily see what you have, saving you time. No more digging through this fabric bin. So how do they work? You simply lift the tabs, secure your fabric, and start flipping. So let's take a look at these boards. We've got the shorty. It measures 7 by 10.5 inches. Next is the small. It measures 5 inches by 14 inches. Lastly is the large, measuring 10 by 14. I especially love the large option to store multiple yards of fabric. It can hold up to 10 yards. Plus, we're already used to it coming at 22 inches, so it's convenient if we just fold it in half, making it 11, which coincidentally fits perfectly between these tabs. Also, there is a link in the video description if you want to check that out. When you get to the end, pin it in place. In addition to being fantastic for storing yardage, these are also great for fat quarters, scraps, loose elastic, binding, ribbon, or rickrack. I think you get my point. I've heard people say that it's just fancy cardboard, so let's touch on that. They're corrugated plastic, not cardboard. They have a nice structure to them. They don't squish like cardboard would. They work, and they work great. To date, I've not done a video on organizing, so if you're enjoying this or you would like to see more of it, please let me know down in the comments. That way I know what direction to go. I really love your feedback and I greatly appreciate it. The only thing that I found that I would change is the sticker placement. You can see that this one was covered just a bit. It's an easy fix. I just took a little knife and went around it, but ideally that would be in a different spot. Other than that, I'd say they're a pretty awesome product. If you found that you've gained anything from this video, please consider subscribing to our channel. Also, while you're at it, you can go ahead and hit that little bell. I wouldn't be mad. If you want to share with your friends, it would be greatly appreciated. That way we can continue to grow our sewing community. I hope that this inspires you to go organize your fabric and you enjoy your sewing space. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody.
It's so nice to organize your sewing area. I absolutely love those organizers. So we went over how to do a bobbin winder and fabric organizer. Now let's talk about technique. So have you ever wondered how to do a French seam? In this tutorial, I go over a simple way on how to do a French seam.
Hey everybody, Trisha here with Sewing Parts Online. In today's episode, I'm going to show you how to sew the infamous French seam. So what's the French seam? It's a specific seam finish where two seams are sewn, one narrow one and one larger one. By doing this, the raw edges are completely encased. It's one of those finishes that give your project such nice results that if you show somebody, they look at it and go, "You made that?" Yes, I did. It can look intimidating, but don't worry. It's actually quite easy once you get the system down. We are so used to placing our fabric right sides together, right? When doing a French seam, you actually start off doing the opposite. Make sure that you put wrong sides together. Honestly, that's probably the biggest source of confusion with doing a French seam. This one on the left is as if your pattern called for a 3/8 inch seam allowance, whereas this one is if your pattern called for 5/8 inch seam allowance. I'm going to show you how to sew both. Match up this edge. Stick a couple of pins in there. Let's sew some French seams. The first one that I'm going to show you is as if your pattern called for a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Begin by sewing a 1/8 inch seam allowance. When I have my needle in center needle position, I've got markings on my plate, and I also have a reference point on my foot that I can look at while I sew that 1/8 inch. My fabric got a little bit wonky there. We can just even it out. Now let's scooch over to the pressing board and open up that seam. It's pretty narrow, so it may take you a second to get that open. You can either iron or finger press it. Take our right side up and then flip this over. So now pretty sides are together. And you just want to get that stitched line nice and straight. Use your fingers to roll it a little bit. That just makes it a lot easier to sew the next seam allowance. When doing my 1/4 inch seam allowance, I prefer to use the edge of my foot as a guide. If I leave my needle in center needle position, that's not going to be the correct distance. For the settings on my machine, if I move my stitch width, my needle position to an 8.5, that will allow me to use the right side of the foot and I'll get a perfect 1/4 inch. So I'm just going to scooch my stitch width to an 8.5. This is going to vary depending on the foot you're using in your machine. So I would recommend testing out those distances before you're actually doing a project and not just taking the number that I'm giving you. Again, I'm just going to be lining the fabric up with the edge of the foot. This way I don't have to look at the plate. I can just keep an eye on the guide on my foot and I am good. And let's head back to the pressing board. All right, we've got our 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now we can open it up and you can just choose a side to press it to. And I also like to give a press on the front. Pretty on the front, pretty on the back. If at any point in this video you've learned something, I would greatly appreciate it if you hit that like button. Now let's move on to the French seam as if your pattern called for a 5/8 inch seam allowance. So the first seam allowance is going to be a 1/4 inch. I've left my needle in the same position and I'll be using the right side of my foot as my guide. Where do you plan on applying the French seam? Comment below, I'd love to hear your idea. The French seam is ideal for light to medium weight fabric. That doesn't mean you can't use it with heavier fabric, it's just that you're going to see some bulk. A great option with the light to medium. If you are using a heavier fabric, I would recommend trimming that first seam allowance just to eliminate some of the bulk. Let's scooch back over to the pressing board and get that pressed open. All right, we've got our 1/4 inch stitched. Now we can open this up. If you want to eliminate some bulk, you can trim this down to half. That's perfectly fine. But our next seam allowance is going to be 3/8, so it will encase this. So I am simply going to finger press this open to help with our next step. Remember, right sides together. Make sure that fold is nice and crisp. Let's go finish up. Our first seam allowance was 1/4 inch. Now, because we need it to equal 5/8 of an inch, we will be stitching a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Again, I want to use the right side of my foot, but if I leave my needle as is, it would be incorrect. I need to move my stitch width to 5.0. That's going to give me a seam allowance of 3/8 of an inch from the needle to the side of my foot. And here we go again. I just think this seam finish is so pretty. Looks so professional, nice and neat, no fraying. Love it. Last press. I hope that this has given you the confidence to get out there and do some French seams. Until next time.
The French seam is a whole lot of fun to do. So I hope that you enjoyed that tutorial. Another fun one that you could check out is the flat felled seam. That one was also a great technique. So unfortunately, our guest didn't arrive, so I do want to cover a couple of things that she was going to touch on. We had mentioned the Wish 2.0 table. This is the old version, it's the Wish table, but some of the items are similar about it. It has the really nice compartment. You've got the drawer here, and you've got the beveled edges so there's no catching. You've got the built-in ruler, and of course the Wish 2.0 table is an acrylic table that is cut to your machine. These are specific to your model, so they do take about 2 to 4 weeks to arrive once you place your order. They give you a nice, large sewing surface. With the Wish table, there are a couple sizes available. Mine here is the 22.5 by 25.5, but you can also get the giant, which is 24 by 32. So depending on how much space you have available and what you're needing. But they are excellent for giving you that flat sewing surface. No tugging, no pulling. You just have nice results with it. But there are some accessories that are also available to make it even nicer. So let's go over a few of those. We have the spinner tray. So I'm going to go back and forth so I can kind of explain the spinner tray here. Up on the top left, it is an accessory tray that's 6 by 8, so you have more storage space. That is going to connect to one of these legs and it'll spin in and out. So you can get the Wish 2.0 table and have your compartment over here, your drawer, and have all this storage. And then you're also able to add that spinner tray down at the bottom to have even more storage. So that's awesome. You can also get a polish kit. If you were on before, I'd mentioned that the Wish 2.0 table does come with the polish kit, but if you need to purchase that separately, maybe you have another Sew Steady table that you're needing some more, we've got that option for you. You can do an add a drawer. Now, on that right side, it shows the 6x8 storage there. That is going to be something that you're going to be using for the basic tables. So SewSteady is going to be with us this week showing us the basic tables as well. So the difference being is instead of this compartmentalized little tray here, you would be able to add the option of adding a table, or excuse me, adding a tray right here. So that is just an optional accessory that you can add on. And that would be just for your basic table. The most common one of those would probably be our 18x24. It's a great size. We also have the Circles and Straights tool. That comes with the 2.0, but again, you can purchase that. Also, you can cut it down to size if you have a smaller table, if you don't need the full length of it, but that helps you make perfect circles. Super cool. The next one is the light stick. That is really awesome. You are able to take the light stick and essentially turn your table into a light box. So if you needed to do any sort of tracing, super handy where you can place your paper on there, put your light stick underneath, trace everything as needed, and then you've got your pattern. Great for transferring like magazine patterns. Awesome option. And then last but not least, you have the grid glider. This is another option to help reduce friction. So as you're sewing, it covers everything up on your table, so it makes it nice and slick, but it leaves an opening where your presser foot is. So you've got your feed dogs still exposed, and it helps you have grid lines and everything to keep everything nice and straight. There's actually a couple of different ones. One has your exposed feed dogs, whereas the other one, if you're doing free motion sewing, you only have just a little opening, so all of that is covered and everything glides nicely. There's other accessories that you can pair with it too if you're doing free motion sewing, but overall, there's some fun accessories to make your sewing experience really, really awesome. So I hope that we'll be able to have SewSteady come on and show us the basic tables tomorrow, and maybe she'll touch on the Wish 2.0 and we can see more about it. But we do have a giveaway. We have the suspension arm, the 2 suspension arm. Brian, do we want to go ahead and pick a winner for the suspension set?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's see what we've got going on. We've got our drum roll, please. See what we have.
Patricia Winters from Thompson Station, Tennessee.
I was just going to say, that is a familiar name. We know Patricia Winters. She joins us on our Social Circle weekly. So that is awesome. Congratulations, Patricia. All right. And up next for our next segment, we're going to be doing another giveaway at the end of that one. So before we introduce Sarah, she is new to our show. I'm going to just show you what our giveaway is going to be at the end of next segment. So once again, we're going to be giving away the ABC Pocket Guide for the Schmetz. This is great information. It has tons of information about needles. Fantastic resource. You've got your luggage tag, which not only serves as a luggage tag, but it also shows the color-coded chart for your needles. And of course, our sweet SewCreative Live or Fill thread kit that we made. It has the 50 weight and the 40 weight in black, white, and red. And we love this kit. This one we made specifically for giveaways, but it is available on our website if needed. So I think our next guest is ready. Do we want to go ahead and pull her up, Brian? Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly. Well, welcome. We're so excited for you to be here to SewCreative Live. I know this is your first time. Have you done a live before? Oh.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly.
All right, great. I have done a live class on Instagram, but not a full-on one like this, so I'm excited. Thank you for inviting me.
You're very welcome. I'm excited for you to share your tips. I know we had shared some information saying efficiency, efficiency maker. You know a lot about the industrial industry, correct?
Yes, so I'm a self-taught seamstress, and I make bags, which tends to lean towards more industrial type products. And I had a job last year working for an industrial factory, and I learned a lot from them who have more professional experience. I'm self-taught. A lot of the things that they were showing me I learned, but still a laundry list of things I've never heard before. So I'm excited to share some of those with you.
Well, I am very excited. I too am self-taught. So when you had mentioned that before, I'm like, yay, go girl. But the fact that you have that hands-on experience is so intriguing to me. Plus, there's something really enticing about an industrial machine. So I'm excited to see it in motion. So I'm glad for you to share that. Do you want to go ahead and tell people where you can be found? We found you on TikTok, but if you want to share your handle and everything so they know where they can follow you.
Yes, so my brand is called Made. The handle is Choose Made, CHOOSEMADE. I'm on TikTok where they found me, mostly on Instagram. I also have a Facebook page, and my website is choosemade.com.
Fabulous. Well, we're going to let you take it away. I'm going to be in the background, so if you need anything from me, just holler. I will be available.
Okay, great. Thank you. I do want to do a quick audio test. I have a Bluetooth in and I'm hearing my echo. So let's try to figure this out really quick. Because if I mute here, myself right now. So that's why I was playing with it earlier. Okay, can you still hear me? And I still hear myself.
Brian's going to give you some information here.
Sarah, will you unmute your phone for me?
We're going to walk through the process.
Okay, is it echoing for you?
Not me. Can you guys hear me?
Sounds great.
Sounds good.
Yes, you got it. Okay, thank you guys. All right, so let me show what I am making today. I did say we're just doing a tote with one pocket. We're actually making 4 pockets, and it's really easy because it just is sewed into the seam. So this is the tote bag, and I decided to add more pockets because we're all makers here. We need a lot of pockets for our projects. So, so you can see the 4 pockets right here. It's on each side. And I also am a dancer. I'm a trained dancer and I perform. So I take dance classes. And so I'm actually using this for my shoes so I can keep them in each compartment. So this being the Christmas workshops, this could be a great project for little girls or boys going to dance class, or if you do crochet or knitting, this could be a project bag. If any kind of craft bag to hold your supplies, travel bag for kids in the car. So a lot of options with this bag. Very basic, but like she said, hopefully I am sharing some new efficiency skills and other things that are mostly self-taught. They are not official, but still efficient. So I also have a PDF that I sent to them, I believe will be available on Facebook afterwards. So it has the measurements of everything and then the list of instructions that we're going to go through. And let me show you what I will also be using. They shared with me some of these attachments that have these attachment guides. So we will be using all of them between 1/16 to about 3/8, I believe. 1/8, 3/8, and 1/16 and 1/4. And these will help us as we're sewing so that we don't have to guess. And so it's just a more consistent line as we sew. And that is something that I first found out when I was working at the industrial design company last year. We made military jumpsuits. So they have to be very precise. Even the stitch lengths have to be very precise. And so these were a big help. And with my Juki, I can't move the stitches from side to side like we just saw on that home machine. So that is why these will come in handy a lot. Okay, let me take some water. All right, so I said we're starting with 1/4. We're going to start with the pocket. And I already marked the middle of it. If you wanted to make a pocket asymmetrical, meaning one compartment bigger than the other, then you can move that center line to accommodate maybe what you're deciding to put in the pocket. But I decided to put in the middle. And what we're going to do first, we're going to do a 3/8 double fold top hem. And I'm actually going to, I like my hem fold to be on the inside so that the chalk, I can still see the chalk on the outside. So let's switch to my sewing machine view. Oh, you can see both. Awesome. Also, This does not have a silent motor. You will be hearing this. You also will be hearing my AC going because it's hot here in Phoenix. So hopefully it doesn't go on too often, but you will be hearing the hum of my machine and the AC. So again, we're going to do about 3/8 fold. Let's get that started. Okay, and also one of the tips I shared on TikTok is we're actually going to start perpendicular, kind of closer to the edge. We're going to start sewing. Kind of stop it, put the needle in right where you want it, and then we're going to turn it here. That way it eliminates the back stitch showing on that edge. All right, and I don't have any.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was going to say that is actually the video that I had seen that I was like, oh, I love this.
Genius, right? And that is the tip I learned. That was like my biggest takeaway. I was like, oh my gosh, how simple is that? Like you just hide it. So there you go.
Sorry to interrupt. Continue.
It's okay. No worries. All right. I don't have any fancy folding hem attachment. So once I have it anchored in here, then I use my fingers. I'm eyeballing it. You can definitely use a little ruler. So then I just hold it. You can kind of see it's about 4 inches out. I give it some tension, and I'm using the 1/4 guide. Beautiful. And I'm just going to keep going. Hopefully my chalk mark doesn't disappear, but we should still be able to see it. And then put the needle in, pivot. You can do a back stitch here. You can see me reaching over my holder. So pull that out. And there we go. So no back stitch. It's a little hard to see with the shading. You can just, it's on the ends. Trim off my threads. All right, so one pocket done. Let's do the other pocket. And this is still a new trick I'm getting used to, so then I'm figuring out where I can use it in each of my projects. I don't make this tote in my repertoire of products on my website, so I definitely figured this out in my test run of where I could implement this trick, so I can use it right away. But normally what I make on my website, I have, and what I made in that video that Trisha is referring to is a fanny pack. So that's what I've been making a lot recently, are fanny packs. I can do backpacks, a lot of different type of bags, mostly for like travel, on the go, and I try to repurpose materials too. So these fabrics I'm using for this bag, I got at a thrift store, local thrift shop, and the bag, the sample bag I showed you, the red one, I got at a surplus store where it's just all the extra remnants. So I try to repurpose when possible, and it just makes it more fun and unique. I should mention that the type of fabric, it kind of is up to you and your comfort level. I would suggest more medium to higher weight material for a tote bag. This one I use like there's two different materials. I think the outside is a linen mix and the inside was a crepe mix. So it was a little slinky, but I was comfortable using it. But I'd say as a beginner, you could use a cotton, a really basic cotton. If your machine is able to, you can use a canvas. Just really use your comfort level, but I'd suggest medium or higher. Okay, we have 2 pockets done. Now we're going to take this is the taller lining one. So this pocket, this lining piece is 17 inches tall. This pocket was 14 inches tall, and we just did about almost an inch fold. So you'll have about a 3-inch, almost 4-inch gap at the top. And again, you can tailor that to your liking. I'm going to, you can see I lined up the bottom edges. All right, I'm gonna pin that in place. Okay, I have to switch my headphones because it just ran out of battery. All right. Hopefully we'll keep it. Hopefully you can hear me. And I'm open to if there are any questions while we're sitting here. Okay, I see that the code word is palm tree. I just got back from California here in Phoenix. I love palm trees and the mix of with cacti. It's beautiful. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Okay.
I'll keep an eye out for you and I'll let you know if there are any questions.
Okay, great. So I pinned I've just pinned here and then the top of the pocket. So I'm just going to sew straight down the middle. I'm not going to worry about the back stitch showing. This is the bottom of the pocket. And I kept the 1/4 foot because we need it for the next thing. And I'm just going to sew straight on that chalk line. You know what? I think I'm now realizing why this is having trouble moving. This guide, it raises the foot. So I would actually, on the next one, I'm going to switch to a regular foot because when you sew, I think what's happening, we're learning this together. What's happening is that this foot, if there's any fabric underneath this foot, it kind of raises it up, and these stitches are a lot smaller than what it's supposed to. So just be aware of that. It will be a little smaller. Again, it's just a pocket, so it's not a huge deal, but I'm going to switch to a regular foot to show you the difference and what I mean there. Okay, great. We got one pocket done. Let me figure out which way this goes. Let's do the other pocket. Also, I am going to give away this tote at the end. So I am going to add this for the winner. And it has a blue lining and then like a brown outside. I like just the two-tone makes it a little more fun. Okay, so I have it all pinned. I'm going to switch the feet to my regular foot right here. This is the one that comes with the machine. I forgot to preface what type of machine I have. It's a Juki Industrial. It's a straight stitch. It's a DDL 8300N. And so yeah, just as a straight stitch, it's intended for just tailoring, but I do use it for leather and vinyl. I don't go any bigger than like 2 millimeters, maybe 3 millimeters. So nothing too strenuous on it. It's been doing good. And I've also taught myself how to fix the timing. It saved me a lot of money, and then I can kind of test things out and then fix it if I need. Okay, so now I have just a regular foot on there, and you'll see it should glide a lot easier. Yep. So just note, if you have a guide, if you have the guide, it doesn't feed the fabric through as well if you have fabric underneath that guide. Yep, so much easier. And I always like to go above the pocket so that because as you open this, you know, it's gonna pull on that top, so I always go over the pocket. Okay, we have 2 linings done with the pockets, and when we put it all together, it'll create that finished pocket. I'm keeping all the pins there. All right, so now we're going to do a strap. Standard straps are 24 inches raw, and this one we're going to, and it's 3 1/4. So we're just going to half it, figure out which one's the outside. So yeah, it's a really pretty brown with this blue. I think it'll look really good. So the brown will be our outside, I'm actually going to change my thread now because I think I'm done with the blue. I'm just using basic standard thread. On this, my needle is a Schmetz. So the fact that we're giving away some Snatch products. So this is normally what I use also for my, I typically use nylon thread for my vinyl and leather. It's more durable and looks better with, it pairs better with those materials. I just honestly keep my same needle. I just change my thread, and then I also change my tension to accommodate the thinner thread. So then I would tighten the tension in my bobbin. And that I would tighten it when I move from nylon to cotton. So, but yeah, we're just doing cotton for this. Maybe if I was doing a canvas bag, I would maybe do my nylon thread. Okay. So I changed to a more caramely thread. All right, we're just going to fold it long ways. And I'm going to switch back to my fourth inch. Can't really see on the close-up cam. Sorry. Here we go. Okay. Right. Doing your back stitches. And we got, all right, here we go. And this just makes it so much easier. With experience, you could, you know, line this up with your eye, but it, even with my experience, it's just so much easier. Just one less thing you have to worry about. And pin as much as you need. If you're comfortable not pinning and holding it, that is great too. Okay, here's another thing that I learned on my own, and they do use in factories. This is called just chain stitching or just assembly lines. So you keep that right in there, and you can see they're right next to each other. This saves you the thread, having to pull it out and cut it. That's one efficiency tip that is so helpful. I do wholesale, and so if I'm making the same, say 10 of one thing, it saves me so much time. Oops. Right. And because this is not my typical product, I'm using the old school safety pin method. Stick it in there, pop it back in.
Sarah,
Right.
one thing that I was going to mention is I was watching your video on your assembly line technique. You were making those 4 bags at once.
Yeah,
That's one thing I don't know why it doesn't mesh with my brain, like cutting everything out. I'm like, okay, I need to learn how to do this.
Yeah, cutting, oh yeah, layering everything together, especially, yeah, if the fabric is thin enough, I cut layers at a time. I don't have an electric one. I really should get one of those. But those are really efficient. And yeah, just kind of doing it in bundles. You kind of just rotate through, and it's so easy. It really helps you, like, you can just turn your brain off for a little bit because it's so much. So yeah, I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I come from a large family, so I'm like, this would be great for gifts. I just have to get that process down on how to make
Yes.
multiple ones at once, and I'll be good.
Yep. Yep. Once you got down, you won't go back.
There you go.
Okay, this strap, this is a little thicker, so it's a little tougher than the red one I had made, but it's definitely doable. So say if you have a thicker fabric and you use this method, maybe make a wider strap. I love chain piecing all day. Yes, it's great. Oh yeah, so this is what was really interesting when I was at the factory. They have such a large inventory and, and sales. They have a person who just cuts the chains. They cut the chains and they also like cut all of the extra threads. So like when you finish something that's maybe not able to have a chain, you have just, the 6 inches of thread. Someone just cuts the threads or makes like just cleans everything up. I was like, oh, I wish I had someone to do that for me. Someone is commenting on a tube turner. So yes, they do exist. I just don't have one. And you can see that this one's kind of taking a while. It's not as slippery. So, okay, someone is asking what kind of machine. I have a Juki. It's a Juki Industrial. It's a straight stitch machine. And I'm using the different guides today to help me. Yes, someone commented. 8,300. I'm using the guides to help me with the positioning of how close I am to the edge, especially when doing top stitches. It's really great. Okay, I got it. There we go. I've also seen they have tube turners. It's just like a stick in a base, and you just push it through. So I've seen those. Those are cool. All right, so we're just going to finger press this. You could iron it. I'm just going to finger press this. So this is the seam I just made. We're just going to go along there, and then the other side will be really easy too. And we're going to switch to, I was going to do 1/16, but the fabric is a little thicker. I'm actually going to do 1/8 because sometimes if it's too thick and it's too small, it doesn't really grab it properly. So I'm going to do 1/8. My PDF will say 1/16, and you can tailor it to whatever you want, really. Okay, so 1/8 for the strap. Okay, finger pressing. You can still see that okay. This one I'm not going to worry about the back stitch because most of it will be tucked into the bag, and you'll see. And I'm just going to do a short one. Okay. All right, you can see how I'm pushing that out. And I like to go 5 or 6 inches beyond, pull it. Excellent. Good to use the chain stitch again here. After you finish this side. And let's see what else. Okay. I will comment on the last video or couple that Trisha showed where she's working on a vintage Singer. So I've sewn on one of those. It was actually a replica in India. I've taught sewing abroad for humanitarian trips, and we got sewing machines for them, and they always have these Singer replicas, and they were all treadle machines. They don't have electricity, so we had to do some troubleshooting and getting those to work. Mostly if is it rubber? Yeah, the rubber belt wasn't working. Actually, no, they don't use a rubber belt. They use rope. That is their belt, is a rope. And let's say that rope breaks. They take fabric and like make it tight, like spin it all together. So that is their rope. So they make their own rope. They are so what's the word, savvy. I was so impressed. So yeah, I learned how to use a treadle machine. I don't know if that one was a treadle machine or not. I think I missed that little bit, but those are tough to get that rhythm of it. That can be really tricky.
So fun story about the treadle. You are correct, it was a treadle machine.
Cool.
I thought it was going to be easy to use a treadle. It is not.
No, because it can go backwards. Like it, yeah, it's all about the timing. It's crazy.
It was really funny. We were practicing. I'm like, oh, this is going to be easy, you know, and I get my feet on a little stop on you and also like,
nope.
Rhythm down was pretty fun. But yeah, it was an experience for sure. But that is really, really cool that you traveled to India and did that. Very
It was fun. That was my first time. Oh no, that was my second time teaching abroad, and then I've taught other places too. So I love teaching. So when you asked me to do this, I was like, oh, love to, and it's in English, so and you understand me.
Do you speak other languages?
No, I guess I meant you understand me. I don't speak another language.
That's cool. I'm so impressed by people that can speak other languages. I tried learning Spanish like 5 times and it just did not stick.
No, I took French in high school, but that's high school, so yeah.
Well, very cool. I'll get back to it.
Okay, thanks. All right, there's some. Yeah, the Amish. I'm sure they would be using shuttle machines. Oh yes, and someone mentioned that if the treadle machine goes backwards, it breaks the thread. So that was the really frustrating part for us and for these ladies. They're just learning how to sew. They're just trying to get the hang of it, and so it was hard. But we definitely practiced without thread, so we didn't have to constantly deal with that. All right, so our straps are done, and this is if you want custom straps. You obviously could use just like cotton straps, webbing, to make it easier to eliminate one step. But if you want it to match and be the same, there you go. All right, so now at my desk, you can kind of see it here on the needle view, but I'll try to hold it up as well. So we are going to mark, I think I'm going to do 5 inches. A 5-inch gap between the straps. So just marking the middle with a needle, and I use a hemming ruler to mark it. I also have this roller like chalk marker. I love it because it just dusts right off. You don't have to worry about the water, as long as it's not going to be, brush off with handling it too much. So I have 5 inches in between. Again, you can adjust that to your liking with the other one. I could measure distance from the edge, but I think it's more visually for me. I like to just measure how much in between and then from the center. But you could obviously measure, oh, it's 4 inches from the edge or whatever it might be. But that's just what I figured for this. I don't know if you guys can see. Okay. 5 inches there. All right, great combo going on in the comments. Okay, so now we're going to put the straps on. We're going to put them on the bag. material and lining up the edges up here. Tacking in place. And you could go on and to the next step with them just pinned like this. I like to sew them, tack them in place before I actually sew the other lining on top of it. Especially just keeps it straight, because most of the time you can't really see it. So just doing a quick forward and back. Take that out. Okay, so that's one. Pretty good on timing. So this is just getting the pieces ready. Sometimes it takes forever just getting, we haven't quite made a bag yet. We're just getting pieces ready before you actually do the body of the bag. But it is pretty satisfying just having all these pieces ready, and then once you put the larger pieces together. Kind of doing chain stitch here, just keeping it together. Just lengthen my thread, and I didn't even tack it. Sometimes I don't. All right, but I am going to tack it now, just so that it stays straight and perpendicular. Okay, great. So this next step, and when I teach this, sometimes people's brains are like, why are we doing that first? It doesn't even look like a bag. Why are you doing it? It'll make sense, trust me. So we're taking this one that we just put the strap on, you can kind of see on the right, and then the top edge of the pocket. A lot of people mix this up too. Top edge, because this is where the pocket is. Don't put this at the top, it's this top edge. So top edge right here with the strap, okay? So we're gonna go sew straight across from there. Now we're gonna go to 3/8. This just provides more security, more fabric. We will do a top stitch at the end, and it just gives more to grab onto. Let's see, 3/8, the bigger one. There it is, 3/8. Okay, you can sew if you like, or just go for it. If you teach sewing, or you're going to teach, say, a friend or a family member how to sew, something I tell my students, this analogy I came up with is, I first ask them, okay, when you are baking, do you start with the mixer in the batter or outside of the batter? So you start with it inside the batter. Why? So that the batter doesn't splatter everywhere. Because if you start out and you try to put it in, it gets everywhere, right? So I say the same thing for the needle. The needle starts inside your fabric, because then if you start out, the thread could get undone. It could just all become loose. So I start the needle inside the fabric, and it just makes sure that you sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. It secures the needle, it secures the thread. I also make sure, have like 6 inches of thread behind, but just ensures that you don't have to redo stuff. So that's an analogy that I use when I teach. And I can always hear when someone, or no, what is it? I can hear when someone doesn't have their foot down. So you also want to have the foot down and the needle down. And then you hear, oh no, because they didn't put their needle in. Okay, so there is, oh, let me show. It's a little hard, but yeah, that's a 3/8 up there. I didn't change the thread for this. I could have changed the bobbin. I'm just keeping it that same one. Okay, there's the top, there's the pockets, top of the straps. Okay, this going over the straps is a little tricky, so I sometimes might have to hand crank it. There we go, just to get it on, because it is kind of thick. Hand crank it. I'm always looking at my ending edge to make sure it's still lining up. Right. Hey, I could have done chain stitch there. Forgot. So, yeah. Missed opportunity. Okay. This is done at the top. I can, actually, I'm going to keep the pins in because it keeps it out of the way of everything else. But, yeah, it's starting to look like a bag, just that top part. So, in the instructions, I say open up the lining and the interior and exterior. So I'm going to open that up, lay them flat. You can kind of see them in on the right side. Quick change adapter. That's awesome. Yeah, this one has a screw. I wish it had a little lever, but I have to unscrew it every time. Okay, so you're going to put right sides together and corresponding sides together. So blue to blue, brown to brown. Okay, you see that? All right. Make sure the straps are nice and flat. They're going to be out of the way from the seams. The first thing that you pin, I'm going to pick it up, are these joining seams. You want to make sure that those line up and make them alternate. So let's say the one here, I'm going to flap to the left, and the one closest to me, I'm going to flap to the right. This just makes sure that they are kissing right there, and so you're going to have a nice clean seam. Sometimes I do two pins right there. So I don't know if you can see it. Look, top one is this way and the bottom was the other way. See that? Okay, and then this is the most important part, and then you line everything up from there. And I love bags because even if this was wonky, like this, see that's a little bit longer on one side somehow. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to fit anybody. It can just, it'll be hidden. So that's why I love making bags. You can cheat a little bit. So I actually did end up lining up. I just wasn't holding it totally flat, but that is a nice trick. Because it's all in the guts. They won't be able to see this at all. All right, so then we line up the other side, and you want it to match. So let's say the blue, I don't know if you can see, this blue is going down. So I'm going to make this side of the blue go down as well. This is going down. This will also go down. That means the other side will go the other way. Again, folding them opposite, having it kiss right in the middle. And I also want to keep them on the same side, meaning, okay, I have pins here. This is my top. So I'm going to keep the pins on the top so they're not underneath and I have to dig underneath while I'm sewing. The fabric grows when you're not looking. Yeah, the fabric, it just, you think you have all your measurements right, and just something just moves around. So, okay. All right. So I have to move because my pins are on the inside of the pocket. I'm gonna have to move those so I don't hit those while I'm sewing, holding those in place. And I know a lot of y'all are experts here. That's why you're buying all the fancy like parts and stuff. So I'm probably saying more than you need, but I still hope you're learning something and glad you're watching, or those that are coming back for a replay. Hope it's still helpful. And again, I'm self-taught, so I just do what works, and that's what, just do what works for you. Each product's different, your machine, so, and whatever you're comfortable with, if you want a lot of pins or not. I'm using a lot of pins because I don't want to mess up what I'm teaching, so this just makes sure I'm just more accurate. Okay. All right, last one. And yeah, it's a little wonky here, but you will not be able to tell. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna do 1/4. I am gonna change it again. And after this one, I will change it again. So 2 more changes. So 1/4. All right, so also in the instructions, I say leave a 6-inch gap. This is the gap that we will pull everything right side out. So you need to leave an opening here. Otherwise, you just have fabric sewn all around. You have an inside out pillow. So,
Sarah,
going, yes.
Jane is asking, is there a right, wrong way to attach the handles with the fold towards the inside or outside of the bag?
Sorry, now I'm going to switch my headphones again. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yep, let me get pulled back up here. Jane is just wondering if there's a right or wrong way to attach the handles, like the fold, does it need to be facing towards the inside or the outside?
Towards, oh, this part, it doesn't matter at this point because you've already done the top stitch and attached the lining to the outside of the bag. Right now they're more towards this outside part because I have already pinned there, but at this point they can float anywhere in between just as long as you don't sew it on the sides.
Perfect.
Did that answer it? Was that helpful?
It does.
I think so. Okay, great. Okay, so I have my 1/4 here. I'm leaving this gap in between, and I'm going to sew all the way around. And after this, it should be good timing. After this, we are just going to do a top stitch around. I am cheating a little bit here because my fabric was a little short, so we're just cheating a little bit, and now we'll catch up right back in edges. If you wanted, you could also do a serger. If you, that's what I did on my other one because the crepe and the linen was just a little bit, it frayed quite a bit. Oh, all right, dang it. See, this is what I was afraid of, but we will make it work. So there's just some extra fabric in here. And you know what? If I pinch a little bit up here, it'll still look okay. Just the fabric is so slinky. And making sure that is still going opposite, pulling it here, and I'm just gonna tuck a little bit. See how I just pulled that? And okay. Pivot. Sorry, I've run out of stories. What can I tell you guys? Let's see, anything else? So, means the stitching on the strap should be placed the folded edge toward a particular side. Oh, that is a good question. So I think I did this intuitively. So the strap, should you place the folded edge towards a particular side? Out or in? I think I did mine out, if I'm understanding it right, because when I sewed the strap, and then obviously one side is thicker than the other because it has the seam allowance, I put on the outer edge. I don't know why. I think I just put that on the outer edge of the bag. I don't know why. I think I put that on the outer edge though. Probably just for more durability there, but is that true? Does it really need it? But so I don't know if that was the question. And my stitching, I should have said my length. Oh, go ahead. If you have a question.
Hey, no. Completely random question.
Sure.
When you sew, do you prefer to have music on or do you like silence?
Oh, I always have a TV show going on my phone, for sure. Well, if it's an easy project and I know I have some time, I'll turn on usually true crime or a 90s sitcom. Those are my go-tos. But if I'm honestly under a crunch, I don't have anything, and I kind of like to time myself because I feel like it helps me like move faster. I'm like, okay, I have 5 bags. How fast can I do these 5 bags? Is it faster than these others? I just make it a game for myself. So it depends on what it is.
So when you time yourself to do 5 bags, on average, I know that it would depend on what type of bag you're sewing, but on average, what are you looking at?
So of my cosmetic bag where I have a zipper, I have lining, oh gosh, that'll probably take me hopefully less than an hour to do 5 bags. And that's already, it's already cut. This is just the sewing portion. But hopefully, an hour.
Oh!
Efficiency.
Yes! I need to watch more of your stuff because I swear, I do purses and it's an all-day thing for me, but that's counting like cutting everything out. And I'm very, very particular when I cut out. So that's probably something I could work on, but dang, it's an all-day thing. Because my grandma always says, oh, you should sell that to your niece and whatever. They want one of those purses. And I'm like, it takes a long time.
It takes all day. It does depend on the bag. I have to mentally prepare myself. And I also okay, if this takes me an hour, okay, I'm going to be sitting at least for an hour. Let me just get through it, whatever it is. But I cut everything. I pile them on, I stack them. I also, with my zippers, so I have a lining in the zipper. I also, I do, what's it called? The chain zippers. So it's just a continual spool and I cut them to size. I have a slider. So I layer, I prep. This is how I prep. I do lining, zipper, outside, and then outside zipper lining. So everything's even stacked and ready to go. So I don't even have to think. I just pull it and sew and pull it and sew. So that's another way. So maybe, I do it in batches just so that it's not too much oh, let me reset my brain and remember what I do. I'm in one track mind. I just do it all and then I can move on to the next thing. So.
Great tip. Love that.
Okay, great. All right, I lied. We do have 3 more steps. So this is a box corner if you haven't done one already. Another little analogy. I'm going to do the brown one because it has less threads, so it's a lot cleaner. So this is your corner, and I call this a frog's throat doing a ribbit. Their throat and their cheeks, not really throat, their cheeks puff out. So this is the frog, and his cheeks puff out like this. It just came to me one day, and some students still use it. So again, you have your corner, look at it flat, and the cheeks puff out like this. This is how you make a little triangle. I know some people pre-cut, like pre-measure and pre-cut their squares to make this box stitch, but I like to do it after because, I don't know, it's just less messy, and I've just gotten used to this. So now I can just press them like this. The only tricky thing is, like we did before, you have fabric going one way and the seam going one way and seam going the other way. And you can kind of like rub them and they butt up against each other. But if you prefer the other method of pre-cutting them, or you can even measure and cut right now. You could measure, where's my little ruler? I think it fell. But you could measure, you know, it's whatever half of your base is going to be. So if we are, for this one, we're going to do 1.5 stitch. You do half of that, which is 3/4. So then you would do 3/4. You do 3/4 by 3/4. So that when you open it up, it has a 1.5 base. So if your teacher said, you're going to be using math every day, I use it every day, and I use geometry every day. And if you didn't think that you would, here we are. So your math teachers, I'm sure, are so proud of using math and geometry every single day. So I pinned it. I left enough space to mark a 1.5 along the edge. Again, the seams are butted up against each other. I do have to get my ruler. I can usually eyeball it. I guess that helps with my timing as well. I can eyeball if it's an inch. If it's an inch box corner, but anything over an inch, I have to mark it. If it was for myself, I wouldn't care, but I'm giving this away to somebody, so it's got to be good. So I'm doing it on the outside and on the inside. And then when you do the inside, because you made a pocket, this has 2 layers. So don't put your hand, it's kind of small, so that's good. But I've seen some people, they make their corner in their pocket, if that makes sense. So make sure you separate pocket and lining, then put your hand in to find that corner. You can also do it this way, where you put your hand in and then you puff out the cheeks of the frog. So yeah, y'all are giving suggestions of what you guys would do to make the box corners. It's whatever works best. So when it is a tricky corner and it's not a perfect perpendicular shape, I have these, like, this is like a obtuse triangle, and I mark like these lines for where, okay, this is where my stitch is, this is where I make the mark, and then where my sewing line will be. So sometimes I do make templates if it's more than just a perpendicular corner. But for these, I'm just doing it this way. And if I were making this on the daily, I would also make a template. And I think I sewed that one. I haven't even sewn the other ones. So I'm kind of just doing whatever my brain feels like doing. Okay, because I know I'm short on time. We have 5 minutes left, but the next parts are pretty much just top stitches, and y'all might be able to finish those on your own, but I'll show you where those are. So now I just do back stitch several times on those corners. Let me show you, this one's a lot cleaner. And I just have that brown stitch, I still have the brown thread. Okay. Oops. And let's do a chain stitch here. Oh, that is another thing I do with my, when I make these cosmetic bags, they have a 1-inch corner. I do one after the other, so I do 4 at a time. and then I sit and cut the chains like someone was mentioning. So, but this is not my normal one, so I did not get in the habit of that. Okay. Now we trim. I leave about 1/4 seam allowance on the triangle. And you also don't have to do this corner. This is maybe if you want to fit more bulky items in the pockets, it gives a little more shape to it, or you can leave them flat. A lot of tote bags are just flat. You can just do that. All right, big reveal. So take your hand. Oh, taking it outside. Do you hear that little rip? I will fix that right now. I'm just going over it a couple times. Okay. All right, I don't know that we have time to finish, but let me show you what I would do. Now the blue is the lining. And what's great about just this tote bag, and with a lot of tote bags you can make, it's reversible. So maybe you want the pockets on the outside. You just flip it out. You just want it blue to match your outfit or whatever. So there is our bag. So here are the box corners right there. So what you would do to finish it up is you just tuck that in, tuck the lining in. After you've checked all your seams, everything looks good, you didn't miss anything, you tuck in these seams and do a top stitch right there. And then finish it off and do a top stitch around the edge, and making sure that the strap obviously is facing out. Let me just take it to my machine so you can see what that looks like. And also a tip is to start on a side seam, not to start right in the middle, because you'll see your back stitches there. So just start on the side, somewhere a little more inconspicuous. And I would do a 1/8 top stitch on that. So then when you get to your strap, you just make sure the strap is out of the way when you sew your top stitch there. And then you'll have a tote bag. So that is everything. All right, 1 minute to spare. Thank you for joining. Thank you guys for having me. Here we go.
Perfect timing.
Great.
You did awesome, Sarah. That was wonderful. And I know I picked up several tips, so I hope everybody else did too. So that's awesome. But do you want to stick around while we do the giveaway? And then also, since you did the tote bag as well, lucky winner, let's see who we have.
Love to.
All right. Brian, you want to go ahead and pull up the giveaway tool? And, all right. Let's see who's the winner. That's awesome. You made that look so easy.
It's easy.
Yeah. Pamela! Yay! Pamela.
Yay.
She always tunes into our stuff. So I love seeing everybody that, tunes in. So that's awesome. Congratulations, Pamela. Super awesome. All right. Well, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Do you want to just go ahead and let everybody know where they can follow you again? So in case they weren't here at the beginning.
Yes, you can find me at Choose Made on all of the social media handles, TikTok, Facebook, my website. It's CHOOSEMADE. I believe it's on their bio page as well. So thanks for having me.
We appreciate you joining us, and we'll share that PDF that you gave us too and let everybody know where they can find the pattern. So thank you so much, Sarah, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, bye.
See ya. Bye. That was wonderful. I am so excited about that. I'm definitely going to be making that bag. As we mentioned, she did share her PDF, so we will put that on our Facebook group. That's going to be Sewing Parts Online Sewing Community, and we'll put that up at the end of today and make sure that we share it so you can make your own tote. Very excited about that. So guys, guess what time it is? It's 3 o'clock. So we're going to give you an update on the side giveaway. So if you're just tuning in, anybody that called in to place an order today was automatically entered in to get this cutie tabletop quilting frame. This thing is wonderful. If you've ever been wanting to do some free motion quilting on a frame and just haven't had the space, this is perfect for you. So as we had mentioned before, anybody that places an order that had called in to place the order was automatically entered. Well, we're going to give you an update on how many people placed an order today, and then we're going to pick our winner. So we have our good friend Alex from the Bahamas. She is going to tell us how many people are in that giveaway. But first we need to see what the weather's like in the Bahamas. How's it going there, Alex?
Hey, Trisha. The weather's absolutely beautiful. I'm so glad to be able to pop on a SewCreative Live while I'm on vacation. I just love you guys so much. So there's no other place I'd rather be than the Bahamas or SewCreative Live. So this is great.
Well, we appreciate you taking time out of your vacation to pop on and tell us, number one, how many people are entered into the side giveaway?
Trisha, there are 14 people entered into this giveaway.
14, guys. You have such a great chance of winning a cutie. So that's pretty fun. Well, before we pick that, I just have to ask the question, how is Mr. Snowman there surviving in Jamaica? Shouldn't he be melting?
He should, but I'm assuming that Olaf visited him at some point and gave him his tips and tricks. So he's doing all right for now, but we'll check on him later.
Sounds good. Well, let's go ahead and pick our winner and see who gets a cutie. Thank you guys for ordering today. We really appreciate it. We love doing this.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
The winner is Alex Sumner. I'm just kidding.
We're shipping it to Jamaica.
Susan Wilkin.
Susan, congratulations. That's awesome. So that is really fun. We're going to do our side giveaway and just let's go ahead and do claiming your prize. So I'm going to show you here what you need to do in order to claim your prize. But Alex, thank you for joining us from your vacation. We appreciate it. And hopefully you'll be able to tune in tomorrow.
Absolutely, Trisha.
Awesome. So congratulations again on the cutie. That is so much fun. To claim that, just go to linktree/sewing parts online, click claim your prize, fill out that form, and you can submit it. It'll take us about 1 to 2 weeks to get everything shipped out. But we thank you, Grace, for donating the cutie frame. That is an awesome prize. So again, congratulations. Next up, we have a returning guest. She was actually on our very first SewCreative Live, so I'm super excited to have her back. Ryan, do you want to go ahead and get Sheila Christensen pulled up?
Love to.
Hello, Sheila. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am doing very well. As I just said, I'm so glad to have you back. You were on our first SewCreative Live, so it's been a few since then.
Very excited.
Nice. Well, do you want to go ahead and tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Well, my name's Sheila Christensen, and as you can see from behind me, I like working with triangles and 60-degree shapes. So I have a couple of books out and some patterns. And my new venture is online classes. So I love to teach online. I've been setting up for the last 3 years, improving the studio and getting everything working nicely. So I'm really excited to share some tips and tricks today.
That sounds wonderful. Well, I will be in the background. So if you need me, Sheila, just holler. Otherwise, we'll let you take it away. Okay.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sheila Christensen, and you can see on the wall behind me some of my patterns. I've got the hexagon braid runner, which is this one here. Then this is the Mini Wonders Waltz, the hexagon shaped table topper. We've done another hexagon braid runner, which is in the Tula Pink, which we just taught a class this weekend for. The other runner is actually based on the blocks that are in my modern triangle sampler quilt. And that's what the big blocks on the wall are. So I thought I'd share with you today, first of all, little tip for cutting hexagons and for fussy cutting, because who doesn't love fussy cut hexagons and fussy cut pieces? But not everybody wants to do English paper piecing. So you can use this technique to do a machine pieced block. And I'm going to make a very simple rectangular block and it's something that you could put into a quilt that is not necessarily all triangle piecing. So you could put it into a regular quilt just by sizing up the block so that you can then fit it into whatever size quilt that you're making. So what we're going to do to begin with is we're going to go over to the cutting mat, and I'm going to show you how you can cut a viewing template for your fussy cutting using the Creative Grids rulers. So I do use Creative Grids a lot. I also have a Creative Grids ruler of my own, which I'm going to be showing you in a little while. And we're going to be using that to make this block as well. So let's just go over to the cutting mat. And what I've got here is, let's just straighten myself up a little. So I've got a piece of paper here that's about 8 inches square, and that's what I'm going to use to make my template. And I also have some beautiful fabric from Sheila Pink's Moon Garden, and we're going to fussy cut this gorgeous dragonfly today. And then I also have some coordinating fabric that I'm going to use in the corners. So to start with, we're going to cut a template. So I've just cut this from regular printer paper. It's about 8 inches square. And what we're going to do to start with is to fold it in half like this. Then you're going to need your triangle ruler. And I've got this. This is the Creative Grids CGRT 60. And they do this size, which is an 8.5 inch ruler. They also do this size, which is the 12.5. And we're going to place our 6.25 inch line on the fold of this. And then I'm going to draw lines on both sides. And this is going to show us where our cut hexagon is going to end up. So bear with us, you'll see it's magic. Okay, so now I'm going to put my straight ruler on the fold. Now I'll do it right-handed, as I am left-handed, but there we go. So I'm going to put the 3.25 inch line. Let me just zoom in a little so you can see it better. There we go. And I'll move over here. So this ruler is 6.5 inches wide. This is the Creative Grids 612, which is 6.5 inches, which I love, by 12.5 inches. And so if I put my 3.25 inch line on, it actually has in the center of the ruler, it has these white lines. So I'm going to be using that white line in the center of the ruler there. And I'm placing that on my fold, and then I'm just going to draw a line there. Okay, so that would be where I would cut for my fabric. But I want a viewing template, and so I'm going to draw now the seam lines inside the first lines that I drew. So let's get another color to do that with so you can tell the difference between the two lines. I'm going to do pink now. So if I put my 1/4 inch line from the ruler on top of that blue line that I just drew, and I draw there, and then I can rotate and put my 1/4 inch line on my blue line, and draw my pink line, rotate again, 1/4 inch line on the blue line, and draw again. So I'm now going to use the pink lines to cut out the window for my fussy cutting template. So I'm just going to use my paper scissors. Doesn't have to be beautifully accurate. So this template is only going to be for viewing. It's not going to be for cutting. So what that means is that I'm going to be able to line up my cut so that I get the hexagon that I want. Fussy cutting. So here's my beautiful fabric. I'm just going to get rid of this little circle since you can't see me anyway. Okay. Oops. It's better. Okay, so now I can decide, where do I want to cut this dragonfly? Would I like to cut it this way on, or would I prefer to cut it that way on? I think I might take it that way because I'll get more of his wings in there. And I love Tula Pink fabrics for fussy cutting because she just knows about symmetry and so on. So this pattern is symmetrical, which means that it's a mirror image, and this is the center line. So if I then fold my template in half, that will give me a center line that I can line up with my pattern. So I've folded in half, and now I'm going to line up my center line. Let's just draw it on so you can see it there. So I'm going to line that up with the dragonfly's tail, and then the top line I'm going to line up with the middle of the pattern there. So that shows me where I'm going to be cutting. And I can just do a little double check on either side. So I think I need to rotate just a little. There we go. Maybe my marks weren't perfect. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin, when I find my pins, I'm going to pin my viewing template to my fabric. And you could use basting glue at this point if you wanted to, just to hold it in place. Just make sure I've got it right there. And here. So what I'm going to need to remember is that when I fold my fabric, this is the line where I fold so that I can cut on either side with my triangle ruler. And so I'm going to cut out the fabric, which I can do with my rotary cutter. This doesn't have to be perfectly accurate. We're just getting the right section of fabric so that we can use the triangle ruler to cut. And last cut, turn it around. Oh, I missed a couple of threads. This is what happens when you cut when you're sitting down. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so now there is my dragonfly ready to be cut into a hexagon. So I'm going to take off the template and make sure at this point that you've got the flat side, top and bottom. Okay. So he's ready. We're now going to fold this. I want to fold it up this way so that I have my the right side up, and that way I can just double check that everything's how I want it. And now we're ready to do the magic part. So we're going to take the triangle ruler And we're going to put the 6 1/4 inch line of this ruler on. Now, you do need to make sure that this is a Creative Grids ruler with the blunt tip, because if you have a ruler that has a pointed tip, you're often going to have to add something to this measurement. But all the Creative Grids rulers work really well for this. So I'm going to put 6 1/4 on the bottom on the fold. And I'm going to line up this center line with the center of my pattern. So I think I may need to just move it over very slightly there. 6 1/4 on the middle, on the fold, line in the middle, and just squeak my fabric. There we go. And now I'm going to cut on this side and this side. And all we've got to do now is to cut off the top part. So we're going to turn the hexagon so that the fold is on our left-hand side. And then we're going to get the ruler and put the 3 1/4 inch line. If you remember, that was our middle line from our ruler. And that's going to be on the fold, so that when we open this out, it's going to be 6 1/2 inches from top to bottom. And cut there. And now, if we open this out, there's our beautiful fussy cut hexagon. So just give him a press. Just love these fabrics so much. I'm addicted. Okay, so now the question is, how are we going to use this in a quilt? So you've got two choices. One is that we can cut triangles and then put a load of hexagons in a row and make a hexagon and triangle quilt. But what we're going to do today is we're going to turn it into a rectangular block. So to do that, I need to make some triangles, half triangles, and these half triangles are going to be cut from a 3 1/2 inch strip. And I'm going to use the half triangle ruler. So this is my half 60, which is with Creative Grids. I'm going to take my 3 1/2 inch strip, and for the first cut, I'll put this on the left-hand side. Now, if you are right-handed, you want to trim the right-hand side first. So we're just going to make a nice straight trim at the end. Like that. And now we're going to rotate this around. And then we can put the 3 1/2 inch line of this half triangle ruler on the bottom of the strip of fabric. Now I've got my fabric folded in half. So I'm going to cut 2 pieces this way. And that's going to give me 2 opposite triangles. So one triangle has the square corner in the bottom left, and the other triangle has the square corner in the bottom right. And that's because it was folded together, so one of the fabrics is right side up and one of them is wrong side up. And so now I can rotate my ruler, put the 3 1/2 inch line this time, it goes on the top, and you can see with this blunt tip here, it's going to line up with the bottom of my strip. So I'm going to cut on the right hand side, and that will give me my other 2 triangles. Now to set this block into a rectangle, we're going to use all 4 of these triangles we've just cut, and these are going to go on the corners of our hexagon, like this. Now this block, when we've done it, I'll show you what the measurement comes out to, and I'll show you how to bring that up to a size that you can use with ordinary regular straight piecing. So the first thing we're going to do now is we're going to go over to the sewing machine and sew the block. So I've got my hexagon here. My triangles are all ready. I'm going to start with the top right triangle. Put this on here. And the lovely thing about these flat tips is that this flat edge here lines up with the flat edge of my hexagon, like that. And you're going to see a little triangle sticking out at this end. So we're going to start sewing this one. I'm using a little scrap of fabric that I sew onto. It makes grabbing the piece much easier. And now, so that's that top one here. Let's rotate around and do the same thing. So you can see that you need to make sure you have the right triangle, because this triangle fits here. This triangle won't fit on the top right. It'll only fit on the top left or bottom right. So again, we're going to line up the square edges or the straight edges, rotate it so that it's coming into the machine with the 2 1/4 inch seam.
Sheila, I have to ask, what model of machine do you have?
I have a Janome. It's a 9400. Absolutely love it.
I could tell. I have the 8200 QCP, and it has a similar pressure foot area. I'm like, oh, and it sounds so nice too.
Sounds lovely. And I love having the walking foot with all the different attachments. So
Lovely.
I've got the 1/4 inch foot on now. That's my open toe foot that I use when I'm doing applique. You know, and you've got your regular foot. In fact, I use the open toe foot for stitching the ditch as well, because you can see everything.
Nice.
Okay, so before we put the next 2 on, we're going to press these seams open. I'll just bring this over to the other camera. So I've got my clover roll and press. I always press my seams open with triangle quilts because it really helps with getting everything lined up nice and straight and getting the points working. So I'm going to press that one open. And the other thing is that you can do this next to your sewing machine, so you don't have to keep jumping up and down and using the iron all the time. Okay. And then the other thing I do usually is I will cut off these tips. I don't have to do this yet for this one, but because I'm going to go and sew the other 2 triangles on. Right, so this one's going to go on the bottom right. We're going to place it on. And if we look behind here, where this green dot seam is coming, that's where the flat tip of this is going to line up. So you can kind of peek behind there and find where it lines up. This time I'm going to pop a pin in just to be safe. And then you should see as well at this end you get your little 1/4 inch poking out there. So this one next. Now the key thing, probably the main thing my students struggle with is that they get what I call happy seams, which is you get towards the end of the seam and you're so happy you've nearly finished that you go scooting off the edge. So it's really important to keep that seam 1/4 inch all the way through, so you can use something like a stiletto just to hold it, and you're coming down the edge of this previous seam as you come to the end, like that. Okay, so we've gone 1/4 inch down. I might even have gone a little bit off here, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so now we're going to do this one. So lining up this triangle, and we're lining the tip up with this seam here. Like that, and then on this side we'll see our little triangle again. Right through like that. Okay, so now we're ready to come on over and press this one. So I'm going to press these 2 seams open now. And we'll give it a little press with the iron as well, for good measure. So when you're working with 60-degree shapes, it becomes even more important to press and not do the twisty thing, because you're dealing with bias edges all the time. Having said that, the edge of my block now is all straight edges, so it will be fine now. So before we continue, we're going to trim off these little confettis. I have a little box at home. Well, I have a little box which isn't here right now, and I put my little triangles in that box. And then you can throw them away, or if you like doing mosaic quilting, you can use them for that. I have a little bit to trim in here. I'm going to go in there and just trim off that little bit there. Just make it nice and neat. Like that. Okay. So now our block is rectangular and we can measure it. So it should be 6.5 inches top to bottom. Yep. And then across is always a funny measurement with 60-degree shapes. So it's about 7 1/4, which is about, theoretically, I think that's correct. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to add some strips on either side here. And I'm just going to cut some 1.5 inch strips. See if I've got some more of this fabric. Yep, I do. So 1.5 inches.
Sheila, we do have a couple of questions for you if you'd like to answer those.
Sure.
Sweet. Carol is wondering, could you use the hexagon ruler instead?
Yes, you could. Yes, definitely. I tend to I like using my triangle ruler because when I'm making my blocks, I use a lot of different shapes. So I use the triangle ruler to cut all the shapes. In fact, this one here, in the pattern, I've used the diamond ruler, which also it uses the mini diamond ruler, which also has the hexagon marked on. So yes, you can use any of those rulers to do it.
Wonderful. We also have one asking, I noticed that you don't backstitch. Is it not necessary when piecing?
Correct. Yeah. So if you backstitch, you're adding a lot of thread to your seam, and so you're adding thickness to the seam. Because with patchwork all the time, every seam is going to get sewn over. So you're going to have a crisscross, and so the next seam will lock the first seam in place, and so I don't backstitch.
Perfect. That's it for now.
Okay, cool. No worries. Okay, so I've got my 1.5 inch strips. I'm going to add these onto the sides. So these are going to be 6.5 inches long. Just line up the end. And I can just use this ruler, 6.5 inch wide ruler. Those I'm going to put on the sides. And then once those are on, we'll measure again and we can put top and bottom. So we're going to go over the sewing machine again. I'm going to sew with the hexagon upwards so that I make sure I don't bunch this seam up. Okay. Now this time I'm not going to press the seam open. I can press it to one side. I'm just going to press it outwards. And you can see, if we look down on top of the seam, so where this seam comes up here and this seam comes up here, you can see the seam when we folded it back is there. And so your sewing line should be crossing just at that point there. And if you've got that working right, if I've got that working right, I'll have my point of my hexagon. So I'm going to press this seam to one side. I'll set the seam first.
Sheila, can you explain the purpose of setting the seam?
Yeah, so the when you do this, your threads relax and they kind of sink down into the fabric. And so it means that pressing it like this is a lot easier at that point. like that. And then we'll do this one. The other thing I do that helps is use the spray sometimes, which I do have over there.
Also, the general consensus is that you are very calming.
Oh,
I'm looking
that's
at
nice.
the comments. Everybody's like, we need her on my Calm app.
Oh, maybe
You're
it's
so
because it's
zen.
only 8:30 in the morning. I'm probably still asleep.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job. We're all
Oh,
enjoying it.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to measure across here. And this is the thing, you know, even complicated things can be easy so long as you learn step by step and you're patient with yourself. You know? Okay, so now I've reached 9 1/4. So I'm going to cut my top and bottom strips 9 1/4 inches long. But if I want to make this into a square block, I'm going to need to add on the top and bottom. So let's do some quilt math, shall we? So my block at the moment, oops, you're not going to see that one. My block at the moment, oops, is 6 1/2 inches by 9 1/4. So I know I've got to cut my strips 9 1/4 inches long, but I want to bring up the block size here and here. Now, I probably won't make it finished at 9 1/4. Let's make it finished at 9 inches. I mean, not finished, but the block itself before it goes into a quilt, 9 inches. So that when it's finished in a quilt, it'll be 8 1/2. So if I want it to be 8 1/2 finished, that's being 9 inches this way when it's sewn. I can take off my 6 1/2. So that gives me, I've got to add 2 1/2 inches. So I'm going to cut those at least 2 3/4, but I think I'll add 3 inches just to be plenty, and I can trim it down afterwards. But I might even do 3 1/4. Because I'm doing this on the spot. Of course, I didn't calculate it before I started today. So there you go. So 3 1/4 is the white line in the center. Except, of course, that's one on the top and one on the bottom. So we've got to divide it by 2. So it's a good job I cut it 3 1/4. Now I'm going to cut that in half. We'll see if this turns out big enough. So just cut that in half, which is 1 5/8. Let's see if that's going to add enough, top and bottom. So I'm adding 3 1/4 to my 6 1/2, which is 9 3/4. And then I'm going to take off my 1/2 inch for my 2 seams. So that's going to end up 9 1/4 in theory. Let's hope this works out. Okay, so we're going to cut these 9 1/4. So that they fit onto my block. And so these on the top and bottom, did I do that right? Should be. Okay, over to the sewing machine again. Now we'll do our pressing. Again, we're going to set the seam and press like that. Now let's see what we can get out of this for a square block. Just grab my square ruler. And there we go. So I could cut this 8.5, just 8.5 inch square I will get out of this one. And so I'm going to make sure that this, if I'm cutting at 8.5, half of 8.5 is 4.25. So I want that to be going through the center of my dragonfly. And I've still got enough for 8.5 there and there. So we're just going to trim it to 8.5. And there you go. So easy peasy, eh? Apart from my maths. So what I did was I started with a hexagon that was 6.5 inches finished height. Sorry, cut height, 6.5 inches from here to here. And then I did my side strips 1.5 inches and my top and bottom strips 1 5/8 inches. And then I trimmed the block down to 8.5. And these side triangles, corner triangles, were cut from a 3.5 inch strip. There you go. So you could now use that in a regular quilt and just put some 8-inch finished blocks next to it. So
that's lovely, Sheila.
Okay.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
I do have one more question for you. Sherry was asking, do you pre-wash the fabric that you're using?
I don't pre-wash my fabric. I think it's personal preference. If you want to pre-wash, do. Most of the modern fabrics, I don't feel need it. Some batiks or strong colours, reds and things, you might want to. But some people just feel more comfortable pre-washing. If you do pre-wash, they feel a lot softer. And at that point, I would probably use some spray of some sort, spray starch or flatter or best press, just to give it that crispness again.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Now, you had mentioned you're an author, so do you want to tell us a little bit about your book?
Yeah. So I have 2 books. This is my first one. It's called Quilts with an Angle. And it shows you all the techniques for cutting the different shapes. So it's based on lessons that go through the book. You've got triangles, diamonds, hexagons, trapezoids, parallelograms, and then at the end we've got some strip piecing quilts, strip pieced. And it's published by C&T. So I think it's 15 quilts in that book. And really good fun. And really, you know, even beginners can do it because you've got all your step-by-step cutting instructions in there. And then my other one is the Quick and Easy Triangle Block Tool. This was my sample one that I had to check. So it's not correct inside this copy. But this, again, this one shows you all of those different shapes and how to cut them, and gives you 100 different blocks that you can make. So you'll also find that the techniques I've got in patterns. So this is the one behind me, the hexagon braid runner. you can do all sorts of things with triangles. So Modern Triangle Sampler is the one that's up on the wall behind me, and I'll be starting a new class on that in the fall. And this is my block of the month, Matariki.
Those are so beautiful.
Yeah. Now, Matariki is actually very special this week because in New Zealand here, it is Matariki season. So it's kind of our Christmas in July is a Maori New Year called Matariki, which is about the 7 sisters, the stars, the Pleiades that appear at this time of year. So that's what that one's named after. Cool. So, yeah, thanks so much for inviting me.
Well, you're very welcome. Before we let you go, we have a couple of things. Number one, you had mentioned classes. Do you want to just let everybody know where they can catch your classes?
Yep. So on quiltwithsheila.com, I'm about to go over to the UK to teach at Festival of Quilts. And so my classes will be on pause while I'm away. But when I get back, you'll be able to sign up. And I'll just show you my website. So this is my website, and it has on here, got my blog, and you can subscribe to my newsletter. That'll be the best way to know that classes are coming up. And down here we have my pattern shop, and but that's only PDF patterns, not the physical ones that you have. And then down here we have, she says, keep going down. No, I've got online classes. So, yeah, here we go, online classes. So you can go to the online classes, and at the moment, there's nothing you can sign up for right now, but you will be able to in a couple of months. You can join waiting list. I do a full patchwork and quilting techniques class. And then I have some blocks of the month, and I'll be doing the Modern Triangle Sampler very soon. And that's what I'm teaching at the Festival of Quilts in Birmingham. So I'm looking forward to that.
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
The last thing, I know you and Brian have been corresponding about a giveaway. It's actually a surprise to me. What did you guys determine that you'd be giving away today?
Okay, well, we haven't done yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to give away, and I'll send these to you, a copy of the Modern Triangle Sampler and a copy of Mini Wonders Runner.
Awesome.
So
well, thank
I will send
you.
those through to you. They're actually in St. Louis right now. That's where we stock them, so it won't take long.
Wonderful. Well, if you want to just stay on for another second, we can pick the winner of those wonderful patterns.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you, Sheila. All right, let's get that pulled up and see who our winner is. Got our drum roll. Our drum roll's fading today. Marielle, correct. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Well, thank you once again, Sheila, and we look forward to having you back on in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. See you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Awesome. I agree with everybody. She was so very calm and she had so many wonderful tips. I am definitely going to be trying out some of her products too. And we offer her books, so make sure that you check those out, as well as her ruler. I've got a little overlay. Excuse me. I have a little overlay here with her books as well, so you can pick up the Quilts with an Angle and the triangle block tools, as well as some of her patterns, and then the lovely Half 60 triangle ruler. So lots and lots of fun. Well, Brian was going to pop on a little bit and talk about our side giveaway and give some details on that for tomorrow as well. And then we're going to go over our schedule for tomorrow and do a little recap. So Brian, you ready to pop on?
Let me get my mic on.
Microphone in 3, 2,
I always
1.
have mic problems. Okay, so we were talking about the separate giveaway, and we decided to change it up a little bit. So instead of pulling a name and then tossing all of the names out and starting over fresh each day, we're just going to roll over everybody's names. So all 14 people who purchased today, your names are going, with the exception of the winner, your name is getting rolled over into tomorrow's giveaway. So it's going to work the same way for the rest of the event. Anybody who orders on day 2 and doesn't win the day 2 prize, yours gets rolled over into day 3, and so on and so forth until we get to day 5.
Sounds like fun.
I think that's more fun.
I think it's fun. Yeah.
Cool.
We said this was brand new, so we're rolling with punches. We're trying something new, but it's great. So we're going to be doing our final giveaway for today in a little bit. But before we do that, why don't we just kind of recap what's going to be happening tomorrow? Brian, are you able to pull up the schedule for tomorrow?
Yes.
All right. We'll give him a second to do that. And we'll see what's coming up tomorrow. So first thing in the morning, as Richard had mentioned, he's going to grab a cup of coffee and he's going to be showing us the Baby Lock Ballad. Wonderful machine. Be ready to take notes because that is a fabulous, fabulous model. Following Richard, we have a new guest. Her name is Dee. She is amazing. She's going to be doing the pixel quilts. Her name is actual Pixel Quilts. And she takes a picture and turns it into a quilt by using teeny little pieces of fabric. And she has a couple of different techniques on how she does it. So she's going to share that with us. You don't want to miss it. And she's going to show some of her examples and they're pretty amazing. So following that, we're going to have Stephanie Hackney with Bonded Fibers, and there's going to be a batting Q&A. And I don't know about you, but I'm super excited about that because I never know which batting I'm supposed to use. There's different ones with the cotton and the cotton poly and the wool, and she's going to show some new ones as well. And we've got a really cool giveaway with some specialty batting, so that's going to be a whole lot of fun as well. We have our friends Bernie and Shelly coming back. As I had mentioned before, we had focused on Bernie's book on our previous SewCreative Live in June, which was You and Your Sewing Machine, which we had a lot of people purchase this afterwards because it's such a great resource. But tomorrow we're going to be focusing on Shelly's book, which is Easy Precision Piecing. There's so much good information in here, and she's really excited to share some of the patterns that she has and some great tips and tricks in her book. So you're going to want to check this one out as well. After that, we have our good friend Tim Bond from Juki. He's going to be coming in and showing the TL series. You know we love the TL series. If you tune into our social circle on Wednesdays, I often will use the TL 2010Q.
It's right behind you.
What's that?
It's right behind you.
It's right. Oh, it is right behind me. And I'm sorry. I always say the TL 2010Q because that's my machine, but this one is the TL 2000QI. Also a great machine. Just to clarify a couple of differences between the two, it doesn't have the speed control nor the subtension, but it's a wonderful, wonderful straight stitch machine. So if you've ever been interested in it, you can always tune into our social circle and there's a very good chance that I'll be using it. But that is also going to be our side giveaway on day 5. So super fun on that. But he's going to be talking about the differences between the TL 2010Q and the TL 18 QVP. So lots of fun information there. Following that, we're going to have our return friend, Chris Marchini. He's going to be talking about foundation paper piecing. So we decided to do this segment because we had a lot of people reach out to us afterwards and be like, hey, we want to see this, we want to see that. And we also were asking people questions during our social circle, and it seemed like a common denominator. People wanted to see foundation paper piecing. So we're going to be doing a fun demo on that as well. Following Chris, we're going to have Team Grace. This is going to be really fun. So it's going to be a little bit different than what you've normally seen from Grace. They're going to be going over some specialized long arming tools. Actually, we've got a few fun segments coming up with Grace that are a little bit different than normal. Of course, you'll still be able to see the wonderful machines as well as the frames, but we're just adding a little extra something in there as well. And then, of course, at the end of the day, we're going to wrap it up with some more giveaways and fun information. So,
do you mind if I pop in really quickly?
You sure can. Come on up.
Let me get rid of my screen really quickly. Okay, so there was a couple of questions about the side giveaway that came up in the comments, and I just wanted to answer them really quickly.
Perfect.
So does it have to be a presented item or just a phone order? It just has to be a phone order. So you can call customer service and they will get you the code to put in for the discount that also gets you put into the giveaway. So you do have to call in. It's not every order that's just placed on the website. We wanted to find a way to keep it to just people who are attending the event virtually. So, and then do you have to buy something to be able to win? And I want to clarify that yes and no. So in order to enter the side giveaway, you do have to buy something, but in order to enter the other giveaways, you do not. So the main giveaway is, as always, is just in the comments. So you just look out for the surprise summer word, and you enter that into the comments, and that's how you're entered to win that one. So that one doesn't require any purchase, which, speaking of, We have one more for today.
Mm-hmm.
And you know I've been having fun with this lately. And I've been writing riddles to go with each surprise word. So do you want me to go ahead? Do you want to say what the prize is, and then I'll let you know what the riddle is?
Sure, sounds good. So
Okay,
let's
cool.
pull up the prize for today. We are doing another cutie. Sorry, I didn't mean to hide your face there, Brian.
That's okay.
So we're going to be giving another cutie tabletop quilting frame today. So,
Okay, you ready?
Riddle. Here we go.
These are summer themed words, so put your thinking caps on. So bumped and spiked over the net it flies, players dive and jump, reaching the skies. In a court of teamwork, action, and thrill, what am I? A sport that tests skill. And once people start guessing it, I'll put it on the screen. Trish, you want to go ahead and do pricing?
Perfect.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and recap for the day. All right, so let's start from this morning. All right, here we go. We have the Janome MB4S, the 4-needle embroidery machine. Sam did an awesome job showing this particular model. It has an MSRP of $7,999. We have our sale price of $4,999. This is a wonderful, wonderful embroidery machine. It has extra large bobbins, so less changing of thread. It can do embroidery up to 800 stitches per minute. It is fantastic if you are looking to do hats or socks. You can use it as a business or for a craft show. It has a similar interface to the larger MB7. So if you've looked at that one as well, this one would just be the 4 option. It has 4 needles. Great machine. We also had Sam show the Memory Craft 400E. This is more of your home embroidery machine. It is a designated embroidery machine. It has an MSRP of $2,499, on sale for $1,399. As you can see, it does show that financing is available. So if that is something that you're looking to do, that is definitely an option. One thing to note about this particular machine, in addition to fantastic pricing, you're also going to get a free accessory bundle that's worth over $144. That comes with a 10-peck bobbin, some white embroidery thread, and the 5.5 by 5.5 hoop. This particular machine has 160 embroidery designs, 6 monogramming fonts, USB port, and 860 stitches per minute. Has a great embroidery field of 7.9 by 7.9. So you have a wonderful embroidery space for those larger embroidery designs. It also comes with oh, I was looking at optional hoops. I'm sorry. There's several different hoops that are available that you can get for this machine if you are looking to expand your hoop option. So after that, we had Jessica and her mom, Amy, with Tites, and these were flying off the shelves, you guys. The whole Tite Folio hardware kit. These are great. It'll get you everything that you need in order to sew your own folio for your Tites. And these we can restock quickly. So if it says out of stock for any reason, feel free to go ahead and place your order, and we'll get that ordered and we'll get them sent out to you very soon. Also, they show the amazing magnetic cutting system. It is available for pre-order. That was so cool with their magnetic mat as well as the magnetic ruler. So it holds down, giving you a really nice clean cut. I love the little boosters that you can use if you're cutting vinyl or cork or anything like that. Anything that's hard to cut, it'll hold that down. Again, they are available for pre-order. They're looking at probably shipping around September, but you can get in line for the Sew Magnetic cutting system. Excuse me, I keep squeaking there. It's also available for lefties, so you are welcome to get either one for righties or lefties. Following that, we had Richard join us, showing us the Baby Lock Accomplished Straight Stitch Quilting Machine. It has an MSRP of $1,899, on sale for $999. That is not the lowest price we can go, you guys. We can't display it, but you can give our customer service a call and they will be happy to get you our special event pricing. This is a wonderful straight stitch machine. It had the 1,500 stitches per minute, has that awesome thread cutter. You have the option of having your needle in down position. I love that you have that variety with your feed dogs. You're able to do it in multiple positions depending on what type of fabric that you're using. The extension table comes with it, very awesome. Has a knee lift option, so many awesome things for this straight stitch machine. The other thing that I really like about it is it has the 7mm stitch length, which is not very common. So that is a wonderful option for a straight stitch machine. Richard also did a great job showing us the Meridian. This is a designated embroidery only machine, has an MSRP of $7,999, on sale for $6,599. Again, you can give us a call and we can get you special event pricing. This one has the 1,050 stitches per minute, 494 embroidery designs built within. It has 9.5 by 14 embroidery fields, so you have a very large working space. It had the IQ Intuition Positioning app that you can do with your phone, so you can get that placement perfectly every time. And it also has wireless capability, so you're able to transfer those designs easily by doing that wirelessly. The one thing that I absolutely loved about this machine is it has 21 fonts. So you can do so much with this machine. We all like to have that variety when it comes to fonts. Sadly, we weren't able to have Stacy with So Steady on. Unfortunately, an emergency came up, but we did get to peek at the wish table that we currently have here. But right now, if you buy a wish table, you get the 2-piece suspension system for $10 only. And actually, that's going to apply with any So Steady table right now. You purchase the table and you can get that 2-piece suspension system for just $10. I did the range in price because the Wish 2.0 table comes in 2 different sizes. You've got the 22.5 by 25.5 or the giant, which is 24 by 32. Again, the Wish table does come with that circles and straights tool, which it's shown in the picture here. So it will help you make perfect circles. And it also comes with the polishing kit, so you don't have to purchase that separately. That polishing kit is going to allow you to have minimal friction with your fabric and everything glides over very, very nicely. Also with the Wish 2.0 table, you've got that nice compartment over on the left-hand side that's all broken down into little compartments, and you can store everything that you need right at your fingertips. You also have other So Steady accessories available for any of the tables. You can do the spinner tray, which attaches to one of the legs. That adds an additional 6 by 8 inches for your storage. You can purchase the polish kit separately if you'd like. You could also do the add a drawer on the basic tables. So that is an upgrade that you can do if you're looking to have more storage. The circles and straights tool is available separately as well. The light stick is wonderful. You can turn your acrylic table into a light box, so you can transfer any patterns nice and easy by having that light shine up through. And then you've got your grid glider. So the grid glider has all those nice markings on it, helps you keep everything nice and straight, but it also helps avoid friction as well. So those accessories are super handy with your table. Any of the So Steady tables, just a heads up, they are custom cut. So once you place your order, they normally take about 2 to 4 weeks to arrive. And then let's see what else we had today. And we had Sheila again. She has her book, The Quilts with an Angle, and the Triangle Block Tool. Lots of good information in there. And her half 60 triangle ruler. So you can catch up on any of those. So I think that pretty much recaps everything for today. I know everybody's waiting for the giveaway. That's what we all love, right? Are we just about ready to get that picked today?
I think we're ready. You ready?
Okay, let's go ahead and pick the winner.
So this is for another cutie.
frame.
So just to clarify, we gave away 2 today. There were some people that were a little confused by that, but that's okay.
We were doing 2.
So let's do it.
Here we go. We love the cutie frame. Thank you, Grace.
Boom, boom, boom,
Who's
boom,
it gonna be?
boom.
Who's it gonna be?
Lori Scott.
Congratulations.
Yay.
You're the winner of the other cutie frame. So if you're wondering what a cutie frame is, it is a fantastic quilting frame for if you have maybe minimal amount of space, or maybe you're on a budget and you're looking to get into quilting on a frame, but just don't know how. This is a fantastic option. All you need is a table. So you can put it on your kitchen table. You can also get designated legs for it as well. Those are available separately. So you can actually have a a designated station for it as well. But it pairs well with a domestic machine. You could do an Allegro or you could do a Juki. Those are great. I believe they recommend a machine that at least has an 8 to 8.5 inch throat. So it's a great way to get into quilting on a frame. But I think that about covers it for today. We are excited about tomorrow. Again, if you are just joining, we are doing 5 days today. So we are down day 1. We'll come back at day 2 at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time with a whole bunch of fun stuff that you can look forward to tomorrow. So thank you to everybody that tuned in today, and we look forward to seeing you the rest of the week.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll see you tomorrow.